one on this beautiful day, this glorious day, this wonderful day. Vladimir Ilyich Lenin's birthday. That's right. I hope you're all having a wonderful day. Right, we're alive, and this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi April in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. This song is called Lenin is Young Again / The Battle is Going Again. Lenin is Young Again by Alexandra Pakhmutova and Nikolai Dobronov. That's right. Lenin is young again on his birthday. All right. I'm starting to think this Lenin guy is a socialist. Where would you get that idea? All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi April in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. Yes, I know that Oblivion Remastered is out, and also, yes, I am kind of excited for it, but people are saying it's technically a part of BDS or something. I don't know exactly what's going on there, so I am not even going to broach that, unfortunately, even though... you know, it's exciting. I'm not going to play the game right now anyway. I'm going to be doing news regardless. People are saying Bethesda is owned by Microsoft and therefore Microsoft's BDS. Anyway. Folks. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi April between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God. And that is precisely what I'm going to do for all the parasocialists out there. Okay? You mother chode, it's been more than a month since gaming. I know. I'm going to bring it back. I need to do more fun shit regardless. I'm going to do more fun stuff. Anyway, folks, personal news. Last night I ended the broadcast. I had dinner with my family. We had guests over. That's it. And I ate poorly again. And my diet is out of control. I told my dad I've gained like 10 pounds since he's been here. And he basically was like, oh my God, that's shocking. That's a lot of pounds that you gained over the course of just 1 month. I need to stop feeding you treats. And I don't think he will actually stop feeding me treats. There's no way. But it's good that he at least he has figured it out. So that's good. Godfather AI says we need socialism.
How do we make...
Oh yeah, I've seen this before. In any case, NBA fine Ant 50K for this. Yeah, all right, I know, I got it. Don't worry, it's on the docket. Yesterday, that's why Chinese people always post like it's poetry. The Chinese language has thousands of Chengyu, which are short poetic idioms that all native Chinese speakers learn and use regularly. It's beautiful. That's beautiful. Texas has a measles tracker. I know measles is 800 plus cases at this point. Thank God. We are making America healthy again. It's Maha time. It's Maha time, and you're not ready for it. Anyway, last night I ended the broadcast, and after dinner, I watched Last of Us episode 2, and it was actually fucking awesome. I can't believe, like, part of me is always annoyed by the dude who made Last of Us, because he's like, he exhibits all of the most annoying tendencies of American liberalism, but he also simultaneously is like pro-Israel too. So he's just like, I don't know. not the biggest Neil fan, but I will say The Last of Us is so goddamn good. Yeah, Neil Druckmann is annoying and also simultaneously capable of making banger games. I really liked Last of Us 2, even though people did not like it. I liked it. I'm kind of annoyed. I am kind of annoyed with the fact that they didn't make Amy like yacked. It feels like they took a deliberate, they made a deliberate choice to, not Amy, sorry, Abby. Abby. They made a deliberate choice to make Abby like tiny. It's weird. I'm so mad that Abby isn't buff. It doesn't make sense for the character at all. She's military trained. I mean, she's just like specifically tiny. I don't know. Like it feels like it's deliberate. Fuck Neil Druckmann. He said he made the second game based off his stances. No, calm down. There's like back and forth on it. I don't know. I didn't watch the Cavernacle video on it, but he was on it. He was on the ball before anybody else. But yeah. Where's Elder Scrolls 4 content? Chat, I'm not going to be playing Elder Scrolls 4. Like I love the Elder Scrolls franchise. I don't know if it's like if technically Oblivion is a part of BDS or not, but I'm not going to be fucking playing. I'm not going to be playing it right now anyway. What do you mean? Oh my god, classic Dexerto. Up my fucking asshole. Look at this. Look. What did I tell you? I told you this was gonna happen. Hasan defends Pokemon over "we hate the rich" comment that sparked controversy. Okay. Hasan addressed the viral clip defending his fellow Twitch streamer. He emphasized that most streamers, including Pokemon, have experience with financial struggles before they were popular online, and so will have a better understanding of wealth inequality than the so-called ultra-rich. You want rich people to have takes like this. Very fucking annoying that people yell at rich people that have takes like this, he said. I think it's because the close that most streamers have to being normal people at a certain point in their lives, as opposed to a guy who's been a multi-billionaire for the past decade or so. Most streamers have a much nicer and much better understanding of what it used to be like when they didn't have the fucking money, and therefore have takes like this. Pokemon hasn't spoken to us since this clip. I can't, dude. It's 90% of the time online. Like I will say something that's perfectly valid, and people will just be like, yeah, but I don't agree. Like I don't like what you had to say, so fuck you. This is yet another indication that we have devolved as a society. I don't know. It's so stupid. Like it's like the Korea take that I had, you know what I mean? Like there's so many people that got so mad about what I said about North Korea, where I was like, yeah, this person has a rose-colored attitude about, you know, Democratic People's Republic of Korea being like this wonderful fucking socialist utopia where everyone is doing great, right? And while that is like a rose-colored perspective that is not exactly true, the average American's assessment of North Korea is, especially in terms of like American involvement in North Korea, is so off base. New Ethan video on you being a Nazi, Lamau. Wait, what? I fucking, dude, give it up. Okay, give me a break, dude. Please. Yeah, nobody fucking believes this, okay? No one believes this. If you believe this, okay, if you are like, oh my God, I watched an Ethan Klein video and I found out that Hasan is a Nazi. Wow, I'm shocked. You are the biggest dumbass of all time. Okay, please. I'm sure that he is not so stupid that he quite literally was like, Hasan is actually a crypto Nazi or some shit. Anyway. 1 second you're far left, next you're far right. Yeah. Please stop. Ay, ay, ay. Please, no H3. God. You said his name, so now chat has to spam him for the next 10 minutes? Yeah, okay. Where was I? Oh yeah, personal news-wise, I actually was in a pretty good mood before I started the broadcast, which is kind of sad because normally starting the broadcast puts me in a good mood, regardless of what my mood is prior. But I'm in a good mood because I woke up early this morning and I went to play basketball and I fucking popped off, dude. I popped off. I played 3 games with this dude I play against all the time, and he cooks me. He's been cooking me recently, and guess what? 3 games we played. I won 2, and then we cooked up these 2 young bloods on the court that came in hot, that thought they could do a 2v2 with us, and then we just ripped them. So it was pretty good. I lost the first game handily, and it made me annoyed. But then, you know, the boy is back. You know, Osama bin Ballin. Okay. That's right. Do you just play with a random dude at the gym every day? There's a couple people that I play with. I just play with whoever, dude. I don't give a fuck. I'll cook you up real nice. Osama bin Ballin, proof you support bin Laden? Yes. I got the blast off meme. Don't worry, I'm gonna use that one. Yeah, but that's it. All right. I did an interview with another news outlet talking about some stuff. And here I am. The reason why I'm late is because I was doing this interview and it went long. Okay, let's go. Saying I hate this every time I board a train just in case the autism Gestapo is listening. What the fuck? RFK Jr. has announced a new disease registry that would track Americans with autism. Oh my God. Chat. What do you think will put you in the concentration camps first, honestly? Like, do you think it'll be your autism that places you in the autistic concentration camps? Or do you think it'll be the fact that you're, anti-Israel? Like, I sometimes wonder, like, what will it be? Because, like, we're going to the camps, buddy, okay? There's no way around that. Let me tell you, we are all going to the camps together. So, I'm wondering, like, what will it be? What will be the thing that... Like, it's definitely happening. I just don't know if it's like the fucking communist sympathies. That could be one. It could be the Luigi Mangione sympathies. That could be another one. It could be anti-Israel, like just saying. Being trans is another one for a lot of people in this community as well, obviously. Like, you're definitely... Like, we're all... Everyone here is going to a camp. I just don't know what will be the reason for it. You know what I mean? Do you ever think about that? Do you ever think in your mind, you're like, what will be the reason why I go to the Burger Reich concentration camps? Like, what kind of crime will the government claim I have committed? Since it seems like they're making everything illegal, you know, they're making everything illegal though. Everything we like. We like to say fuck Israel, it's illegal now. You know what I mean? We like to say Saint Luigi Mangione is illegal now. Now they're taking away autism, which I am not, as you guys know. I am not autistic. So I was just faking it when I took the RADS test. So obviously I'm off that list. Nobody's gonna Nobody's gonna think, oh, we're putting you on that list. You know what I'm saying? No one. That's fine. Things are fine. Things are fucking fine, dude. Things are fine. It's okay. Everything's gonna be all right. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool stuff. I love America. This is all cool. We're definitely not headed down a very weird direction. You know? Anyway, singing I will vote for Trump in MS-13 accent? No, that's gonna get me out of prison. You know? Signal gate. Market's still in the pooper. Adrian is online. Thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Wow, 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 wowie. Thank you, Adrian is online. I feel like I'm going to the camp for being black / Palestinian, but I want to go to the gay camp. Well, if you're black, Palestinian, and gay, you have to get extra gay, I guess, to get placed into the gay camp. Like you have to be wearing like a crop top. You know what I mean? Like what's the gayest? What is a way to show that you're gay? You know what I mean? Maybe wearing like a cropped out Protect the Doll shirt or something with a choker. Daisy Dukes with fishnets? I don't know. Fuck. Hasan merch. Yeah, that'll put you in the gay camp. Anyway, once the U.S. goes full concentration camping, all the right-wing governments across the world will get inspired for the Muslims and the caste minorities and so on and so forth. Yeah. Okay, POPEGATE, Signal Gate, Market's still in the pooper. What else? There's a lot going on here. Democrats push for immigration. DEMS push against deportations. Plus Tim Pool in the White House press pool. Mahmoud's wife gives birth as he's still falsely detained for hurting Israel's feelings. JRE versus Jordan Peterson and more. I do think that there is like the Jordan Peterson versus JRE stuff. Like there is something that I have talked about quite a bit. If you guys recall, there is this like growing movement, growing fissure in the right wing where there's two competing factors here. Okay. Money versus clout. Hi, Hasan. I watch you every day since you ruined my favorite podcast. And H3 is a fucking disaster. What does that even mean? What is your favorite podcast that I ruined? But yeah, here it is. Oblivion Gate. Are you talking about H3? Like, I didn't fucking ruin it. It's like how wokeness ruined comedy, right? Like, it's not that cancel culture ruined comedy. It's that people constantly fucking chirp about cancel culture instead of doing comedy. And that's how it ruined comedy. Is that what you mean? I'm sorry. You don't want to hear a fucking neurotic man talk about my penis for like an hour? I don't get it. He's like, why would I want to listen to a 40-year-old man with 3 kids talk about how sexy you are when I can just come and get it, you know, directly? I'll give you I can just go straight to the tap, you know? I don't need to filter it. Oh shit. Oops. But you don't talk about your penis? 20 minutes and only 20K, he fell off. It's over, dude. Career done. Career lows. We're so out. And it's also not even 20 minutes and 20K. It's 30 minutes and 20K. It's over. I might as well quit. Chat, we're quitting early today. Okay, we're quiet. I was quiet quitting for the longest time, but now I'm just quitting. I'm quitting. I'm going to the autism camp. I'm quitting and checking myself into the autism camp pronto. Okay. Yeah, we'll do the POPEGATE stuff in a second. It's not even like POPEGATE, but here, this is a dude. There is nothing funnier to me. Where I went on a freaking rant. Let's see what this was. Dude, there is nothing funnier to me than how much right-wing administrations in general, but specifically the Trump administration, plays the role of like biblical Satan so perfectly. Okay, 4 horsemen of the apocalypse type on a regular basis. Measles cases are popping off. There's mass disease, death and destruction everywhere. You have your second in command, the shadow president, who is literally a lizard person, can't even behave normally. Elon Musk. Not only is he a lizard person, but he's trying to put microchips in people's brains. They're doing black bagging operations for the state of Israel for the crime of saying mean things about the apartheid state, doing a genocide. Okay, mass disease everywhere. Very clearly, these guys are trying to nuke everything. These are the end of times. And virtually all of the people that are supposed to believe in angels and Jesus Christ coming back to earth or whatever, unironically love this guy. How is this possible? If you are hallucinating on a daily basis that the end times are near, well, these guys are bringing it. They're bringing it to you. And you still are just like, hell yeah, nah, you don't understand. It's actually the goddamn libtards that are bringing the end of times, not my president. It's like, what do you want? What more can you see from this administration that will cause you to go, you know what? Maybe these guys are not the good guys here. It doesn't make any sense. Everything that these guys complained about, 1984, free speech is falling apart, they're doing. Your guys are doing it, and you don't see it. What are we doing here? It blows my mind, dude. The guy, the servant of Satan, went and shook the hand of the holiest holy man of Catholicism and him. And you're still going, I don't care. There are massive tornadoes and earthquakes ripping up the land on a daily basis. The end times are near. It makes me so mad because I don't believe in any of that, okay? I don't believe in any of that, but you do. You believe it. So why don't you see the things that you believe in? It's unfolding in front of your eyes. It makes me so mad. It makes me so mad. These guys are fake. They're phony rapture enjoyers. The real rapture is happening, and these don't see it. You're creating so much change, Hasan. Not! Alienate our political opposition until they become deranged MAGA drones and act surprised and play victims. Genius. Yeah. They became... Yeah, these guys actually became Nazis, dude. You know, because they saw my commentary and thought it was mean. Love that, man. Thank you. Hey, I'm the dumbest guy you've ever met. Okay, hello. I'm the dumbest guy you've ever met. I have no moral compass, no convictions whatsoever. I'm so malleable that if someone says an off-color remark around me, I will immediately drop everything that I knew previously and become a fucking rabid neo-Nazi. Cool, man. Yeah, I feel like if that's what it takes for you, you know, you kind of were there already, right? People are mean to me all the time on the internet. Leftists are mean to me all the time. They say I'm not left enough. They say I'm reactionary. They say I'm transphobic. They say I'm not sufficiently pro-Palestine. You see me change my convictions? No. I've had numerous avenues to jump over to be like, this is why I left the left. And yet, my convictions are still the same. Perhaps instead of saying, oh, you pointing out the divisions in society is the reason why divisions are happening, is not the best argument here. Don't you think? Hasan, you're Francophobic, but you're going to interview Mélenchon. How does that work? Yeah. Love in the Spectrum stars a HasanAbi head. Wait, what?
Recently, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson was heard to say that every American woman should give birth to at least one able-bodied worker. There is so much wrong with that statement. First, let us start with the blatant sexism of it. He thinks that women actually...
I don't know who this guy is, but they're popping, dude. Yo, what a king. He is so mad. This is the kind of energy we got to have. The anger that he has in his heart for Mike Johnson and his ridiculous statement. I love that. What a king.
She have a duty? Not all women wish to be mothers.
He said, ugh.
and the women who do choose to be mothers will do so out of their own volition, not because someone else wishes for them to be. And then the other half of the statement, he did not say that every woman should give birth to a child. He specifically said able-bodied workers, people who have children because they wish to have children, because they seek emotional fulfillment in their lives. People do not have children just so those children can be workers. This it relates to what another politician said not too long ago, that they mentioned something about a domestic supply of infants. People do not want to be workers. People want to be able to live their lives as they choose. They want to be able...
Okay, this is... Oh my God, this is, yo, he's popping.
To pursue their passions. We work to live. We do not live to work. We are not here to serve others. We are here to live our lives as we wish to do so. Most people want...
RFK saying autistic people will never play baseball is hilarious. Yeah, baseball is so autistic. It is the most autistic sport. Okay, what are we talking about? Both the fandom and the players. What the hell are you saying? Like, the most famous baseball movie, aside from, like, what is it, Field of Dreams, is literally a movie about autism. It's not even a movie about baseball. It's a movie about autism, okay? What the fuck?
Want to be free and happy. Most people want to be able to have fun and to do what they enjoy doing, to do what they like. I mean, the fact that some people here have attitudes like this is simply mind-boggling. It is baffling that people can think this way. I'm sorry. Please, I hope that... I hope that everyone forgives me for getting so fervent and vehement, but this is ridiculous. I can't believe that people here actually think this. So I want to end the video by quoting a line from the immortal poet Zach De La Rocha. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me.
My goat, this guy's awesome. Yeah, Moneyball is what I'm talking about. Moneyball is a very famous movie about baseball, but it's not even about baseball. It's about autism. Okay? It's a movie that it revolves entirely about around numbers and how autism improves baseball. Anyway, all right, we got a lot to talk about, folks. Like I said, POPEGATE, Signalgate, Mark still in the pooper, Dems push against deportations plus Tim Pool in the White House press pool. There is a really funny Maxwell Frost video that I want to show you. There's also There's a really funny Maxwell Frost video that I want to show you because he went on Fox News, and the Fox News host was, I mean, he went nutty mode. Like, he did something that was kind of shocking. You don't write this shit, idiot. What? Okay. I don't know what you mean by that, but it is, this is my face when I find out that Tim Pool is asking the first question of the press pool. Here, we'll do the Maxwell Frost thing in a second. Let's start off with press briefing. Tim Pool in the press pool. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look.
These organizations that are represented in this room have marched in lockstep on false narratives, such as the Very Fine People hoax, the Covington smear, and now what's being called the Maryland Man hoax, where an MS-13 gang member adjudicated by 2 different judges, I believe, is just simply being referred to as a Maryland man over and over again.
Is he not a Maryland man? What? I'll have you believe, sir, he's actually not from Maryland. He's from D.C. Like, is that what Beanie Boy's saying? He is not a man. He's not a man from Maryland. Yeah, Maryland is fake. Russia Today correspondent Tim Pool. Yep. Yeah, I love the centrist liberal Tim Pool. Hey guys, another point for centrist liberalism. Wait, is he wearing a hoodie under his like suit jacket? Oh, gross. Oh, brother, suit jacket, hoodie, beanie combo is so gross, dude. Why are they allowing him in the pool with a beanie and a fucking hoodie? It's because he's independent media, and he hasn't actively said fuck Israel. That's why. Okay, you get some benefits. You get some benefits if you're quote unquote independent media, but you're not literally going, hey, why are we giving so much money to Israel? Then they go, you can come into the press pool, sir. Have fun. Also, he got paid by the Russian state, so that's another good, because like that's another good thing for the admin. Because think, up is down, good is bad, bad is good. Okay, everything is bizarre world. Everything is in reverse. So when you make a career getting paid by Russia to say Ukraine is the greatest enemy of all time, the administration looks at that and goes, oh, great. Like, you have the qualifications to be a part of the White House press pool. When you don't say mean things about the state of Israel and you actively avoid that issue, this is a hot potato, then you get rewarded. If you're bad at your job, you get rewarded by this administration. It's also crazy that he sounds like even more right-wing than OAN. Yeah. The press pool has been made into a cesspool, a cesspit. This is great. Beanie formal or beanie casual. Tim Pool is in the White House briefing room and is teed up for the first question today. Timcast, led by conservative influencer Tim Pool, is set to get the first question at tomorrow's White House press briefing. He had his moment in the spotlight, and this is what he chose to do with it. I find it so funny that he didn't like dress up for the occasion, or at least like, you know, you can go casual. You can go to the press pool and be casual. I certainly would if given the opportunity, but like, you could look presentable. You could try to look good, you know? Like he slapped on the ugliest thing that you could put together for this moment.
Now, in an effort from the White House to expand access to new companies, you've created this new media seat. So I'm wondering if you can comment on, following this expansion, you've had numerous outlets disparage the companies that you've had sit here, as well as the reporters. I'm wondering if you could comment on that unprofessional behavior, as well as elaborate if there's any plans to...
That's awesome. Please... Can you, mods, can you please yell at big media? who have disparaged your beautiful, brave, and dare I say bold initiative to put me here. Mods! CNN is being mean to me. Mods! Yo, he's literally wearing a tuxedo shirt to prom. Yeah, he's so fucking lame. This is what consistently pisses me off, partially because like I'm so used to all the awful stuff that the admin does. I'm so used to all the awful things that these people say. So that I expect. But the thing that I cannot stand is the fucking lame ass loser behavior demonstrated by the likes of Elon Musk and the likes of Tim Pool and all of the fandom that refuses to recognize the whole ass loser behavior. It's whack, dude. It's whack. Don't act like you wouldn't show up in some yojis and a beater saying, this is drip, what you mean? Yeah, I would look hot as fuck, though. That's the thing. I'd have Caroline Leavitt say, I'm saying leave it to this administration. Okay? Yeah, Elon Musk is also done. Our bullying has worked, ladies and gentlemen. Do not stop. Don't let anyone ever tell you that your voice doesn't matter, okay? We are so close. Musk wants to leave politics because he's tired of the attacks on the left. Report. Your voices. Don't let anyone ever tell you your voices don't matter. Not gonna lie, I think I'll miss Elon a little bit. I will not. I will be very happy. Yeah, he wants to leave because he already stole all the data and info he wanted. I know. That too. Unironically reverses decades of Red Scare propaganda by blaming the left. Yeah. Bullying works, folks. Bullying works. Now, what's ironic about this is that Elon Musk thinks that he's getting this kind of pushback because of his association with Trump. Make no mistake. He's getting this kind of pushback because he fucking sucks, okay? Because he's a goddamn loser. That's the reason why he's getting this kind of pushback. Because he's just ass. He is unpleasant. He is gross. And people don't want to see him. People don't want to hear him. People are annoyed by him. That's what this is. That's a big part of it. That is a big part of this issue, okay? He thinks maybe if he quietly just goes away and behaves like normal billionaires do, you know, play from the sidelines or whatever. But what he does not understand is that he needs to get hit with a Dominican ray in the same way that Mark Zuckerberg was hit. Start wearing like boxy tees and, you know, walk around with a Cuban chain. And maybe only then will these dumbass losers appreciate him. That's what he needs to do. He needs to start doing Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Yeah. Here's something that's not changing, though. About half of Americans have a negative view on Tesla and Elon Musk, CNBC survey finds. Like, think about that. This is after a decade of unlimited pro-Tesla propaganda from mainstream media, unlimited pro-Elon Musk coverage from mainstream media. It's been longer than a decade, as a matter of fact. Like, the media used to call this guy Iron Man. They loved him. They presented him as the guy who's going to save the planet over and over again. And look at where he is now. Tesla's earnings are in an hour, and all the predictions are that it's going to be a shit show. Yeah. It should. Anyway. React to it at 4. Did you talk about Ethan's new video? Just join stream. Hi, chat. No, I didn't talk about it, dude. There was a point in time when I think like this kind of shit, like this kind of a line of attack, a malicious smear like this would probably at least like occupy a little bit of space in my mind. It's not. Yeah, please cover drama, fuck the news, and fuck learning. Please, I'm begging you. They're going to likely announce FSD unsupervised, so just get ready for that. People setting their Teslas on the streets with no one in the driver's seat. Hell yeah. I love that. Every Tesla I will now treat as a fucking rocket coming in my direction. That seems good. To me, I think what would make the cars that catch on fire from a company that is led by the most incompetent moron on the planet, what could make the outlook more positive if they start launching in the direction of random children crossing the street unsupervised? That seems cool. That seems like a cool idea. How many people need to die? How many people need to die before the government, you think, will step in and be like, hey, maybe we shouldn't fucking let the swastikars melt children on the streets? Yeah, Pete Hegseth's downfall is upon us. We'll talk about that too. Wait, really? I almost got hit by a Tesla in the parking lot the other day that was summoned by his driver, and then it drove in a circle at a 4-way stop, went up a curve, and then drove off. Nice. Yo, Teslas, swastikars only do that when they're really, really under distress. Okay? You just have to run away in the opposite direction. You have to run away in the opposite direction when you see a swastikar do that.
We want to get right to our top story.
I feel so bad because so many people have. I know so many people that got Teslas back in the day because they were like, I want to have an EV. I am environmentally conscious. And now they're just like, what do I do with this? I'm kind of stuck.
Or you see Michael there in Vatican City as we celebrate the life of Pope Francis, the spiritual leader of the world's more than 1.3 billion Catholics. There will be 9 days of mourning for the man known as the People's Pope. His body will be brought to St. Peter's Basilica.
And the public viewing will begin there tomorrow.
Bro, they have they have so many metal ass practices. Like they have the open casket, which I always found to be strange.
Mourners will pay their respects. It was also just announced this morning that Pope Francis's funeral will be on Saturday. Thousands of people are expected, including dignitaries from around the world. President Trump and the First Lady will be attending the funeral. And as we said, Michael is in Vatican City where the faithful are gathering. Good morning, Michael.
Hey, good morning, George. We know Pope Francis, he left instructions in his will that his tomb be, quote, simple, without particular decoration, and with the only inscription, Franciscus, which is his name in Latin. The conclave of Cardinals will meet in the Sistine Chapel to elect the person who will take his place. And we're going to have much more on that process. But first, our chief international correspondent, Jane Longman, starts us off in St. Peter's Square, where Pope Francis made his final public appearance just hours before he died, giving the traditional Easter blessing. Good morning, James.
Hi, Michael. Yeah, we've been watching all morning as tourists, visitors, pilgrims come by to pay their respects. They are, of course, finding themselves now in this real moment of history. We now know that Francis will lie in state for 3 days from tomorrow. He'll be brought in a ceremony tomorrow up the steps of St. Peter's Basilica there behind me. Lie in state through Saturday, when the funeral will take place right here in St. Peter's Square.
Thousands flocking to St. Peter's Square to celebrate the life of the Holy Father and mourn the loss of a one-of-a-kind Pope.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
It comes as this morning we're seeing the first images of Pope Francis after his passing.
Like, that's crazy to me, bro. I don't understand the open casket stuff. I mean, obviously the wildest version of this is like, I forget which country does this, but like sometimes there's these like old practices of just like straight up propping up a dead guy. You know what I mean? Straight up propping up a dead guy and like dressing them and then like making the dead guy do stuff at its funeral. And it's like, it's still metal. It's kind of creepy, but it's metal. Like when you embalm, this was a Soviet practice, by the way. Like embalming is like another practice that commonly was utilized. Like Lenin is embalmed. I believe Stalin was also embalmed. Mao and Ho Chi Minh. I just don't understand. What do you do? What do you mean make it do stuff? I don't know. Sometimes I'll see these like crazy videos of like a dead dude. They'll be like, this is a funeral proceeding for a dead guy, where they just like make the dead guy dance a little bit or something. I don't know. I just want to see bodies flopping out of coffins and hitting pavement like that show on Corn Cob TV.
In a simple wooden coffin that he requested. This certification of death ceremony presided over by American Cardinal Kevin Farrell, the Carmelengo, who is essentially running the Vatican until a new pope is elected. The General Congregation of Cardinals is meeting this morning, and they're announcing these next.
Maybe it's some weird Jacobian thing? No. No, if anything, Catholics, I feel like, are the only children of Jacob that do this kind of like open casket stuff. It's definitely way more like a Caribbean thing or like old school. I feel like it's like old school indigenous practices and shit. Like it's not. It's not it's, I don't know. I feel like it's kind of weird. I don't understand it, but I also think it's like very metal, as I've said.
Steps. The public viewing for the Pope will begin Wednesday. He'll lie in state at St. Peter's Basilica for 3 days before his funeral Saturday in St. Peter's Square. And in his will, Pope Francis with the
most metal Vatican practice, the blackened skull of Mary Magdalene. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Dude, this is like the Catholic Church operates on Warhammer 40K principles in real life. Like they literally do Warhammer 40K shit. Like if they had the technology, the Catholic Church would be Warhammer 40K, okay? Which ironically enough, it does take a lot of its notes from Catholicism and Catholic practice. Like when I found out that the Catholics have like Dark Souls style, like direct bones of saints that they send out to like churches all around the world, I was like, that's wild. Okay. Yeah. There are bones. For those of you who don't know, there are bones of saints in many churches around the planet. Catholic churches around the planet all have like ancient relics. It's crazy. It's kind of cool. I mean, it's very weird, but it's kind of cool. They drink the blood of Jesus every week. I mean, I guess that also makes sense. Every altar has a relic in it. Seeing the body lying dead helps for you to accept that the person is dead. I guess. It's debated if those are actual relics, though. They just send out random scraps of clothing, too. Yeah. Yeah, they do that.
The simple requests that characterized his papacy, asking only to be buried in the earth at St. Mary Maggiore Basilica in Rome. He'll be the first pope to be buried outside of the Vatican in over a century.
Did you know that when a pope dies, they use an extraction device, kind of like their version of a fleshlight, and they extract the holy seed from the pope? The juices are then mixed with the wine and consumed by the College of Cardinals? I don't believe that. I think you made that up. That sounds fucking insane. And also an unsanitary practice. I don't believe you.
Details of the conclave to replace him have yet to be released. Francis died Easter Monday from a cerebral stroke, losing blood to his brain. The Pope fell into a coma with irreversible heart failure and passed away at 7:35 that morning. Just a day before...
Dr. Mike Rabinovich would have been able to save him. They should have shipped off the Pope to the pit. They should have put him in front of the greatest ER technicians of all time. They would have fucking fixed him up real quick. He'd be running around, hopping and skipping the next day, okay?
He was at St. Peter's Square in this extraordinary scene, making what would become his final public appearance.
Catholic Church doing the type of shit that anti-Semites and Nazis think Jews are doing, but out in the open? Yeah. Yeah, but they're Catholic, and they're, you know, supposed to be an anti-Semitic institution historically, so it doesn't matter. They're good. It's good when they're doing that.
He greeted thousands from the Pope-mobile, blessing children in the crowd. Francis held on for Easter, the most important time of the year for Catholics, his voice just a whisper.
Fratelli e sorelle, buona Pasqua.
He had been battling pneumonia in both lungs, hospitalized for 38 days, and he suffered 2 emergencies that nearly ended his life. President Trump summing up what made Francis special.
He's a very good man who loved the world, and he especially loved people that were having a hard time, and that's good with me.
But this Pope was, for some Catholics, a controversial one. We spoke to an American family visiting the Vatican.
This was a Pope who was viewed as socially liberal. This past Pope was just a little out of step with a lot of the people.
After the Pope passed, his papal...
We should never, for the sake of humanity, for the sake of evolving, we should never lend a microphone to Americans. I think the world would be a better place if we never heard from Americans on any issue ever again. Okay? I think Americans should permanently shut the fuck up. Okay? We ruin everything. We are responsible for so much annoying commentary out there. We're responsible for so much fucking brain rot. But it's on, you're an American with a microphone. I'll shut the fuck up. Let's get it started. I think for the greater good, if the rest of the world never heard from an American ever again, I'd be willing to fucking shut the fuck up. It is so goddamn annoying. Anytime, dude, what is happening? It's just like, anytime you got an American on the mic, I'm like, oh, here we go. What kind of dumb nonsense will we hear today? Okay. What kind of ridiculous bullshit are we going to hear about today?
Apartment closed off, red wax sealing the binds, part of a centuries-old tradition, ahead of preparations for his funeral.
We should know a little later today what hours people will be able to come and view Pope Francis as he lies in state. But it's not just Rome or the Vatican that should be remembering him. This is a man who took the church out to the very margins. And so from Papua New Guinea to Mongolia to the very north of Canada and Inuit communities, millions of people around the world will be remembering him this week.
It's so American to think you can even disagree with the Pope in the first place. Yeah, being like, the Pope is actually out of step with the rest of global Catholicism is like an insane thing to say. It's the opposite, dude. What do you mean? Are you fucking Lutheran? Like, what? I don't understand. Are you a fucking Protestant? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean you're out of step with the fucking papacy? Like, it doesn't make any sense. The entire point of being Catholic is so you're not out of step with what the fucking Pope is saying. What are we doing? Nah, this Pope, too woke, not for me. Okay, I guess you're not Catholic then. You're something different. What are we doing?
Pope Francis did touch so many hearts, and that's why bells tolled in Catholic churches all around the world to honor the Holy Father yesterday. And the faithful have gathered here to remember his legacy. And that included worshipers in Buenos Aires, Argentina's capital.
Yeah. Papal infallibility is a dogma of the Catholic Church, which states that in virtue of the promise of Jesus to Peter, the Pope, when he speaks, ex cathedra, is preserving the possibility of error on doctrine initially given to the apostolic church and handed down in scripture and tradition. It does not mean that the Pope cannot sin or otherwise err in some capacity, though he is prevented by the assistance of the Holy Spirit in issuing heretical teaching, even in his non-infallible magisterium as a corollary of indefectibility, i.e., whatever the Pope says goes. There is no, I don't agree with the Pope. They would assassinate you a couple hundred years ago if you were like, the Pope guy, this Pope, too woke for me. Okay, you're dead. Now we're going to kill you. That's like the only thing that separates you as a Catholic from the other branches. You might as well be fucking Mormon at that point. Just make it up as you go along. What do you mean? It's just funny because, like, I don't believe in any of this shit. But you ostensibly do. You claim to believe it. So what do you mean you don't agree?
Where Francis grew up as Jorge Mario Bergoglio. You can remember he was actually the Archbishop of Buenos Aires before he became the first Latin American Pope. In France, parishioners mourned Francis during services at Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris. Palestinian Catholics honored the Pope in Gaza City.
Matt Walsh, rest in peace, Pope Francis. May the next Pope guide the church with courage, clarity, and a deep respect for tradition. Like, Matt Walsh is the most heretical person on the fucking planet, okay? Everything that this woke Pope stood for, Matt Walsh stands against, despite being fucking Catholic. He is exactly who I'm talking about. I am more Catholic than Matt Walsh is with my alignment with the previous Pope, okay? Like, my ideological alignment with the previous Pope puts me in a higher position of being a better Catholic than fucking Matt Walsh. I also feel a deep sense of guilt as well. So that also gives me additional Catholic brownie points. He doesn't. He is guilt-free, okay? He is a shameless monster. Even worse, he's an Irish Catholic and he's got all the wrong takes based on both. I know. It's just like, he's the reason why Irish people from Ireland look at Irish Americans in a very negative lens.
So did people in the Ukrainian city of Lviv. So all over the world, people are mourning Pope Francis. The Pope told us last year that he made nightly phone calls to Gaza's Holy Family Catholic Parish in Gaza, something he continued to do right up until his death. In the U.S., President Trump.
No child of Byzantium should speak on this issue. That's right. Technically, I'm a descendant of the caliphate, okay? I'm directly at odds with the papacy.
Also ordered all of the flags to half-staff. We are expecting to have President Trump come here to that funeral on Saturday, as well as many other world leaders. Vlad?
Nora, he really was the people's pope. As you know, there are...
Wait, what? Lenin, if they exiled him to Turkey instead? Would have been absolutely unstoppable. Happy birthday, King. Wow, they cured his balding. Yeah. Lenin is Turk. Isn't he Tatar? Which is Turkic. So no disrespect to anybody here, but like he is a Turk, okay? Come on. He is a Turkish man. Oh, here we go. I'm just saying the truth. Technically, as someone of Tatar background, he would still be definitionally, he has Turkic roots. And Stalin is also Turkic because he's Georgian and 5'4", and that's very Turkish of him. And his mustache. Kalmyk, not Tatar, but still Turkic. Google says no. Sorry, brother. You take every opportunity to yap about Turks. I just like having like a fun, weird... I like to throw like a fun, weird take in there, you know, to confuse people every now and then. Except this is not one of them. This is the truth. Quarter Russian, quarter Jewish, half unknown, but not Russian. Bro, he straight up looks like the fucking, you know, the ethnic spreadsheet that they had in the USSR to profile people or whatever? Lenin looks exactly like the fucking Tatar photo on the ethnic profile. Also, maybe controversial take, but like, he looks better bald. I think he was a very handsome man.
More than 1 billion Roman Catholics. It's one of the world's largest religious denominations. For people outside of our Catholic faith, how would you describe the Pope's role in historical terms and its lasting relevance today?
Well, it's a great question. You know, when the Pope speaks, the world listens. I mean, there is no other leader in the world.
Okay, I'm sorry, but no, I think the world has been deaf for quite a bit, for quite a while about the woke Pope. We kind of collectively ignored what the woke Pope was saying because he just kept talking about how the markets won't save the planet, you know? And everyone was like, nah, I think there's a higher religion that I care about, the religion of capitalist dogma. There's a more significant dogma that I abide by, which is capitalism. Straight up. I think it is a testament to the change of attitude overall and the fact that religion doesn't have any motion whatsoever under capitalism. He straight up was like, markets are killing the planet. Gaza has a new act of terrorism committed by the Israeli state on a daily basis. And everyone was like, all right, big guy, go to sleep. Come on.
World that speaks to so many faithful. There, as you mentioned, more than 1 billion Catholics. But he is more than just...
Here. Let's listen. In 2021, Pope Francis gave a speech calling on ending the weapons manufacturing industry, debt bondage of poor nations, and all sanctions, saying it's a form of neocolonialism, while also critiquing the capitalist system for its relentless logic of profit. In the name of God, I ask financial groups and international credit institutions to allow countries to assure the basic needs of their people and to cancel those debts that so often are contracted against the interests of those same peoples. In the name of God, I ask the great extractive industries, mining, oil, forestry, real estate, agribusiness, to stop destroying forests, wetlands, and mountains, to stop polluting rivers and seas, to stop poisoning food and people. In the name of God, I ask the great food corporations stop imposing monopolistic systems of production and distribution that inflate prices and end up withholding bread from the hungry. In the name of God, I ask arms manufacturers and dealers to completely stop their activity because it foments violence and war. It contributes to those awful geopolitical games which cost millions of lives displaced and millions dead. In the name of God, I call on powerful countries to stop aggression, blockades, and unilateral sanctions against any country anywhere on earth. No to neocolonialism. Conflicts must be resolved in multilateral fora, such as the United Nations. We have already seen how unilateral interventions, invasions, and occupations end up, even if they are justified by noble motives and fine words. The system, with its relentless logic of profit, is escaping all human control. It is time to slow the locomotive down. An out-of-control locomotive hurling towards the abyss. There is still time. So what happened? What happened is everybody's like, all right, dude, shut up. The only disagreement I have with the gay woke Pope here is that he thought that there was still time to save this system.
Just a religious leader. He is a spiritual and moral leader. Think about when he talks about climate change. That's a big deal.
Liberals hear the Pope saying this, and liberals be like, wow, this guy's a tanky.
And when he talks about war and peace, he has called war an obscenity. That's why you'll see so many world leaders here. And then I think one other thing to know is he is also the Bishop of Rome. He is a head of state of this very small sovereign state called the Vatican. So he has those responsibilities, and that's why he travels around the world. Vlad?
Nora, beautiful. Thank you very much.
So glad to have you there, Nora. We'll check back in with you later in the show and certainly tomorrow. Thank you.
This morning, Cardinals are descending on Vatican City from across the globe, pushing past the world's media, who have also descended to their first meeting. Of the 135 cardinals under the age of 80 eligible to vote in the conclave, the vast majority, 108, were appointed by Francis, including more than 20 from places that had never had a cardinal before.
This is going to be a very open process, it seems to me, in which two things are most important. One, does this man communicate a vibrant, energizing faith? And secondly, can he govern?
As the Catholic Church grows in Asia, Cardinal Louis
There's no metro in Vatican, no high-speed rail in the Vatican, no sustainable energy generation in the Vatican. How do you not call out this hypocrisy, Hasan? Yeah, I can't believe it. Also, their renewable energy grid would look like what? 3 fucking solar panels? I don't even know how you could do you can't do high-speed rail across the board. There's just no way to do it. It is walkable, as in you can walk the entirety of the Vatican fairly quickly. It is endlessly walkable, as a matter of fact. It's the most walkable place on the planet.
Tagle from the Philippines is a frontrunner to be the first Asian pope, referred to as the Pope Francis of Asia, with a heavy focus on social justice and caring for the poor. But at 67 years old, he's on the young side. Or will...
Yeah, here's my young side goat, Pinoy gang.
Many factory workers are being denied the right wages for the God called prophet. How many women are being sacrificed to the God called domination?
Anti-misogynist, anti-capitalist Pope would go so fucking hard, and swagapinos rise up. Oh my God, dude. There's just, I mean, that would be the sickest.
How many children are being sacrificed to the God called lust?
Anti-pedophilia Pope?
How many trees, rivers, hills are being sacrificed to the God called progress? And how many poor people are being sacrificed to the God of greed? And defenseless people.
That was anti-abortion, not anti-pedophilia. Shh, shh, shh. Don't talk about that. Shh, don't worry about it. We are, listen, it's a matter up for interpretation. Okay, calm down. Shh, don't ruin it. We got a Maoist third worldist Pope out here.
Sacrificed to the God of national security.
Pope Francis should have said, if I see the gospel in a sociological way, yes, I am a communist, and so too is Jesus. He's been on this. Yeah, I mean, of course. It's true. It's literally fucking true, dude. What do you mean? Yes, Christianity and all religion and all of the lessons that are taught in religious scripture has a deeply anti-capitalist slant to it. Of course. I mean, even some of the most foundational, super basic fucking lessons that you learn as a child, like sharing is caring. Okay? Where is the profit motive baked into this argument? I don't understand. Like, people try extra hard. Well, Protestants, especially, have done everything in their power to turn the Bible into a tool for capitalism. But that's why I always say religion is just another ideological tool that you can wield in whichever direction you see fit. I would go so far as to say it's harder to actually fit religious scripture into a capitalist message, and yet the prosperity gospel has done so fairly successfully. But that's all this is. That's all this is. Jesus curing the lepers and not demanding pay in return goes against the capitalist dogma. Jesus Christ did not fucking deny coverage of the lepers by being like, well, you're outside of our area of coverage, sir. Sorry. That's not how that works. Capitalism is antithetical to all of the social rules and good practices that are that you're supposed to abide by if you truly follow religious scripture. Yeah, supply side Jesus, baby. Bernie Sanders should be forced to give away 90% of his birthday cake. Hashtag happy birthday, Bernie. Yeah, that's how the cake works. Anyway.
Will the church stage an Italian comeback of sorts after 3 successive outsiders in recent decades?
Look at the drip.
Italian Cardinal.
How are you going to tell me the fucking Vatican is not a gay institution? Look at the goddamn drip that these boys wear, you know?
Pietro Parolin is 70. He's an experienced Vatican official with serious name recognition. He served as Francis's Secretary of State, but he lacks pastoral experience. Another Italian, Cardinal Pier Battista Pizzaballa, is also on the short list. At 60,
that's like, you know, that'd be funny. Like, that's a funny ass person. That's a funny ass name for a pope.
He's lived for the last 3 decades in the Middle East, currently serving as
It's a me, Pizzaballa. It's a me. I love the pizza. It's a me, the Pizzaballa.
The Latin
yeah, he's pretty cool too. He's got some good ass takes.
Patriarch of Jerusalem.
An Italian.
Now, of course, he would adopt a new name if he became the Pope anyway. But in my mind, I hope he just keeps the name Pizza Balls. I am the Pope of Pizza Ball. I love the pizza balls. Yes.
In comeback?
I think right now, Molly, nationality means nothing in this.
No, hey, but why do you say okay almost after every sentence that it takes?
As a united bloc.
Yes.
Or will the Cardinals determine the church requires a conservative voice rolling back Francis's progressive agenda? Cardinal Peter Erdo, at 72, is a leading conservative from Hungary, supported among the European cardinals, and is close to Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban. But it will all come down to the voting. The conclave gets underway 15 to 20 days after Francis's death. The Cardinals sealed off.
Remember, woke Pope Francis actually left an impact over the course of the past 12 plus years, where the overwhelming majority of the cardinals that are going to be electing the new Pope are his cardinals. Now, he packed those goddamn courts pretty hard, so we shall see what happens in the process. So the Vatican might still continue moving in the direction of progressivism and maybe even anti-capitalist thought, anti-capitalist sentiment being dished out, especially if they go with Pinoy Gang, especially if they go with a Swagapino Pope.
Inside the Sistine Chapel until a new pope is chosen.
Well, this was decently intelligent commentary until the pizza comments. You get both here, okay?
Now, another interesting thing about the cardinal electors this year, it's an incredibly diverse bunch. They don't all know each other. So a lot of the next 2 weeks will be about getting to know each other and then figuring out who is best to lead. Guys?
Molly, thank you so much.
Let's bring in NBC News analyst Christopher White, the Vatican correspondent for the National Catholic Reporter. Christopher, good morning to you. Thanks for coming back. I read yesterday that you said that this Pope was a shock to the system, and I know we're going to dig into some of the specific front runners in just a moment. But just on a macro level, Christopher, do we think that the church will move in the direction of a reformer like Pope Francis, or do we think that they might go with someone who's more conservative?
I think it's fair to say the church is at a crossroads right now. Do they want to continue on the path of reform that Francis initiated, of opening the Catholic Church up to the modern world, or do they want a course correction? That's the big question that the Cardinals will face when they have these backdoor meetings in the coming weeks. But I think, Pope Francis named 80% of the men that are going to be electing his successor, and because of that, I think it's fair to say they mostly share his same priorities.
You've got, we're kind of putting these cardinal contenders in categories. It's weird to be talking about something that's spiritual, but it's also quite practical. So there's the Italian strand of potential cardinals. Tell us about them.
Well, for a long time, there's been an appetite to resist giving the papacy back to the Italians. We had a Polish pope, a German pope, and then Argentinian pope. Is this the moment for the Italians? If there is going to be an Italian pope, I think Cardinal Pietro Parolin, who is Pope Francis's Secretary of State, his top diplomat, he's a real contender. He has name recognition, and so he has to be taken seriously just on that alone. But the problem is he doesn't have pastoral experience, and for Pope Francis, he often said that he wants leaders in the church to have the smell of the sheep, to be with the people. And so it's hard to square that vision of the church with Parolin's resume. Also, Cardinal Pizzaballa, who Molly mentioned, is someone who's very well aware of the geopolitical circumstances of the moment, and that's why his name has also surfaced.
Christopher, I will take your potential Italian successors and raise you one former Archbishop of Manila. What can you tell us about the Cardinal Tagle, who was mentioned there? Is a 3-1 favorite from Newsweek, a progressive agenda like Francis. What do you think?
Cardinal Tagle was a front runner in 2013. He's in recent years been referred to as an Asian Pope Francis because of his concern for the poor, his own sort of emphasis on humility. He's got the charisma, the wow factor that some people are really looking for in the next Pope. There are questions about how good is he at management, and I think that's something that Cardinals will be scrutinizing in the coming days.
Christopher, really quickly, I think we'd be remiss if we didn't ask you about the American Cardinal.
Oh, God. Charlie Kirk just tweeted out that he has pictures of the extraction of the Holy Seed. What?
And the Canadian Cardinal.
Yeah, Cardinal Robert Prevost, who's the head of the Vatican's doctrine, or the Vatican's.
What are the odds they pick a non-white pope? I don't know. Considering that Pinoy gang, there's from what I understand, there's 4 cardinals that embody the spirit of Pope Francis. And only one of them is white or Italian. There's the Pinoy gang guy. I think there's the other guy that's from, is it the dude from the Congo? And then the American guy, and the American dude is actually black. So, and yes, by the way, before you guys go, excuse me, Italians are not white. No, when we're talking about picking the new pope, Italians are the most white. They are more white than Germans. They are more white than Anglo-Saxons. Okay? The Italians are the white guys in the Vatican. Okay? You cannot be more white than an Italian when you're picking the pope. No, there's an American dude too. There's 2 American guys. One is the fucking reactionary psycho, and then the other one is the black dude. A black pope would make my parents fade. I feel like if they chose a black pope, even a Filipino pope is going to make people really fucking annoyed and make the racists angry. But a black pope, honestly, I feel like we are going to see new, dusted off, antiquated relics of racism. People are going to be going into the fucking pyramids, okay? Evading booby traps, opening up the dusted tomes to fucking find new ways of being anti-black because the old ways clearly have not worked. They are going to open up racism artifacts.
Office for looking for bishops around the world. He's Chicago born, but he spent most of his life outside of the United States. I think that makes him someone who knows how the Vatican works from the inside, but he's not really viewed as an American, which makes him an intriguing possibility. And then there's Cardinal Lacroix of Quebec City. He's seen as a real manager who sort of shares the Pope's.
So, chat, Western white culture basically started in Rome. Stop this, Italians are POC. Northern Norwegians are more POC under this framework, for fuck's sake. Yo, that's actually also wrong. That's another thing that I wanted to talk about, which is that, like, yeah, in the post-Mussolini era, maybe, like, the way we understand, like, Italian culture or Roman culture as, like, a upholding white supremacist thought is such a funny cope. Because the Romans historically were not fucking white, dude. They were insanely diverse, mostly led by brown dudes who were killing the fucking white barbarians and then ethnically replacing that fucking, or either turning them into slaves, indentured servants, or literally fucking displacing ethnically the white barbarians. It's such a funny concept that, like, where I have it right here somewhere. Yeah, white culture isn't real. This guy says, this is a fucking AF Loyals, like, very clearly a white supremacist account. Okay, one of the funniest copes that dumb fucks have, ironically, and it's kind of like the same cope that Hitler fell to as well with the Roman salute, right? Like the idea that, like, Germans had some ancient mythology that created this, like, Aryan race, this master race, and so did the Italians. Like, these motherfuckers were not white, dude. They were gay as hell, and they were not white at all. Like, yeah, dude, these are movies. I don't know if you know this. These are movies, and they're not an accurate reflection of history. And they are movies made in the Western world, and therefore they have adopted our current standards, our current cultural standards. Of course, they are mostly white people playing these roles, but that's not how this was at all back then. Like, even this, I mean, not to get all fucking nerdy with it, but even this is a lie. This is not how this shit looked back then, okay? It wasn't white, big dog. It had hella colors on it. They were all painted. Every part of the, I like, the Roman era, my Roman Empire in my mind. Like, everything that these guys fucking hold on to is just completely wrong. Like, how brown we talking? I'm assuming way more brown than you. Yeah, of course, way more brown than me. Still European, if not pasty white. What are we talking about? We're talking about the fucking Roman Empire. What do you mean still European, dude? Yes, all the fucking marble statues were not actually white, dude. They were all painted. What is this? Yeah, white people have no culture. Meanwhile, white people. And then this guy's just a pedophile. Okay. Like, this is the shit that I don't understand. Like, why does every white nationalist account automatically go, yeah, look at the white culture. My white culture is like a little girl. That's my culture. You fucking. Yeah, white culture is pedophilia, I guess. My ancestor. Himmler had scientists undertake excavations of prehistoric sites. Hitler commented, "Why do we call the whole world's attention to the fact that we have no past? It isn't enough that the Romans were erecting great buildings when our forefathers were still living in mud huts. Now Himmler is starting to dig up these villages of mud huts and enthusing over every post herd and stone axe he finds." The amount of cope, the amount of anger, resentment, and cope that nationalists of the Hitler era had over not having any serious like cultural monuments from that era was unimaginable. It was so crazy that they had to whole cloth invent a new mythology. They had to steal the swastika, for example, ironically enough, and, you know, turn it into obviously the greatest symbol of evil. Like every single thing that they did, they had architects. This is not just Indiana Jones shit. Like they straight up had architects all around the planet trying to find and dig up new artifacts and then like try to make this loose association with like Germanic origin. Spain was Muslim African brown for 1,000 or more years. Yeah, that too. Yeah, majority of Greek and Roman marble sculpture was painted based on an examination of paint ghosts on the original statues. Traces of paint, detectable ultraviolet lights have been found. How would emperors be in color? Probably like these. Emperor Macrinus, greatest Roman emperor ever, from Roman Algeria in North Africa, played by Denzel Washington. There's a coin engraving. He looks very not white. Wait, was I saying architects? I meant archaeologists. I'm sorry. Yeah. It's just like endless amounts of cope. White people being like, no, you don't understand. Like, the Nazis did this so funny. The Nazis did this very funny thing where they just had to, like, rebuild. They had to rebuild, like, an entire mythology surrounding it because they had so much resentment for the fact that they were just, like, people living in fucking mud huts and were barbaric, considered barbarians by the superior Roman Empire at the time. And it's funny because like there is some cool ass shit in German mythology as well that they could just talk about, you know, holding up a strong front against a much more superior military. Like there's all that stuff that you could actually hype up if you wanted to, but no, they had to also invent new shit. American German people seem to have that inferiority complex too. No, Americans have that same inferiority complex too, because America is a relatively new country that also doesn't have any kind of real mythology. We make that shit up too. A bunch of fucking criminals that came here and then murdered every indigenous person. Anti-materialist ideologies have to distort history to fit their ideology. Yeah. The Romans had no concept of whiteness. In the mid to late empire, the leadership of the empire was super diverse due to the Romanization of the provinces that have been ongoing for the past 200 plus years. The ethnicity of the soldiers would have been dependent on the period of time and location. Dalmatia and Syria were big recruitment areas. Yeah. Same is true for the Turks as well. Most Turkish history comes from one German archaeologist in the 1800s. I mean, at least you could say that the Turkic, the steppe warriors that came, like there is a existing mythology that I think people cope and obviously fucking harp on regularly. But at least there's like with Chinese mythology, like there is a history there. There's a through line. There's like a lot of stuff you can point to. It's not like Turks will fucking turn around and be like, oh, we invented a shit ton of things and we had buildings that stood tall. Like, no, they're like, yeah, we were warriors of the steppe, a nomadic people. You know what I mean? They don't do the we were kings shit. They do the fucking we were nomadic barbarians. From the historical perspective of anthropology, the turn to describing Romans as Greeks as white and the creation of white culture in the West was due to the fact that they were so astounded by North Africa's marvels, pyramids, Library of Alexandria, descriptions, etc., that they came to the conclusion that they had to be white or aliens did it. Yeah, even the naming convention of barbarians is the Roman Empire saying like, oh, these guys are, they're lesser than us. Look, they're living in mud huts. They're tribal people. It's so weird to think about it now with today's framework because all of these countries are now under the banner of whiteness. But the Roman Empire, like at least the territories that it controlled and what the demographics look like was insanely diverse. Of course, every fucking empire, especially back then, was insanely diverse. What is the most imperialist superpower on the planet? The United States of America. Also very fucking diverse. Look at England. Also very fucking diverse in comparison to other places because a lot of that colonial exploitation ends up bringing people from the colonies into the OG land that is doing the colonizing. Yeah. Roman Empire was insanely fucking diverse. The Ottoman Empire was insanely fucking diverse. So empires fail because of DEI? No, empires succeed, ironically enough, because of diversity and DEI for as long as they do. That is literally, there is no world without cultural exchange. There is no world without, by way of trade or by way of war. Cultural exchange has elevated humanity to the position that we've gotten to. There's just nothing. You are nothing without centuries and centuries of people warring with one another and picking up certain things. It's quite literally the opposite. It's DEI or die. So a lot of these people that just like turn a blind eye to that and say, no, actually it's because they were too diverse that they fucking fell apart, they're stupid. In any case, Himmler started to dig up these villages of mud huts and enthusing over every potsherd and stone axe he finds. All we prove by that is that we were still throwing stone hatchets and crouching around open fires when Greece and Rome had already reached the highest stage of culture. We really should do our best to keep quiet about this past. Instead, Himmler makes a great fuss about it all. The present-day Romans must be having a laugh at these relegations. Anyway, I know it's Reddit, but it's 2,000-year-old portraits of Romans. 2,000-year-old ancient portraits of Romans found in a necropolis in Egypt. Yeah. Bunch of white folk, dude. Like whiteness as a concept, whiteness as a racial construct, also and like Western civilization and whiteness as a racial construct is a relatively new phenomena in the history of mankind. This wasn't a thing. It's very difficult to explain this to people because we are so our perspective is so clouded by what we experience and what we see that it's impossible to see a world beyond our limited lifetime. Our intelligence and our scope is so narrow. But like there is no like whiteness as a concept, as it doesn't really exist right now anyway. It's not real regardless. It's just like a totally made up social construct. The reason why it exists is to justify slavery, chattel slavery specifically, because missionaries were unfortunately converting too many fucking black people to Christianity, and they couldn't justify enslaving Christians. So they had to be like, yeah, well, these guys are not real guys. They're just not even human. They're just inferior beings. Let's just go with that. It's reductive, but that's pretty much the underlying basis for white supremacist thought and the field of eugenics that is associated with it. It's a way to try and scientifically explain the inferiority of black people in an effort to justify it as times changed. Because if everybody recognized that, you know, black people were also human beings, that they'd be like, what the fuck are we doing? This is kind of fucked up, don't you think? And many people did recognize it, for the record. They were like, this is ridiculous. Shouts out the great Reverend John Brown. Skin color the whole time was just our bodies adapting to the environment, so mind-numbing. Also true, the specific American concept of race as a biological or blood-related came from chattel slavery and subsequently gynecology, phrenology, etc. is trying to naturalize it into science. Exactly. There are different depictions of paleness of the skin as a marker for like being a part of the upper caste or upper class or aristocracy, whatever you want to call it. Like even in fucking China, right? And it's not a it's not a colonial remnant as it is in other places, but in places like China, the darker your skin is, the more likely that you actually worked in the fucking fields. The more pale your skin was, the more you were sheltered from the elements. So colorism in different ways exists all around the world for different reasons, but you know, it's not always the same. But if you're asking about like whiteness, white culture, white superiority, all of these concepts were invented as a social construct, just like the paleness thing that I was talking about in fucking China, for example, or in Asian cultures. The whiteness concept was a whole cloth invented in an effort to somehow make black people a separate thing, a separate class that wasn't human. Why are you Islamophobic right now? What do you mean? Anyway. Yeah. Also for Indians, when they were mass murdering them at first on the basis of them being pagans, and when they converted on the basis of race. But yeah, like I've said before, I do find it fascinating and very funny that like people, like nationalist attitudes don't change throughout time. Okay. They still end up trying to invent a false narrative, a false interpretation of like actual history in a way that reflects their current anxieties, their current needs, and their current understanding of culture, their current understanding of race. Very stupid. Anyway, Kemalist Atatürk Kemal says, if it were up to me, the Pope would be extremely red-pilled. No more acceptance of homos. Declare Islam a threat to all Catholics. Take a firm stance against vaccines. No sacrament to corrupt heads of state. No more baptism of bastards. This is a Turkish Atatürk supporter who is, I assume, extreme Islamophobe. You are African. You don't get to Deus Vult. You're the only one they're going to be impaling Lamau. A man can't dream. Not about this. No. You got to intimately understand you're the enemy in this scenario. How am I the enemy? You're a Kenyan. Wait. This guy is not even a fucking Turk? A Kenyan Kemalist? What the fuck? I've seen it all. What is happening? How do you even encounter? How do you even encounter a Kemalist framework in all the way in Kenya? One of the funniest things I've seen, by the way, is even Matt Walsh, briefly touched on this last week, is that everyone is really annoyed with all of the like African, Indian, Asian run white supremacist accounts that are like Defend the West or Radio Genoa or Ian Miles Chong that will uphold white supremacist thought. And they're doing it because they're responding to the algorithm, and a $35 payout goes a much longer way when you're in India than it does when you're in the United States of America. So a lot of these guys are just like botting the shit out of their accounts. And because they recognize that the algorithm demands unfiltered, unrestricted white supremacist commentary, half of those fucking almost all of those accounts that are like the marbled statue avatar accounts, almost all of them are actually not white. Like not even remotely white. Not even like Italians are white type white. Like straight up dudes who have never been to the Western world, dudes who are operating their fucking accounts from operating their accounts with the global south in general. Wait, HasanAbi, you mean the alt-right is being unintentionally cruelly mocked? No, it's not even a cruel mockery. I'm sure there's plenty of fucking real-ass white nationalists out there that enjoy these accounts, not realizing that they're run by not white people. But the reason why they're doing that, the reason why those accounts pop off is because they recognize that the algorithm wants this kind of thing and will greatly elevate you. And you can make a lot of money doing so. A lot of money that would not be considered a lot of money in the Western world, but it's a lot of money where you're at. You know what I mean? Yeah. Aryan white savior 1488, location Indonesia. Yep. It is a very sad state of affairs overall. But, I respect the hustle. I respect the hustle. Here's CNN covering some of the cooler things that the Pope has said. I want to get back to that and finish that off, button that up, and then we'll talk about all this other shit. Yeah. All right.
At almost every turn in Pope Francis's trip to South America, his message, the world needs to pay attention to the poor.
Y crece entre los pobres a costilla de los más pobres, de los más excluidos.
All leading up to this bombshell in Bolivia.
La ambición desenfrenada de dinero.
An unfettered pursuit of money rules. That is the dung of the devil.
Saying unbridled capitalism is the dung of the devil, searing language of social activism from the Holy Father as he spoke to a group of grassroots organizations.
The Pope is not afraid to use strong language. He needs to get people's attention as Jesus did in a world full of noise and confusion.
The pontiff also talking about new colonialism, the capitalistic world of free trade agreements and austerity measures that take from the poor and give to big multinational corporations.
As the Pope moves on to his next stop, the message here well received, especially by those countries who've been governed by dictatorships in recent history.
The response from the United States? Unclear. As for conservative Republicans, if the backlash from the Pope's recent letter on the environment is any indication, presidential hopefuls won't hold back.
I don't get economic policy from my bishops or my cardinals or from my Pope.
Pope Francis's speech, dogging capitalism, raises the stakes for those eyeing the White House as the pontiff prepares to address a joint session of Congress in September.
He's going to disturb people on both sides of the aisle. But these are Catholic issues, and Catholics who are politicians and lawmakers are going to have to take what he says very seriously and consider it given his moral authority.
Father,
Indians are brown Caucasians living in Asia. Indians have every race card in the deck. Indians are technically whiter than Africans. Please stop. Whiteness is a social construct, okay, determined by the in-group. The in-group does not consider Indians to be white. It's that simple, okay? I don't know how we, like, it's like, look, I say I'm white, and in the United States of America, a lot of people do actually consider me to be white, but there are plenty who don't, right? If I'm in Germany, I am no longer white. I am something different. I'm Turkish. Okay? That right there. In Turkey, I'm white. In America, I'm white. In Germany, not so white. Okay? Why? Because it's fucking made up. Okay? It's made up. That's it.
Father Hernan Paredes, one of the pontiff's closest friends, agrees, saying it's difficult to guess what Francis, who is known for speaking off the cuff, will say, but it'll probably include
the message of hope, the message of pardon, the message of tenderness. I think we say it in English, ternura, a God who loves and cares for his children and who's ready to embrace, not to judge.
As the Pope continues traveling and speaking his mind, it's unclear if 2016 presidential candidates will embrace his views or judge them. Rosa Flores.
This is from 9 years ago.
To the call.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get back to the United States of America. Leak Hegseth, they're calling it. Leak Hegseth. My goat. He's under a lot of fire. Why is he under a lot of fire? As I said already, he just likes to send text messages. Didn't know that was illegal. Okay. Kind of weird that people don't like that he likes to go on booze cruises and send state secrets to whoever will listen. People without security clearances specifically. I think that's fucked up. I think he should be able to do that.
Calls for Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth to resign after sources told ABC that he shared details of a U.S. attack plan on Yemen in another group chat that included his wife and brother. Our chief global affairs anchor, Martha Raddatz, has the latest for us. Good morning, Martha.
Good morning, Robin. This morning, Pete Hegseth is brushing aside these new allegations. But if anyone in uniform had sent operational details to family members, they would likely be fired. Although, as of now, the president is defending Hegseth.
This morning, President Trump is publicly standing by Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth amid growing calls for his resignation.
Pete's doing a great job. Everybody's happy with him.
Just weeks after revelations that Hegseth sent highly sensitive military attack plans to administration officials on the commercial app Signal, sources now say Hegseth shared some of the same sensitive attack plans with his wife Jennifer and others on a separate Signal chain.
Okay, but I said this yesterday too, but like, his wife is also a Fox News producer, so in his mind, he thought she's qualified. Considering that his qualifications were also that he was a Fox News producer to become the defense secretary, like his wife could get a little bit of that action too, you know what I mean?
That he created. The Signal chat he shared with his wife, a former Fox News producer, included launch plans of F-18 fighter jets attacking Yemen, according to sources. Hegseth has also been under scrutiny for allowing Jennifer Hegseth into some meetings with foreign dignitaries. But Hegseth denying he did anything wrong.
We're changing the Defense Department, putting the Pentagon back in the hands of warfighters, and anonymous smears from disgruntled former employees on old news doesn't matter.
This comes after a week of chaos at the Pentagon, with some of Hegseth's own top aides escorted out of the building after a leak investigation. The aides denying they leaked anything to the press. One of those top advisors, Dan Caldwell, telling Tucker Carlson,
and we had people who had personal vendettas against us.
Yes,
and I think they weaponized the investigation against us.
And pushback on the Hill is coming as well. Republican Congressman Don Bacon, who serves on the House Armed Services, saying, I'm not going to tell the White House how to manage this, but I find it unacceptable, and I wouldn't tolerate it if I was in charge.
Congressman Bacon is the first sitting Republican to publicly criticize Hegseth, suggesting President Trump should fire the defense secretary. As for the leak investigation, these are not random top aides who were fired. They are senior advisors Hegseth himself brought into the Pentagon.
Wait, maybe they were DEI? guys, maybe Pete Hegseth accidentally brought in top-level executives to the Pentagon, but like didn't realize that they were DEI, and that's why they're firing them. Potentially, maybe like DUI hires. Pete was like, what do you mean? I'm a DUI hire. Might as well bring in other DUI hires. And then everyone was like, you can't do that.
Why do you have confidence?
Because he's doing a great job. Right, Chef. Ask the Houthis how he's doing. Everybody's happy with it. We have the highest recruitment numbers.
Dude, this is the other thing. Like, I love when liberals are like, I hate Donald Trump, but his foreign policy is excellent. Like, what do you have the exact same foreign policy approach that Donald Trump has. Like, you love that shit. You're a fan of all the stuff that he's doing. How'd that happen? Something to consider here.
I think they've had in.
Who says that? Every single liberal that yells at me and says, Hasan, you support the Houthis. You suck. You love terrorism. Every single liberal that says that is also incredibly angry and resentful, understandably, towards Donald Trump. But they agree with Donald Trump's foreign policy, I guess. They just hate the fact that, like, the thing that liberals hang on to, about this Pete Hegseth stuff is the fact that they were having these conversations on Signal and were so stupid that they accidentally had an Atlantic reporter in the private chat. That's what they're mad about. They're mad about the incompetence. They're like, no, the
YouTube ads is made for your business. Bring your brand to life with targeted video ads and connect with the perfect audience. Grow your business and reach your people with YouTube ads.
Don't wish. Don't hope. Don't dream. No. Plan. See the steps it takes to get it done right, and follow them. At Avis, we rent cars, unlike anyone else rents cars. Because for 75 years, we've only had one plan. To make sure you keep yours.
Let's try this again. Did it work? Hello, hello, hello? Am I back? Dude, that was fucking weird. That was very weird. I don't know what happened. I got like straight up kicked off. I don't know what the fuck. Audio is out of sync. Is it? It's not LA internet, chat. No, it's not. It's not LA internet. No. It's not. This was something different because my internet was fine. I had to very quickly swap out of my Did they hijack your key? What? No. What are you talking about? What do you mean hijack my key? Yeah, YouTube ads played when you dropped because I fucking swapped it over. I swapped it over to the starting soon screen, and the starting soon screen has a it automatically just plays lo-fi music in the background. The starting soon screen plays lo-fi hip hop on the background, and it's not logged into YouTube, so it just like plays fucking ads sometimes. But what ended up happening was very strange right then and there. It was a very strange thing that took place. The secret memes one? No, that's just a BRB button. I have like a BRB. Ended. Wait, hold on. I have to do a quick troubleshooting real quick, but here, I'll just play this while I do this quick troubleshooting.
No, he's doing a great job. It's just fake news.
Well, that was President Trump doubling down on his support for Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth 24 hours ago, denying a New York Times report about sharing sensitive information on another Signal chat called Team Huddle. Here to set the record straight himself, the current Secretary of State, Pete Hegseth, former host right here on Fox and Friends. Pete,
hey,
great
Brian.
to see you, Mr. Secretary.
Great to see you.
So your thoughts on what's been reporting of Team Huddle and the Signal chat that the New York Times says took place between you, your wife, and your brother, and some others.
So, Brian, if you remember when this all started.
Wait. Former
Secretary, the current Secretary of State.
Oh shit, he knows, bro. He knows. What does he know? Brian, why did you do that? Oh, busted, dude. Busted.
Team Huddle. Here to set the record straight himself, the current Secretary of State, Pete Hegseth, former host right here on Fox and Friends. Pete,
hey,
great
Brian.
to see you, Mr. Secretary.
Great to see you.
So your thoughts on what's been reporting of Team Huddle and the Signal chat that the New York Times says took place between you, your wife, and your brother, and some others.
So, Brian, if you remember when this all started, the first go-around, because this is the second go-around, right? They peddle old stuff, they kick it back up. I said repeatedly, no one's texting war plans. You know why I said that? Because I'm in the bowels of the Pentagon every single day. Just 10 minutes ago, I was looking at actual war plans of things that were ongoing or pending things to happen. Because that's on a regular basis, on classified systems. That's my job for the war fighters, for the President of the United States. I look at war plans every single day. What was shared over Signal, then and now, however you characterize it, was informal, unclassified coordinations for media coordination and other things. That's what I've said from the beginning. At the beginning, it was left-wing reporters from The Atlantic who got a hold of it and then wanted to create a problem for the president. This is what it's all about, trying to get at President Trump and his agenda. Now, here at the Defense Department, because, Brian, I want this to be very clear. We take the classification of information very important. It's very significant to us that we safeguard it. And so when we had leaks, which we have had here, we did a serious leak investigation. And through that leak investigation, unfortunately, we found some folks that we believe were not holding to the protocols that we hold dear here at the Defense Department. Through that investigation, they have been moved on, and that investigation continues. As a result of that, everything we do here is above board, trying to make sure that we safeguard information. In this point, those folks who were leaking, who have been pushed out of the building.
I feel like Batman or Halo. Thank you for the 7 gifted subs. A real warfighter in the chat. Mr. I feel like Batman or Halo. RIP to a real one.
Are now attempting to leak and sabotage the president's agenda and what we're doing. And that's unfortunate. It's not what I do. It's not how we operate. And so you've got...
Bro, there is something incredibly ironic about complaining about leakers when the reason why you're in trouble is because you seemingly have no interest in stopping the dissemination of classified intelligence to people who do not have a security clearance. Like, what do you mean? You're the whole ass leak, big dog, which I like. I personally like that.
Got another allegation being pushed again, not based on how we're operating around here. We're for the warfighters, we're for the president, and none of this is based in reality.
So, Mr. Secretary, I guess I can conclude this. We know some bizarre situation with Michael Waltz happened with the first time the whole thing with the Signal app came out. You believe this came out, they said it was called Team Huddle, because one of the people who work for you, one of the 3 who no longer are there, leaked this out as a way to get back at you?
That's right, Brian. When you dismiss people who you believe are...
Okay. Yeah, that doesn't matter. Like, what matters is why you are having these conversations with your fucking wife, dude. On your personal phone, on your private Signal app. What do you mean? Oh, I can't believe like a disgruntled former employee outed me. It's like, it's so stupid. This is not a defense of anything. Seamus had a funny take about this. He said, you really do get the impression that Hegseth fully expected to slip into the role of a respected Secretary of Defense, but instead he's still just him, an alcoholic Fox News host whose slip-ups are now under the magnifying glass of the entire world.
Leaking classified information. And again, the investigation is ongoing, and that will take time. And when the evidence produced, it will go to DOJ.
He's like, yeah, I never believed in magic until I saw my dogs turn into snakes, dude. This is fucked up. Oh, you think you know a guy, and then you bring him into the Defense Department, and then he gets fired, and then he's disgruntled, and all of a sudden he's leaking all these secrets about me leaking state secrets, which, who's the bigger leaker here, Pete? You are.
DOJ, why would it surprise anybody, Brian, if those very same people keep leaking to the very same reporters whatever information they think they can have to try to sabotage the agenda of the president or the secretary? So once a leaker, always a leaker, often a leaker. And so
it does feel like he's talking about himself here. Given why he's even having this conversation is that he's leaking state secrets to people that should not be hearing state secrets. It almost feels like he's saying this is an admission where he's like, once a leaker, always a leaker. I'm not going to stop. I will never stop. Okay? Put a fucking fifth of whiskey in me and I'm going public. Okay? I'm telling you about Area 51. I'm telling you about our attack plans. I'm telling you Israel's got nukes. I'm telling it all. I'm unstoppable. This is what I like to do. Whiskey Pete. Leaky Whiskey Pete. That's what they call me.
We looked for leakers because we take it very seriously. And we will do the investigation. Right. And if those people are exonerated, fantastic. We don't think, based on what we understand, that it's going to be a good day for a number of those individuals because of what was found in the investigation. So if they want to keep leaking and pushing and peddling things that try to sabotage the president's agenda, that's unfortunate. But that's how leaking works in this town. We're focused on recruiting, on rooting out DEI, on securing our southwest border, on the president's agenda, and it's going very well at the Pentagon, and I'm proud of it.
Right. So the Signal app is what everyone uses. We're all finding that out now because of the Chinese have infected and sabotaged, gotten involved in almost every other communications apparatus over the last 4 years. So that's where you're communicating. You say it took place, but there was no classified material in it.
I think it's so funny because I know for a fact that Brian Kilmeade is more intelligent than Pete Hegseth. Now, this isn't saying much because Pete Hegseth is a fucking baboon, right? So I know for a fact that he's sitting there thinking, I cannot believe that the Trump administration got our weekend correspondent to become the Secretary of Defense. What the fuck were they thinking? Of course, this is going to be catastrophic. Like, remember, Pete Hegseth was the weekend correspondent for their fucking show. Okay? And now he is the Secretary of Defense. Like, you think they didn't know that he was unqualified? You think Brian Kilmeade, Brian Kill Myself, you think he doesn't know that Pete is unqualified for this position? He knows. He knows Pete is unqualified for even Sean Hannity's position at Fox News. Like, think about that. Like, this dude, what is this? Why do you own a swastika sword when you don't even watch the anime it's from? Feels weird, man. 12-month subscriber. Fallen fan, maintaining former MasterChef Reacts enjoyer, coming back in, 12-month subscriber. I don't know. You've been following me since April 12th, 2020. You might have even actually watched me purchase the fucking bleach sword when I was at the Anime Expo, where I live streamed the purchasing of the bleach sword. Do you think I am a crypto Nazi? You've been in here for long enough. You've been a follower. Not anymore, lol. Nope, I did not. Yeah, no, I understand that you are a fallen. You're a former fan. I get it. In the past 5 years, or rather, I think I know exactly where the fall off happened. I'm really disappointed with how you treated Ethan. I heard that term has been used as a Nazi dog whistle. I feel like the attempts to and then boom, timed out. I know where the disagreements happen. Now, the question to you is this. This shit is confusing to me. Like, you've been smeared as being a terrorist and a hypocrite, but a Nazi. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't fucking matter. None of this is real, okay? It only works on perhaps the dumbest people on the planet. Do you think that my humanist position that guides all of my commentary would have implied that I would be pro-Israel post-October 7? Is that what you thought? Like, you were so shocked that I would stand with marginalized people, oppressed people, the indigenous people that have been destroyed by a settler colonial apparatus. That's August 7th, not October. I know. I'm saying that they stopped posting frequently after October 7. And the only time they talked about was, the only time they came back and posted post October 7 was to complain. Do you not notice what's going on here? What is this? I literally took a glimpse of myself. I look ridiculous. This is what I look like. Why do you? Yeah. How stupid do you have to be to host a podcast with a crypto Nazi as a Jewish person for multiple years? Yeah, I know. Yeah. I do look ridiculous there. I needed 3 swords to look like Zorro. I really want to understand the mindset of this person because I suspect that it is directly because of Israel that this person was like, oh, I can't, this is fucked up. I can't stand this motherfucker no more. And I always am shocked by people who at least like come back for a little bit. They do not care about your position. They do not have any firm beliefs or ideologies, just feelings and deep parasocial boundary breaking. You were friends. Yeah, I know. They're saying you're a Nazi? Yeah. Because of the bleach sword that I got at the Anime Expo, I'm a Nazi now. The neat thing is that he kept all those videos up. Obviously, you're a terrorist, but like the money made with you is, yeah. Don't say the money made with you is kosher. He's going to say it's anti-Semitic, dog whistle. It's just so weird. Like, if you subscribe for 12 months, had this brain break, why even come back? Like, why are you still in here? It's clear. Yeah. I don't think you're a Nazi, but Ethan isn't accusing you of being a Nazi. He's accusing you of featuring the sword in the content cop video specifically to get under his skin. No, the sword was there because I had posted photos when I was playing Assassin's Creed as a samurai. So it was literally on the table, I think, or like somewhere in the room. And I assume iDubbbz picked it up. I didn't go, hey, use this sword. Not that it fucking matters. I don't give a shit. I support the guy who thinks it's a swastika sword. Same guy who asked like weeks ago if Koreans are POC. This guy knows a ton of shit for real. Yeah. Also, Ethan has been running around sig heiling at a rapid clip over and over again, and then turning around and being like, you know who's the fucking Nazi? The guy who purchased a bleach sword 2 years ago. That was a secret dog whistle. How did I go from being a far left America hating radical to a far right neo-Nazi like that? They're ignoring the fact that you said you read a bit of Bleach. Yeah, even if I hadn't read any fucking Bleach and I got that sword because it's a fucking cool long sword, what difference does it fucking make? Like, what? What are we doing here? Like, I'm not embarrassed about this at all. I think that the people that are trying to make this an argument should be embarrassed. If they had the capacity to feel shame, they would feel shame in this moment. What is this? I think Israel government's fucked up. I was wondering because I watched Ethan's new vid. I just thought you'd respond to Ethan's responses. No. Do you want to know why? Because if every fucking psychotic theory that people presented about me, about whether or not I'm a champagne socialist or a crypto anti-Semite or a radical terrorist, or rather now a crypto neo-Nazi, if I had to respond to all of that, I wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing, which is covering the fucking news. It's incredibly stupid. Why the fuck would I do that? Why would I entertain the delusions of a person who is so desperately trying to present themselves as a victim after doing a fucking harassment and deplatforming initiative of all pro-Palestinian voices that have dared to entertain the notion that Ethan is not pro-Palestine? He can identify all kinds of dog whistles and deeply cares. That's why his chat was glazing Sam Hyde last week for 9 hours. Him and his chat definitely give a fuck about who's saying or doing what, and it doesn't come down to personal vendettas at all. That's the thing I don't understand, because it's like so directionless in general, with the exception of like fighting Ethan's personal grievances. Like, why are you doing that in the fucking chat room of a political commentator? You know what I mean? On the boundaries of politics, too. Like, this is what I do. Coming to me and being like, well, actually, Ethan has a deeper understanding of the labor theory of value than you do. Like, what? It's, yeah. I've spent the past decade, I think it's more likely he picked that sword purposely because he seems crazy now. Okay, I'm confused. So you agree with his perspective, but then now you're saying he picked the sword because he seems crazy. I don't understand what your argument is in general. You are making him seem crazy? No, I think he's doing that to himself. Stop addressing fake shit. They're trying to derail. Yeah. They're creating mini controversies like twice per week. I know. Wait. Is your argument that you think iDubbbz picked that sword purposefully to make Ethan look crazy? So you recognize that he looks crazy. What? So you're saying Ian in your, okay, well, hold on. I know I was going to move on from this, but this is interesting. Okay. I'm sorry. When I see brain rot like this in my chat, it's like I have to cherish it for a brief moment because I feel like this is new depths that I did not think were conceivable. Okay. So you're saying in your mind that Ian iDubbbz looked around my house and found a sword that had the reverse swastika from in its hilt, and didn't just like pick up the first sword he saw that was in his reach, but instead he purposely picked that up specifically so that he would make Ethan go crazy, which means that you recognize that Ethan looks kind of crazy right now, but you still choose to go with his theories. And they shield your racist loser content creator that has crashed out for nearly 2 years. I just don't. I think the parasocial nature of content creation, especially of this sort, does genuinely make people into a QAnon conspiracists. Like, and these aren't like, this isn't your grandma that got her brain broken by fucking looking at Facebook memes for too long. This is like mid-level marketing managers and shit that are in their early 30s. It's kind of shocking. Like, you probably should know a little bit better. Just like exercise a little bit. No, Ian looks crazy. Ian looks crazy. Oh, okay. So okay. I misunderstood. I think it's more likely he picked that sword purposely because he seems crazy now. Oh, you're saying Ian looks crazy now. Okay. They need the sword to be nefarious. Otherwise, the content cop was what it was. Nice. Yeah. Try explaining this to an Uber driver. You can't. It's so silly. Ian was picking up zins and action figures too. Like, it's obviously just playing with all your toys. Okay, they're not toys. They're not toys. How dare you call them toys? They're figurines. They're my collectibles. All right, come on. All right, let's continue with this shit. This is crazy. This was fun. This was a fun little, this was a brief moment of fun that we had. Streamer drama, is brain rot worse than what you get from the hog feed? Oh, yeah. Because it's such like, it's like addressing It's like addressing the pettiest of personal grievances for an entirely separate individual that does not know you exist. I found it to be fun. Maybe you guys didn't. It was kind of funny.
Over the last few days, your senior advisor, Dan Caldwell, Darren Selnick, Colin Carroll, who was your chief of staff, deputy secretary of defense. The other one, Darren, is now former deputy chief of staff.
What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? I am a fucking weeb. Yo, chill. This is a clipped out of context. I'm not a weeb. I'm not a weeb. I actually purchased a bleach sword so that I could actually secretly give it to iDubbbz 3 years later. This is an AI video. I'm not actually a weeb at all. I'm not a weeb at all. This wasn't like a famous meme in this community. I actually literally went to the Anime Expo expertly and purchased a bleach sword, despite the fact that I hate bleach, because it looks a lot like a swastika on the hilt of the sword. One day, knowing full well that my podcast co-host at the time would come out as a major defender of Israel and inevitably end the podcast and then go on an extended year-long crash out where he would also simultaneously make it seem like he's the primary victim here. And then eventually he would attack iDubbbz as well. And iDubbbz would pick up that sword. That's right. This entire time, I laid out the trap, and you fell into it. When I went to the Anime Expo 3 years ago and purchased a bleach sword, despite the fact that I hate bleach, I did it with one goal in mind. The entire time I was lying about being an enjoyer of anime. This entire time I was actually lying about being an enjoyer of mangas. All of the figurines that you see behind me to make it seem like I actually enjoy anime is specifically, carefully, meticulously designed to make you think that there is plausible deniability. That's right. I set the plan in motion 3 years in the past, knowing full well that one day my, at the time, podcast co-host would end up turning on me and everyone else that is progressive. This would spiral him down a massive crash out that is long and extended, that would come across as though he was losing his marbles a little bit to his own audience of progressive people that he had cultivated, both because of leftovers and because of the previous changes that he's had in his political perspective. All of those people would inevitably leave because I knew that he was going to ban all of them because he hates dissent. The people that leave his community were inevitably going to turn around and set up secondary communities where they end up talking about their feelings about how they don't like Ethan anymore, or carefully document all of the times that Ethan says insane shit about Israel or other content creators. This would cause Ethan to completely collapse in the process because I knew that he would never want to allow any sort of dissent or admit wrongdoing. In the process, he would inevitably attack Ian, iDubbbz, and Anissa. Ian would restore Content Cop to its former glory by coming out and making a Content Cop on Ethan after Ethan attacked him, talking about how he has changed over these years. And I knew if I laid out my bleach sword, that Ian would pick it up and pose with it alongside all of the anime figurines, not toys, but figurines that were in the room. This would cause Ethan to come out and say Ian iDubbbz and HasanAbi April are crypto Nazis, making him look even crazier. to the remaining fans that are watching. That's right. The Lord works in mysterious ways. I didn't accuse you at all of that. I was asking about it, if you knew anything about it, because Ian legit seems crazy right now, and the Instagram pics with it to show off the swastika pretty well and feels like a really weird choice. Also, I'm in software, but he did clock my age, so good guess. Yes. Well, there was a point in time where you were a chatter, and I know my chatters really well. This is such a Death Note plot. That means you're still a weeb. Yeah. Yes. Ethan was playing tic-tac-toe while I was playing 5-dimensional chess. Never let him know your next move, baby. Yeah, I mean, look, if you think that Ian looks crazy and not Ethan in this process, like, you know, maybe it's a unhealthy dose of parasocial feelings that you have in your heart. Anyway, we need a new segment where we pick a chatter and clock them, age, demographics, etc. I'm not that good at that kind of thing. Even the sweatiest of rightists and weebs and weirdos thinks it's a dumb reach on Ethan's part and are laughing at him while everyone sees him as a joke. Yeah. Love that he noticed the sword and another room full of communist insignia and trinkets. How could he have ever known you are a socialist? I know. I feel like a lot of his fans are newer, like past 5 years or so. They don't understand just how much longer he has gone. He has from how long he's been on YouTube, so they think he's always the victim because they found him powerless to do anything. No, they think he's a victim because they just take everything he says at face value. If you think, yeah, you have a very different interpretation of events that unfolded if you just listen to what he has to say. He thinks like, oh, I was just minding my own business and then everybody started attacking me because I'm Jewish. Like, that's literally his argument. He even, I think, claims that I attacked him. I only defended him for an entire fucking year. The only reason why I criticized him was because I realized I was wrong and that he was making a lot of fucking Hasbro talking points. He's unironically, Ethan has become the streaming version of Israel. Obviously, it's not a moral equivalence. It's not like he's doing a genocide. Israel is, but like, you know, history started on October 7 for Israel. Okay. And everything that Israel has done in retaliation for October 7 is totally justifiable. And history started for Ethan. I guess also, I don't know, when Frogan unfollowed him, or Frogan complained in my Discord that Ethan had unfollowed him. I guess that's what caused all of this. Like, or when an anonymous fucking CPS call was made or something. Like, I don't know exactly where history started for him, but he's always seemingly the victim in this process. And the 700 videos that he has done trying to actively deplatform me, trying to actively deplatform any fucking content creators. He called Steiny and told him you attacked him for a year. I mean, I told him to his face that I did. So I don't know why that would be a shock. We had that conversation in the beginning of the on the podcast. Yeah. after months and months and months of endless harassment and endless attempts of deplatforming, literally getting the ADL involved, the Apartheid Defense League involved, to get Zionist banned as a terms of service violation. Like, you can say fuck fascists, but you can't say fuck Zionists on this platform now. It is quite literally considered a protected category. Ethan did that. Ethan played a role in that. Like, it's kind of crazy to think that, like, I wouldn't have a negative opinion of him after this. How do you feel about the ADL finally agreeing with something you said months ago? Anti-Defamation League says anger at Israel is now the driving force behind anti-Semitism in the U.S. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Very cool. That's interesting. Yeah. This guy's using a tactic called Darvo. It's a tool narcissists and fascists alike. We will see more of it in the public domain. The best we can do right now is always call it out for what it is. Yeah, I never fully understood what Darvo was, but it's like... No, you misunderstood the chatter. He said you attacked him for a year. No, I know. I didn't misunderstand the chatter. He did say that, which is so crazy. He tried to take all of Twitch down, got them to make a new streaming tag, then got banned 24 hours for not using the tag for his own stream. I know. And then complained about that too. You were misspeaking. Chatter said that E called Steiny and complained that you had been attacking for a year, and you said that you had not. That you had. That's not true. You have not been attacking E at all. Oh. Yeah, that's not true. That's crazy. Yeah. No, I thought he meant like me attacking the Nelk Boys, which is true. I have criticized the Nelk Boys. DARVO is an acronym for Deny, Attack, Reverse Victim, and Offender. Is a reaction that perpetrators of wrongdoing, such as sexual offenders, may display in being responsible, being held accountable for their behavior. Hasan banned so many chatters trying to bring up Ethan. He gave him so many chances just to drop it. I know. I would have loved for Ethan to not go down this fucking pipeline, you know, and dig himself a little hole that he thinks is going to give him affirmation. It's not. It's just making him more and more mentally unstable. All right, I wish you stopped talking about your ex so much, brother. Ridiculous assessment, don't you think? It's like, he apparently made another fucking video about me, this time calling me a Nazi, and one of his followers actually made its way through the mods to literally be like, why do you have a Nazi sword? Are you a Nazi? Like, it's fucking crazy. Like, go tell Ethan Klein that. What am I supposed to do? Not fucking defend against accusations that I'm a crypto Nazi? Come on.
The staff will let go. Did you let them go?
Right. It was a result of an investigation ongoing at the Pentagon where we identified there was sufficient evidence, potentially, again, there's an investigation ongoing that will have to complete itself, sufficient evidence to believe that they or others near them were party to leaking. And then I have a statutory responsibility, Brian, if I believe that's the case, to ultimately ensure they no longer have access to that and that the investigation commences. There are a lot of ways to communicate in this building. I do it every day. I was just doing it this morning. Official channels by which we communicate classified information. If you want to do it and do it the right way, you should. If we think you are leaking to the press.
Who are you talking to? Are you talking to yourself, Pete? It's just so strange that it feels like he's talking about a totally separate guy who's the Secretary of Defense.
That's a very real problem. We take that very seriously at the Pentagon.
I don't understand. You're in trouble because you leaked, dumbass. The fuck do you mean? Oh, these other leakers are the real enemies of the state. Like, doesn't he realize that when he talks about this, it almost feels like he's talking about himself to the average person? Because to the average person, they don't give a fuck who actually was the one who went to the New York Times with the story. The average person goes, why is the Secretary of Defense communicating attack plans to his fucking wife on Signal? You're the OG leaker, big dog. It's way. Okay. I'll say it like this. If you had not done this thing, right, that you are in trouble for, and instead someone from the people that you hired went out and like released state secrets, I would still be on board with that. I love leaks, but I understand why you could at least entertain this position. Like, oh, it's really fucked up that this guy that I hired was a disgruntled former employee that turned around and like released state secrets to the fucking lying press or whatever, right? Like fake news media. Yok, üçte. Like that's, but you're the one who initially, like the entire point of contention here is that you leaked information. You leaked this information. So now whenever you talk about leakers and punishing them, it kind of feels like you're talking about yourself. Having said that, however, I do think that we are getting dumber and dumber.
Do one job.
No,
one job for the president and the American people. Secure the country. America first. Peace through strength. I don't have time for leakers. I don't have time for the hoax press that peddles old stories from disgruntled employees. We should be talking about the decimation of the Houthis, how we're pushing back the Chinese, how we have a new defense area at the southern border. Instead, disgruntled former employees are peddling things to try to save their ass.
Did you?
And ultimately, that's it's not going to work.
Mr. Secretary, did you find this out, or did they come to you? Because I know you know these guys. Like these are the guys you picked, especially Caldwell, and they worked for you for your previous job before you got over to Fox. And they said that they have not been asked about their phones. They weren't asked about communications. They didn't go through. They didn't take a polygraph. So why would they be let go and not be investigated?
Well, Brian, when there were a series of serious leaks at the Pentagon, which there were, Panama Canal plans, Elon Musk's visit, you name it, any number of things, and there's 4, 5, 6, 7 things. We said enough is enough. We're gonna launch a leak investigation, which we did, which was then handed over to OSI, which is the special investigators here at DOD. Right. Through that investigation, information was surfaced, which created a responsibility to take action. That's how it works when you when you actually investigate leaks, Brian. So it's easy to say, oh.
It doesn't feel like you do, because if you did, you would investigate your leaks, as in what you did. This doesn't make any sense. It's like, Brian, it takes a real leaky faucet to know when someone is a leaker, okay? That's why I, in this 5D chess move, accidentally sent text messages to my wife and my lawyer without security clearance about America's attack plans in Yemen. You understand? I had to become the leaker myself to understand what it takes, the depravity, to become a leaker of state secrets. That's right. I am what you call a white hat leaker. I believe he's telling the truth about not knowing who the leaker is. Memory loss is common when you're blackout drunk after all. I love how fucking stupid he is, because I think it's awesome that the Secretary of Defense is a dumbass who is going to keep doing shit like this, okay? It's great. I hope they don't fire him. I really, really hope they don't fire him. I hope he has a fresh stock of Fireball whiskey right next to his desk every day. Let's see where this goes. Have fun with it. Everything is fucked anyway. Everything is fucked up. You might as well enjoy the show. That's my analysis. That's my perspective. I think radical transparency is what Trump said he was going to do, and he is making the administration radically transparent, so transparent that this guy is going to come out and like live stream attack plans, you know? He'll be like, yeah, that's right. We're going to bomb Iran tomorrow. And here are the weapons that we're going to use. Here are the targets that we are going to be bombing. I don't know. Don't get mad at me. It's normal to say this stuff. Fuck you. Hayır.
Well, we asked everybody, and everybody said they're good. Or you can take it seriously and say, we don't think leaks are okay at this department, so we're going to investigate. And when we investigate, we'll take it anywhere it leads. And unfortunately, Brian, to your point.
Hell, yeah, don't fight the Nazis or anything. Just sit by and let it all happen because it's a show. Americans deserve fascism. Brother, what are you talking about? What more can I do? What do you want me to do, man? Plot an officer's coup within the ranks of the military? Like, what are you talking about? Some things are outside of my power, okay? Not everything deserves a reaction. Sometimes you can just kick back and enjoy the show, okay? Remember that.
and again, if one or two of these guys is exonerated after an investigation, great. That's what investigations are for. But we took it seriously. It led to some unfortunate places, people I have known for quite some time, but it's not my job to protect them. It's my job to protect national security, the President of the United States, and let the investigation go where it is. So when that evidence is gathered sufficiently, and this has all happened very quickly, it will be handed over to DOJ, and those people will be prosecuted if necessary. The leakers know who they are, and we know over time the truth will be told, and we stand firm behind that. Leaking is not okay in national security policy, and we will stand behind that every day of the week.
It looks like Carol and Selnick intend to sue for wrongful termination. And again, they didn't ask to take a polygraph test. Do you know Joe Casper? Is he still your chief of staff? Is he leaving?
Oh, Joe's a great guy. He's a great American. He has done a fantastic job for us at the Defense Department, securing the southwest border, getting a beachhead here at the Pentagon. He's staying with us, going to be in a slightly different role, but he's not going anywhere, certainly not fired. You make changes over time. And we're grateful for everything Joe's done.
So, as you know, one of the people that left, he says he was not fired, he let go. Other people said he was fired. John Hewlett, a former Pentagon spokesperson, decided to put this in Politico and say, here's a quote, "It's been a month of total chaos at the Pentagon, from leaks of sensitive operational plans to mass firings. The dysfunctional, now a major distraction for the president, deserves better from his senior leadership. President Donald Trump has a strong record on holding his top officials to account. Given that, it's hard to see Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth remaining in his role for much longer." You know him. I know he was let go. He had a great idea to get rid of Jackie Robinson, being sarcastic, from the Pentagon. Your thoughts about that statement?
You think you can all just be incremental? No February Revolution? What do you mean? Even to get to that point, you have to incrementally move and organize. It doesn't happen spontaneously.
Anybody that knows John knows why we let him go. We did a lot of favors for John. He did some good work up front. Then he was moved along and asked to move along. Now he's misrepresented a lot of things in the press. It's unfortunate. We did right by him. We tried to help. He's spinning it otherwise. It's too bad. It's politics, I guess.
Mr. Secretary, do you think you take this job, you come in with war experience and all your great background, do you think there's a lot of people who don't want you there, and there's some type of deep state forces that want to make sure you don't stay there?
They've come after me from day one, just like they've come after President Trump. I mean, I've gotten a fraction of what President Trump got in that first term. What he's endured is superhuman. It's not hard for me to do this job. I know exactly why I'm here. To bring warfighting and the warfighting ethos back to the Pentagon, to rip out the insidious ideologies and not compromise and not back down, to bring in new press voices into the Pentagon, which we've done, to reestablish standards and accountability, to not tolerate leakers, to 100% operational control of our border, to get rid of trans lunacy in the military. We haven't backed down. See, here's the thing. A lot of people come to Washington and they just play the game. And it's you punch their ticket and get along to go along. and, you know, start doing Meet the Press and going to the Council on Foreign Relations and spending time with all the new.
Okay, this is a aesthetic note. I think he moves around way too much and emotes way too much when talking about supposedly serious issues. It just feels like he's done a bump before this combo took place. Maybe I'm wrong, okay? But it feels kind of weird that he's just like, yeah, you don't understand. Everything's fine. I'm not drunk. Brian, you know me, Brian. I was the weekend host. You need a hair of the dog when you wake up to combat the shakes, Brian. Well, what are you? That's normal. It's medicine. It's medicine. Medicine to me. You view botting? Yeah, totally.
New cocktail sipping crowd. That's not why I'm here. I'm here because President Trump asked me to bring warfighting back to the Pentagon every single day. Right. That is our focus. And if people don't like it, they can come after me.
Rise up, bots in the chat.
I'm standing right here. The warfighters are behind us. Our enemies know they're on notice. Our allies know we're behind them. And that, in this dangerous world, for the American people, is what it's all about.
I've been on 2 bases over the last 2 months. They're overwhelmingly, anecdotally support for you. And they talked about recruiting going up. So I asked for official numbers. They are through the roof. Take a look at these numbers with the Army, Air Force, and Marines. You are up 108% in November, 119% in February, 108% after the election, 105% with the Navy. With the Marines, up 112%.
Yeah, no, hell yeah. We need that. We need more dumbasses to fucking die to defend Israel's genocide.
They have VAT taxes. They have everything you can have.
President Trump is live. Speaking of reporters in the Oval Office, let's go.
The Union was set up to take advantage of the United States. That's why it was set. And they've done that, but they're not doing that anymore. Yeah.
Mr. President, will you prevent Hamas from having any role in governing a post-war Gaza? And will Hamas have to be permanently eradicated for a ceasefire to be reached?
Well, we're not going to let Hamas do that, and we're going to see what happens with Gaza. But we've made a lot of progress in the Middle East. Tremendous. Should have never happened. That date, that very special date, October 7th, should have never happened. It would have never happened if I were president.
That very special
date. But we'll be
date.
Stopping that whole situation. Yeah, please.
Earlier today, Treasury Secretary Hegseth suggested that with tariff rates as high as they are now, it's effectively an embargo of trade between the United States and China. Do you see it that way?
That's true. 145% is very high, and it won't be that high. It's not going to be that high. It got up to there. We were talking about fentanyl, where various elements built it up to 145. No, it won't be anywhere near that high.
What level do you think it'll come down to if you have it?
It'll come down substantially, but it won't be zero. It used to be zero. We were just destroyed. China was taking us for a ride, and just not going to have. It's not going to happen. We're going to be very good to China. Have a great relationship with President Xi, but they would make billions and billions and billions of dollars a year, and they would build their military out of the United States and what they made, so that won't happen. But they're going to do very well, and I think they're going to be happy, and I think we're going to live together very happily and ideally work together. So I think it's going to work out very well. But no, it's at 145%. It will not be anywhere near that number.
No, you don't understand. He didn't get a call from Xi, but he's lowering the tariffs. But that's actually because he's showcasing how cool and strong he is.
Thank you for the question, because honestly, it's one of the great successes. We have virtually nobody coming in illegally. We do have people coming in legally because we want people to come in, but we have nobody coming in through the border virtually. We were having hundreds of thousands of people a month come in under Biden, and they came in from prisons, they came in from institutions, they came in from gangs in Venezuela and other countries all over the world, not just South America. They were emptying their prisons into the United States. Venezuela emptied its prisons out, but many countries emptied their prisons into the Congo as an example, in Africa, emptied their prisons into the United States. And we're getting them out. And I hope we get cooperation from the courts because, you know, we have thousands of people that are ready to go out. And you can't have a trial for all of these people. It wasn't meant, the system wasn't meant. And we don't think there's anything that says that, look, we are getting some very bad people, killers, murderers, drug dealers, really bad people, the mentally ill, the mentally insane. They emptied out insane asylums into our country. We're getting them out. And a judge can't say, no, you have to have a trial. The trial's going to take 2 years. And no, we're going to have a very dangerous country if we're not allowed to do what we're entitled to do. And I won an election based on the fact that we get them out, and we've done an amazing job. Look, we've stopped everybody at radical left. We have got the strongest border we've ever had, even stronger than what I had for 4 years. We had a great border. We solved the problem, but it's a tad stronger, which is, I don't know if that's disappointing or not to me. I beat my own record. But I appreciate the question. Thank you, Daniel. Well, thank you, Daniel. The question is about prices. The prices are going down, not going up. One of the big things is energy is going down.
Yeah. When I say it, it's the truth.
Is it $1.98?
Even if you don't feel it or see it or experience it, it's still the truth. You have to believe it. For
years, maybe, and that's a big thing. And we opened up our wells. We opened up our drilling. We have more product now for sale. And we're also going to be selling outside of the country to a large extent. It's going to bring down our deficits, largely going to bring down our deficits. But if you remember my first week, I was standing here, Paul, and they were screaming about eggs. The cost of eggs have gone through the roof. They were up like 500%, crazy, like 4 or 5 times. And we won't have eggs for Easter, they were saying. There will be no eggs. You can't order eggs. They wanted us to order plastic in the shape of eggs. Well, yesterday we had 48,000 people at the Easter hunt. They call it the Easter roll at the White House. And we had all eggs. And as you know, the cost of eggs has come down like 93, 94% since we took office. And they're pretty much normally priced now. Great job. Our Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins, did a very good job. But groceries have come down. It's all coming down. The only thing that hasn't come down, but it hasn't gone up much, are interest rates. And we think the Fed should lower the rate. We think that it's a perfect time to lower the rate. And would like to see our chairman be early or on time as opposed to late. Late's not good.
Mr. President,
I don't want to talk about that because I have no intention of firing him.
Mr. President,
there are reports that you're considering doing something for moms across the country, giving them some type of bonus whenever they have a child. Are you considering that? Or
Sounds like a good idea to me. Yeah, please.
You have no intention of firing Jerome Powell because your economic advisor, Kevin Hasan, a few days ago said that you and people in the White House were studying this idea of possibly getting before his term ends.
No.
Do you have any plans on doing it?
None whatsoever. Never did. The press runs away with things. No, I have no intention of firing him. I would like to see him be a little more active in terms of his idea to lower interest rates. This is a perfect time to lower interest rates. If he doesn't, is it the end? No, it's not. But it would be good timing. It could have taken place earlier. But no, I have no intention to fire him. I don't want to comment on that. That doesn't matter.
Mr. President, you said
when can we expect the Epstein documents to be released? The rest of them.
Which documents?
The Epstein files.
I don't know. I'll speak to the Attorney General about that. I really don't know. I know that we've done the RFK. The Kennedy, Martin Luther King is out there very shortly, so we'll find out. But we've really announced we're doing them in full transparency. You know, when we did JFK, people were saying, "Oh, maybe it wasn't all; it was all," and people actually went up to the office and they looked at some things that were, you know, not really easily available, and they were amazed that we gave it all. And I don't know if it solved any problems for people. People still have questions one way or the other, but that I'm not. But 100% of all of these documents are being delivered. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, you said you're ultimately going to make a deal with China, but where do things stand right now? Have you talked to him?
I think my relationship, my relationship with President Xi is great. It was, it's been great for a long time. We've had a very good relationship, and I think we'll make a deal with China. If we don't make a deal, we'll set it. We'll just set the number, and I think they'll want to be a part of the United States. We're doing great. This is the golden age, as Paul said. We're talking about the golden age. It will never be a time like this, in my opinion. And China wants to be a part of that too.
It's a great period of instability, so there won't be. He's right about that.
I have. I'll keep that to myself. Very personal.
Are you concerned about the impact of tariffs on West Coast ports, with just a sharp drawdown in Chinese imports coming in?
I think that everyone's going to do well in this country because of tariffs. We have $7 trillion of investment already. You can go back many years, and for a whole year, they haven't had anywhere near that. Mostly, they'd be well under $1 trillion of investment. And we've got $7 trillion. We really started 5 weeks ago. And in just a few weeks, literally, we have $7 trillion, which is a record for a year. There's never been a year with that much. And that's coming in, I think, for two reasons. It's coming because of an election that people liked, and it's coming in because of tariffs. And if you look at Apple, Apple's going to start building here. Right now, they're in China mostly. $500 billion. We have all of the computer chip companies are coming in at levels that nobody's ever seen before, as you know. Jensen came in for $500 billion. You saw that. A great guy, highly respected. Mr. Wei coming in for $250 billion. Nobody's ever seen anything. And the auto companies are coming in. I could name 8 right now already, auto plants that are either starting or about ready to start construction. There's never been, and the United Auto Workers and the non-union workers in the automobile industry, they love Trump, and I love them. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Congratulations, Paul.
Yeah, everything is free. Everything's computer. Everything's computer. Everything is Tesla. I love Tesla. No more tariff. Tariffs are bad now. Tariffs are gay now. You are gay for liking tariffs. Okay? That's right. And also, I'm very strong against China. Very strongly, I said, give me a call. Give me a call, Xi. Why won't you call me, Xi? Why won't you call me, Xi? Why won't you call? It turns out she won't call, but I'm going to show them. I'm going to show how strong I am. Can we laugh at Tesla profits crashing? Oh, yeah, we will. Terrible quarter for the Cybertruck, says Joe Weisenthal of Bloomberg's very own Odd Lots podcast. While deliveries of the Model 3 and Model Y were down 12%, other models, the bucket that includes the Cybertruck, were down a whopping 24%. That far outpaces the decline in production of 16% for Model 3 and Model Y for 18% for other models. Tesla auto revenue has reported a 20% drop as the first quarter results miss Wall Street estimates. She wants Trump to watch the content nuke before talking to him. Yeah, that's what she is saying. Tesla's profits are down 71% year over year. Tesla posts a $400 million profit, down 71% year over year. Revenue is down nearly $2 billion compared to the same time last year. Wow. Without the $595 million in automotive regulatory credits, which other manufacturers buy off Tesla to comply with emissions requirements, Tesla would have posted a loss this quarter. And remember, a lot of the other automotive industry companies are also making their own electric vehicles now, which is part of the reason why the regulatory credits are their regulatory credits, which still keep Tesla afloat, which is part of the reason why I fucking despise Elon Musk so much and have for such a long time, is because he's such an annoying piece of shit about the government and government expenditures when he is the #1 welfare queen, okay? The green credit swap scheme, if it did not exist, Tesla literally would not exist. I need you to understand this, because there have been numerous instances where Tesla almost defaulted, where the only thing that kept it alive, the only thing that fucking kept it alive was this automotive regulatory credits, which dictates that other companies, other automotive industry companies that fucking don't make, renewable energy backed, don't make like electric vehicles or whatever, will turn around and purchase, like, to offset the carbon footprint that they have. They'll go around, they go and give money to Tesla to make it seem like, oh, Tesla is creating our EV fleet. Why did the Tesla stock go up after this? Never mind, it's going vertical yet again. This shit makes no sense. He's fucking doubling down on the earnings call right now. Is so funny. It might go up because he's gonna lie again. I assume he'll unveil a new product that they're never gonna fucking make. He'll be like, yeah, I'm actually, if you drive a Tesla now, it's not only fully self-driving, but also it can fly you to the fucking moon. And then people will be like, oh, Elon, he's so brilliant, he's gonna do it. Watch the earnings call. I don't even know where to watch the earnings call. This is unusual. So at a private JP Morgan JPM conference with the U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent talked about U.S. and China calling the situation unsustainable. The market rallied huge on the comments. But did someone at the conference? No. Before the comments that were leaked to Bloomberg, a huge SPXW, 5,800C expiring 5/16/2025 was placed unusually. It was 11% out of the money. Truly unusual. The trader then made $2 million in 30 minutes after the comments. A call option. A lot of tech stocks shot up in the past 30 minutes because I think Trump was talking about how they might lower tariffs to China. Nvidia is up too.
At least, and maybe a dozen times. It's been so many times. This is not one of those times. We're not on the ragged edge of death. Not even close. But there are some challenges, and I expect that this year will be.
Yeah, I said Nvidia too. God damn it!
Unexpected bumps this
Shut
year.
up.
But I remain extremely optimistic about the future of the company. The future of the company is fundamentally based on large-scale autonomous cars. And large scale, in large volume, vast numbers of autonomous humanoid robots. So the value of a company that makes truly useful autonomous humanoid robots and autonomous useful vehicles at scale, at low cost, which is what Tesla's going to do, is staggering. I continue to believe that Tesla, with excellent execution, will be the most valuable company in the world by far. But that's an important if. We must execute well. But if we do execute well, I think Tesla will be the most valuable company in the world by far. It may be as valuable as the next 5 companies combined. So, but there'll be a few bumps along the road before.
Who's buying this? Happens. I mean, it's the same people that fucking bought in on Walter Bloomberg falsely claiming that Donald Trump was going to do a 90-day pause, okay, because of like one random answer that came from an administrative figure, and then the market recovered $4 trillion worth of value in a matter of hours until the White House came out and said, we're not going to do that. None of this shit makes sense. Okay? It's all people that are holding on and trying to create the appearance of confidence because they already have so much stock. They have too much investment. It's a sunk cost for them. So they have to hope that other people will get on board with it. It's just all cope.
It will really go exponential from there. So I'd encourage people to look beyond like the, some sort of bumps and potholes of the road immediately ahead of us, but lift your gaze to the bright, shining, citadel on a hill. I don't know, some Reagan-esque imagery, and that's where we're headed, and not too distant future, like I said, end of next year type of thing. So, let's see. With respect to supply chain risk, something that Tesla has been working on for several years is to localize supply chains. This actually makes sense from a cost standpoint, from a logistics risk standpoint. Is to have the supply chains be at least.
He doesn't sound confident at all in what he's saying. Yeah, this is how he sounds all the time now. This is how he sounds.
And so we are, I think, the least affected car company with respect to tariffs, at least in most respects. I mean, it remains to be seen. Now tariffs are still, tough on a company when margins are still low. But we do have localized supply chains in North America, Europe, and China. So that puts us in a stronger position than any of our competitors. And undoubtedly, I'm going to get a lot of questions about tariffs. And I just want to emphasize that the tariff decision is entirely up to the President of the United States. I will weigh in with my advice with the President, which he will listen to my advice, but then it's up to him, of course, to make his decision. I've been on the record many times as saying that I believe lower tariffs are generally a good idea for prosperity. But this decision is fundamentally up to the elected representative of the people, being the President of the United States. So, I'll continue to advocate for lower tariffs rather than higher tariffs, but that's all I can do.
He's the most protected, despite having fucking
now let me walk you through why I'm so excited about the future.
Despite having a bunch of fucking components that come directly from China, despite China being the monopoly of battery manufacturing. How could you claim to be the most protected? You're fucked. People are so stupid for buying into this. They're so stupid.
In Austin. And then actually we should parse out the terms for robotic taxi or robotaxi and just generally like what's the cybercab, because we've got a product called the cybercab, and then but any Tesla, which could be an S3, X, or Y that is autonomous, is a robotic taxi or robotaxi. It's very confusing. So the vast majority of the Tesla fleet that we've made is capable of being a robotaxi or robotic taxi. And as we're going from, once we can make the system work where you can have paid rides fully autonomously with no one in the car in one city, that is a very scalable thing for us to go broadly within whatever jurisdiction allows us to operate. So because what we're solving for is a general solution to autonomy, not a city-specific solution for autonomy, once we make it work in a few cities, we can basically make it work in all cities in that in that legal jurisdiction. So if it's once we can make it basically work in a few cities in America.
Tesla is blaming partial production shutdowns on the quarterly decline in deliveries, but then also blaming supply, stock, and sales incentives for lower revenues. Make it make sense. The real answer is that their demand went down because duh.
Limited only by
This is Megaphonics' Super Bowl, by the way. I'm reacting to a fucking Tesla earnings call. It is crazy.
Using artificial intelligence and an AI chip that Tesla designed specifically for this purpose, as opposed to very expensive sensors and high precision maps of a particular neighborhood where that neighborhood may change or often changes, and then the cost stops working. So we have a general solution instead of a specific solution.
Yeah. What happened?
And with regard to Optimus, making good progress on Optimus. We expect to have thousands of Optimus robots working in Tesla factories by the end of this year, doing useful work. And we expect to scale Optimus up faster than any product, I think, in history, to get to millions of units per year as soon as possible. I think feel confident in getting to 1 million units per year in less than 5 years, maybe 4 years. So by 2030, I feel confident in predicting 1 million Optimus units per year. It might be 2029. So,
bro, he can't stop. He has to lie.
Energy business is
Elon Musk and Israel have this pathological need to constantly fucking lie.
It enables utility companies to output far more total energy than would otherwise be the case. When you think of the energy capability of a grid, it's much more than say total energy output per year. If the power plants could operate at peak power for all 24 hours, as opposed to being at half power or sometimes a quarter power at night, then you could double the energy output of existing power plants. But in order to do that, you need to buffer the energy so that you can charge up something like battery pack at night and then discharge into the grid during the day.
He really can't help himself. He has.
This is
I must lie. If I don't lie, I will die.
A massive unlock on total energy output of any given grid over the course of a year.
We've been listening live on the Tesla earnings call. We've been listening to Elon Musk talk about, most significantly, that most of his work with Doge, with trying to make the government more efficient, he says most of the groundwork for that is done, and he's going to pull back on his time that he spends in Washington. But he does say a day or two per week is what he'll be spending on government.
No, I'm so sad. He was doing such great work. No. Fucking idiot.
Term here. And it seems like that is really what analysts and investors have been looking for. I'm here with Jay Woods, Freedom Capital Markets Chief Global Strategist. Gautam Mukunda is joining us now too. Tufts University Adjunct Associate Professor and Yale School of Management.
No. Musk says he'll pull back significantly from Doge in May. Thank you, Susan Crawford. No. I thought we were saving America. What? Does this mean America will no longer be saved? What does this mean? What does it mean? I don't get it. I don't get it. Now, yes, this is, he said the same thing about Twitter, and he certainly did not back down. The difference here is that he owns Twitter, but he doesn't own the American government. At least, not yet. And there is another diva there is another diva that wants to push him out in this process. No. Elon Musk wants to own the American government, and functionally, as the wealthiest billionaire on the planet, he does kind of own the American government. But in terms of having direct access to the White House, in the ways that he has enjoyed thus far, he, I think, is meeting a more powerful force here. It's an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object. And the immovable object is Donald Trump. Israeli deputy minister had a meltdown over Russia Today reporter's question. Yeah, I saw it. I saw this while I was pissing. We'll look at that in a second. Anyway, we're moving on from freaking.
Let's take a look.
Pete Hegseth. Let's take a look at President Trump being on a planet all by himself. Harry Enton on market fears. Let's run the numbers. Stock market and recession changes. Market panic. Everything's computer. Let's take a look.
At stock futures, they are pointed up at the moment. Higher as investors are looking to rebound after a brutal day yesterday, a day where President Trump showed that he is refusing to give up on his attacks against the Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell. Uncertainty around the president's trade war, what he's saying about Powell, and the ripple effects from all of it continue.
Part of me feels a little sad that he's just like, the money molestation must be put an end to, you know? Money molestation must stop. The molestation of money must stop, said Jamie Dimon. And Trump said, yes, master. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I mean, it's not all stopped yet. But Japan says the MAGA hat is non-political. Japanese minister says no political message behind the MAGA cap photo. Oh my God. My goat. HasanAbi head? HasanAbi head? That's my goat, dude. Hey, confirmed. That's right. That's right. He's a hat that represents centrism. That's, thank God. Yeah, based. I know Asmongold is not streaming apparently for the week, so if you guys were, looking for some nuanced apolitical takes, don't worry. I got it for you. Are you ready? Yeah, based. Yeah, of course. Of course Trump is going to do that. Everybody likes him. Everybody thinks he's the best. Yeah. Yeah. Well. Little mini F. Look at that. Twitch. USAID coming after apolitical, nuanced streamers. Once again. Coming after nuanced, apolitical, centrist streamers. I'm just doing common sense. Not so common. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck around and find out. Right, chat? Fuck around and find out. Yeah. USAID and DEI. It's over. They took a lot from us. Titties in video games, they took that from us. Yeah. And now we're bringing titties back. Oh shit, what happened to Hasan? Asmongold, baby. Based apolitical guy.
To weigh on America.
Yeah, people think I'm joking when I do the I think that video game takes that are so fucking insane where you're like, no, he possibly hadn't done that here.
Pretty much every single circumstance, it's always a bad idea to make characters that are not conventionally attractive. Because this is, again, this is a shooter game. And shooter games are going to be primarily played by men. So if you're making a shooter game that's primarily made for men, then you should make sure that all of the female characters in the game are fuckable. And I know this might sound crazy to say, but I'm just going to say it.
Yeah, say it. He's so brave. Yeah, based.
That's what you should do.
Yeah, that's why I want Shepard, Commander Shepard, to look like the kind of guy whose penis I'd suck. Yeah, that's right. I want him to be hot. Don't give me an unfuckable male character. All right? I want to suck and fuck all the characters. I'm a gooner. That's right. Yeah, based.
That's what you should do, because that's what people want to do. That's what girls will cosplay. Girls don't want to cosplay ugly, weird-looking, androgynous, creepy characters. And all of that, like, think about how much advertising Marvel Rivals gets.
Yeah, men play the game because they're playing the game to shoot. Women, they want to cosplay. Yeah, in between, making sandwiches, based.
It's because of how many girls try to cosplay the characters. I think that,
yeah. That's right. Tell girls some more about what they want. Yeah, I'm the guy. Look at me. I know what women want. All right? Yeah. Hoflation. I'm done. I can't keep doing this. I'm sorry. Asmongold always puts a smile on my face. I just when I see his takes. It's just fun. It's a fun little journey that we went on here. Okay, take a shot every time he says, "Yeah, I'm based." Yeah, it's just common sense. Yeah, not so common. Unique users detected 3,100. Mr. Destructoid, only 7% of viewers. Yeah, I only have 30. Wait. Did you actually reduce the number by 10? Is that what happened? Because it says right here, the logged on user count, also known as the chatter count on Chatterino, is 29,700. Blah, blah, blah. All right, let's get back to Holy Toledo.
Americans across the country, and that's something that CNN's Harry Anton is taking a look at for us this morning. The stock market was down in a big way yesterday. How poorly has the stock market done since Trump took office?
Yeah, you know, sometimes we look at the day-to-day, and I feel like we can get lost. So let's take a look over the whole stretch of the Trump presidency as we approach day 100. The S&P has dropped the most under Trump for any president at this point in their presidency since the S&P 500 was in fact created back in 1957. And indeed, it is not anywhere close, folks. It's not anywhere close. Under Trump, it's dropped, get this, 14%. The next closest one was George W. Bush back in 2001, a drop of just half that at 7%. No other elected president at this point in their presidency saw a drop of 5% or more. So Donald Trump is on a planet all by himself, a planet you do not want to be on, the American people don't want to be on, in terms of the drop in the S&P 500 approaching 15% already in his presidency. No bueno.
Yeah, this is base too. Yeah. Fuck money. Trump won on making video game titties big. He ran on Oblivion Remaster. Guess what? Shadow dropped Oblivion Remaster. Based. Who cares about anything else? Let it burn. It builds character. I'll grind way harder. Take all of it away. I'll grind harder, chat. Well.
So all of this and the ripple effects from the trade war have a lot of people talking, of course, about a recession coming. Some even saying that we're already in a recession. Where are the numbers on that?
Yeah, okay. So, of course, this is the whole question, right? Is what happens on the New York Stock Exchange, what happens in the NASDAQ, what happens in the S&P 500, stay there, or does it then cascade across the economy? And at this particular point, there's a decent chance that it will cascade across the economy. Chance of a recession. You see, I have 4 different little metrics we can look at. JP Morgan, 60%. Polymarket, 57%. Reuters, 45%. Goldman Sachs, 45%. That's a bunch of numbers on your screen, but they're all basically telling the same exact story. That is, on either side of 50%, there's basically a 50-50 chance of a recession at this point. And that is way up from where we were at the beginning of the Trump presidency, when the numbers simply put weren't anywhere near this. The stock market is a reflection of the economic state we're in. The chance of a recession is...
Why the fuck is there a Polymarket ticker on this, dude? What is going on at this point? How has this become a part of, like, normal political discourse? Like, that's on CNN, dude. God damn, we are such a stupid country. I'm sorry, dude. Holy fuck. I know I'm supposed to be saying it's based, but, like, every day I find out something new.
Another reflection of the state of the economy that we are in. The bottom line is that Trump's tariff wars have taken what was a pretty gosh darn good economy and turned into a very uncertain economy, one in which the stock market has fallen and one in which the chance of a recession has gone up considerably, Kate Baldwin.
If there is a recession, how much blame is Donald Trump likely to face?
Okay, so this is the whole thing. Is it, am I going to blame the last guy and I'm trying to fix the economy? Or is it we're going to blame this guy, Donald Trump, and the buck actually stops there? This is what the American folks say. If Donald Trump believes that he can somehow escape blame if there is, in fact, a recession, I'm here for a reality check. He will simply put not be able to do so. Blame Trump if there's a recession in the next 12 months. Look at this. A lot or quite a bit. That's the majority winner right there at 52%. A little or not at all, perhaps a little bit high, some might say, at 32%. But still here, the clear majority of Americans say that if, in fact, there is a recession in the next 12 months, which at this point looks about 50-50, the majority of the American public says that the buck will stop at the White House, stop at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, and Donald Trump will not, in fact, be able to escape.
Yeah, because it's entirely triggered by Donald Trump's ridiculous, like, tariffs regime that he is implementing. It's not like this was, you know, I don't know, the previous administration's actions, unless the argument is that, like, Joe Biden did mind control or something. Joe Biden did mind control to Donald Trump to make him do the tariff stuff. Yeah, never forget the HasanAbi 30% rule.
Blame if there is, in fact, a recession.
Harry Anton, thank you very much.
Thank you.
John Burwin.
All right, with us now is Canadian businessman, CNBC contributor Kevin O'Leary. He's also the chairman of O'Leary Ventures. Kevin, great to see you this morning. You just saw that stat right there, that more than half of Americans would blame Trump if there is a recession. I know you're sitting in Canada this morning. Would you blame Trump if there were a recession?
Well, let me just say that we've been talking about recession now for 4 years in a row, you may recall. Forecasters of recessions have been wrong for 4 years straight. So probabilities of 32 to 55%, that's interesting, but we are not in a recession right now. It really depends on how long these tariff wars go on for. I mean, it's widely assumed right now that the euro...
Wait, last week, this fucking bald piece of shit was talking about how we need to do 10,000% tariffs on China. He said, and I quote, "We must crush the Chinese workers' heads against the wall." He said we need to squeeze Chinese workers' heads against the wall. That's what he said. How come now he's like, oh, well, you know, the tariffs regime is, you know, creating an environment of instability. I'm not even joking. That fucking douchebag literally said that. So what happened? He said Donald Trump needs to absolutely eviscerate China, decouple China entirely from global trade. Did he just realize that his portfolio relies heavily on fucking Chinese manufacturing?
European bloc, the British, Swiss, Canadian, and Mexican deals will get resolved in relatively short order. The giant question mark, and certainly this is on Powell's mind when he refuses to drop rates, is how long will the China situation last? Because that one looks far more complicated. It's not just trade and tariffs. It's
Wait, what?
IP theft and access to markets and WTO issues. There's a lot on the table with China. And so I would argue right now that people that count out the American economy are constantly wrong all the time. It's the largest.
Kevin, you said it was simple last week. Kev, what are you saying? This is a totally different message than last week, big dog. Wait, what? I'm so shocked. He said it wasn't complicated last week. Why is he saying it's complicated this week? He said it's not complicated. China will back down with pressure. We have a very important market to enter here, and that the art of the deal is going to work all the way. And if he verbatim said, if I do say so myself, we should make the tariffs 400%. Huh.
Economy on Earth represents, 26% of the world's GDP and almost 40% of all consumables. So it's a difficult, tricky situation, I agree. But I'm an investor. I have to make these decisions every day, and I'm not investing for a recession right now. I'd be pulling my horns in, and I want to remind you, the market's correct 20% all the time. Almost every 18 months that happens. And so why correct is different every time. This is because of scares on tariffs. But this is nothing new for the S&P 500. And frankly, it's often, and has been for over 100 years, a buying opportunity. The American economy generates 8 to 10% returns over the long run. And now you're getting to buy at a 17, 18 PE versus 23 just 4 months ago. It's a value deal.
I would say yes, there are corrections all the time. This is a little different, right? I mean, the Dow, the worst April since the Great Depression, the S&P, the same thing. There's a lot of focus on the stock market. The Wall Street Journal, which put out that headline today that got a lot of information, also notes it's not just stocks, right? The Journal writes, counterweights that usually strengthen when stocks fall, such as government bonds and the U.S. dollar, also under pressure. Yields on 10-year U.S. Treasuries, a key benchmark, have increased 0.16% in April. The ICE U.S. dollar index slips more than 1% Monday to its lowest level in 3 years. With other defensive plays falling, short investors have piled into one of the oldest hedges there is, gold. An all-time high for gold. So, look, the markets in general, not just stocks, are saying we're not so sure about the U.S. right now.
No, you're right. There's a lot of volatility, and that's what you get when you take these kinds of actions. No administration has ever taken on 60 trade negotiations simultaneously, let alone China on top of that. The job owning with the Fed that Trump is doing.
Yeah, maybe it's not a good idea to do that for literally no reason. Don't you think? Yeah, no one has been dumb enough to just break global trade with no discernible mechanism to rebuild manufacturing, mind you, which makes it even funnier. Like, it's awesome. It's so funny. I'm sorry. It's just like these things are completely outside of our control. So what do you do but laugh? I hope the fear of God was put in this asshole's heart, okay? Over the past couple of weeks. He's been running around talking about how brave, bold, and beautiful Trump is for these decisions. And now, seemingly, his attitude has shifted.
Every administration does. There's always the Fed is at loggerhead with the executive. The executive always wants interest rates down. The Fed has to worry about inflation. And really what Powell is saying, I don't know how long China's going on for, and that could be inflationary if it lasts months and months, so I'm not going to drop rates.
Go into a
so all of this
trade war.
Look, it's really ugly. This president won the election based on
squeeze Chinese heads into the wall now. The world's GDP. America is the #1 economy on earth with all the cards. We will not have that forever. It's time to squeeze Chinese heads into the wall now.
Well,
I'm
hold
not
on
talking
a
about
second,
tariffs
Kevin.
on
Well,
60
I hear you, but hold on. If we're talking about people, the average consumer, not necessarily the head honchos of businesses all across the globe, can they withstand the pressure of that sort of tax on the goods?
It's short-lived. There will be
But what's your timeline compared to, you don't know the average American's timeline, what they can actually survive. There's people right now who can't survive
400% tomorrow morning, cheese on an airplane to Washington to cut a deal.
What do you think?
You know, here's the thing, though. This is the perfect example of, I understand how it would benefit you, but that's not what the American people.
Stuff is, you know, we've seen this movie before, and the volatility index is very high, the VIX. But that's because of the nature of this administration. And I've always said this about Trump. You know, I'm not advocating for Trump. I advocate for policy. I don't shill for politicians. I would like to see the China issue resolved once and for all. After 20 years, and as an individual who invests, and I want to do business in China, I've invested there, and I've said this multiple.
Wow. Wow, he's no longer advocating for Trump, guys. Wait, he said he wanted to put money on a bet. If Donald Trump increased tariffs to 400%, Xi would be on a jet tomorrow. So strange. Look at the tonal shift. Well, you know, time passes, opinions turn, opinions change. You start recognizing the writing on the wall. Who knows?
Multiple times in the last 6 weeks. I'm an example of someone who's really been screwed by the Chinese in IP theft. And I'm kind of done with it. So I'm very happy that some administration, this one particularly, is taking them on to resolve this problem once and for all. And Xi needs the U.S. and the U.S. needs Xi. So let's get this thing resolved. I'm okay with the volatility.
The China thing is a really interesting issue. I'm not going to give you the long quote. We have an Atlantic article here, but the Atlantic wrote last week, basically, taking on China is a good idea, and there might be a chance to win here, but Trump is doing it, says the Atlantic, entirely the wrong way, because the one thing you want if you're going to take on China right now, literally the #1 thing is friends. So what's happened here is the president is also going after all the rest of the world who you will need, and you've taken away the one thing that gives you the biggest advantage over China.
You're making a good point. If you could get a union, which I think will happen pretty quickly, if you think about just the EU, Britain, Switzerland, Canada, and Mexico, that's about 72% of all the trade with the U.S. So if you get that resolved, it works. The one thing I would say that I've noticed as I do business all around the world, in the Middle East and in Europe, 50% of the people in the world have Trump derangement syndrome. And they still have a really hard time understanding why he's back in the White House. And I say to them, listen, it doesn't matter. He's in the White House. We have to deal with the policy, not Trump, the policy. Let's forget about the fact that he's in the White House. There's nothing you can do about it. He was elected with a majority. Let's get over the derangement syndrome. Let's focus on the policy and get stuff done. Because I've got to tell you, there's a lot of people that go out of their minds just the fact that he's back in there. And I realize it. It is what it is, but I've got to deal with it too. I mean, I just have to deal with policy. And I think you're right. If he gets this policy right and circles the wagons with it.
It's just crazy because you definitely do advocate for Trump. So why are you saying you don't advocate for Trump now? Oh, why are the markets behaving the way that they're behaving? Why is there so much volatility? Why is the VIX the hottest ticker on the New York Stock Exchange? What's the question there? Why is all this happening? Oh, it's just Trump derangement syndrome. No, asshole. It's because they look at how deranged Trump is and go, well, this doesn't instill a lot of confidence in me. Can you explain IP theft in China? Yeah, IP theft is cope that capital owners fucking claim is a horribly uncompetitive business practice implemented by China that they absolutely agreed to. That's it. initially, they did not think that China would be able to become a competitive manufacturing hub that could have any sort of like that. It would have any sort of foothold or even become a leader in key sectors. So I don't even know what IP he's talking about, because I don't know what kind of companies he has like done manufacturing in China for. I find it really funny. Maybe it's like some Shark Tank shit. Can you imagine? China, they stole the ShamWow. They stole this small business that I bought on Shark Tank that is a different version of Poppers. Yeah, Scrub Daddy. As far as IP theft goes, this was a part of the deal. It's all it is. It's a part of the deal. You want manufacturing China. China gets access to your technology. That's it. That's it. So everybody that's now complaining about that, Kevin O'Leary included, knew that that was the deal and still fucking went along with it because they wanted cheap manufacturing.
The Europeans, the Mexicans and the Canadians, that's a more powerful charge against China. I totally agree with you there.
Yeah, we will see. We will see what happens there and if deals that are struck are convincing. Kevin O'Leary, great to talk to you this morning. We'll speak to you again soon.
Today, the Dow is seeing a pretty big surge. It's up roughly 2.5 percentage points. The Dow jump happening after Bloomberg
this is a great
reported
example. This is a great example. Look, where is it? My friend came home from China with a phone that operated like they just cut and paste iOS into the phone and made a few changes, so there's some truth to the IP theft. Okay. Do you know Tim Cook's opinion on manufacturing in China? Tim Cook, who famously said, even if American manufacturing was competitive rate-wise to Chinese manufacturing, as in Chinese wages improved to such a degree that they were literally the same, I would still manufacture my equipment in China because of the precision manufacturing necessary and the technical skills necessary to be able to make a fucking iPhone would require multiple decades for the American labor force to even come to a competitive, to become a competitive labor force when it comes to precise manufacturing. China has a far superior manufacturing infrastructure. China has a far more educated labor force. So do you think Tim Pool is complaining about the fucking IP theft? Do you think Tim Pool doesn't know that China engages in IP theft when he says stuff like that? Do you think you know something about IP theft in China that fucking Tim Cook doesn't know? Did I say Tim Pool? I'm sorry. Do you think the man with a vested interest in protecting his IP, the man who has a fiduciary responsibility to constantly fucking improve profit margins, is oblivious to the IP theft that China is engaging in, and therefore that's the reason why he continues manufacturing shit in China? But you, random chatter, who has no fucking purchasing power and are simply a consumer, are running around defending Apple's, defending a position that the fucking CEO of Apple does not take. Chatter doesn't just own a factory.
There's a confusion about
Chatter doesn't just own a factory. He owns the Apple factory.
China. And let me at least give you my opinion. The popular conception is that companies come to China because of low labor costs. I'm not sure what part of China they go to, but the truth is China stopped being the low labor cost country many years ago. The reason is because of the skill, the quantity of skill in one location and the type of skill it is. Like the products we do require require really advanced tooling, and the precision that you have to have in tooling and working with the materials that we do are state of the art. And the tooling skill is very deep here. You know, in the US, you could have a meeting of tooling engineers and I'm not sure we could fill the room. In China, you could fill multiple football fields. It's that vocational expertise is very deep, very, very deep here.
Interesting. Interesting. It's strange. Strange. He didn't mention the IP theft. That you as a consumer are worried about. By the way. I don't know. I don't understand it. What does that chatter know? Because you as a consumer are trying to outflank. You as a consumer are trying to outflank Tim fucking Apple over here. Okay? And it's really interesting because as a consumer, you know what IP theft looks like to you? Generic drugs versus brand drugs. That's it. That's all this is for you. From the consumer standpoint, when you say China's stealing our IP, brother, what you actually mean is, I want to pay more. Why the fuck do you care about IP theft? You are just a fucking piglet, dude. You just consume, and so do I. We are both piglets, okay? We're in it together. Someone, somewhere along the line, basically made you think that the profit incentives of a company that volunteered their IP to China so that they could initially get access to a cheap manufacturing hub was a decent bargain. And multiple decades later, they still fucking manufacture there. Do you think Tim Apple doesn't know that China does IP theft? No, he knows. He doesn't give a shit. That's it. So why are you, as a consumer, outflanking the fucking CEO?
That Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent told investors behind closed doors that he expects the United States trade war with China to de-escalate. Joining us now is Nick Timmeros. He's a national economics correspondent at the Wall Street Journal. Nick, thanks so much for being with us. I have to ask you about those comments from the Treasury Secretary. Do you have any idea on what they're founded on? Because our reporting indicates that the administration reached out to Beijing and said that President Xi should request a call with Trump. Our understanding is that call has not yet come.
Well, and Bessent didn't say that the U.S. is talking to China. He simply, according to what's been reported, repeated comments he made publicly last week. These tariffs on China are so high that they are a tax that's not going to be paid. They're going to destroy demand, and we can't maintain it for that long. So I think that's what you see markets reacting to right now.
I have to ask you about the Dow being headed, despite today's historic gains, for the worst April since the Great Depression. I mean, there's a lot of factors here. There's China. There are pending deals with essentially almost every nation on earth. And then there's Trump's attacks on Fed Chair Jerome Powell. Which do you see as weighing most heavily on Wall Street right now?
Well, I think it starts and ends with the trade war. And the reason for that is if you go back to the April 2nd Liberation Day announcements, the optimism on Wall Street was that everybody was going to know now what the rules of the road were going to be for trade. If you're a business, you are not going to put in a multi-billion-dollar investment in the United States if you don't know what your cost of goods are going to be. And we still don't have that clarity. So the tariffs on China, today we have the Treasury Secretary saying they'll come down. We still have this 90-day pause on the other tariffs with 60 other countries. People don't know what the future is going to look like, and so that freezes up activity.
Some of that uncertainty leads to gold being at an all-time high and the dollar weakening as well. Do you think the Treasury Secretary, the Commerce Secretary are seeing those as red flags and advising the president that some kind of off-ramp is needed?
They have to be concerned here. If you go back and look at what Secretary Bessent said a couple of months ago, he said the administration was not going to talk about the Fed. They were going to focus on the 10-year Treasury yield. And that's important because your mortgage rate, your auto loan rate, it depends on those longer-term interest rates. But if you look at the 10-year Treasury rate, it is up over the past few weeks. So that measure of success is going in the wrong way for the administration, and I think it has to concern senior economic policymakers.
You wrote in the Journal that Trump is essentially laying the ground to blame Fed Chair Jerome Powell for any kind of economic weakening. What happens if Powell gets fired? And what happens if he says, all right, let's lower interest rates? Would that solve some of this problem?
Lowering interest rates here isn't going to deal with not knowing what your cost of goods are going to be, having to pay a large tariff on a freight container that's getting off the boat in Long Beach, California. So it's not clear what lower interest rates do here. If the president were to try to sack the Fed chair, I think you'd see a huge legal fight, and the market would have a verdict probably before the Supreme Court could get together. And you've been seeing that in the markets in the last couple of days, Boris.
We've seen major announcements from a number of U.S. companies talking about either temporarily or possibly permanently installing layoffs and laying people off. I wonder how you think the tariffs are impacting the jobs market.
Well, you don't see a lot of layoff announcements yet. Today you had the CEO of Verizon saying, we are going to pass these costs on to consumers. And so I think that's the big question right now is which do you see first? Do you see prices go up, or do you see companies say, you know what, we're going to have to let people go because this is eating into our margins, this is going to hit our bottom line?
Nick Timmerose of the Wall Street Journal, thank you so much for sharing your perspective with us. Appreciate it.
Today, there is a rebound on Wall Street. The markets are up nearly 1,000 points, recovering somewhat after another brutal sell-off to start the week. But it is not all good news for the economy. This morning, another flash.
Here, what Tim Cook, Google, and Zuckerberg have to say about China stealing U.S. technology?
And I have a question for all four, yes or no answer. Do you believe that the Chinese government steals technology from U.S. companies? Start with Mr. Cook.
I don't know of specific cases where we have been stolen from by the government.
So you don't believe that the Chinese government's stealing technology from U.S. companies, or you're just saying that not from yours?
I'm saying I know of no case on ours where it occurred, which is I can only speak to firsthand knowledge.
Mr. Pichai, do you believe that the Chinese government steals technology from United States companies?
Apple actually relies on precise manufacturing in China. Facebook is not allowed to compete in China. Facebook is not allowed to enter the Chinese marketplace, and neither is Google. I don't know what they end up saying here, but that's something you need to remember.
Congressman, I have no first-hand knowledge of any information stolen from Google in this regard.
Mr. Zuckerberg?
Congressman, I think it's well documented that the Chinese government steals technology from American companies.
Yeah, thank you.
Depending on your level of involvement or level of interest in ever being able to enter the Chinese marketplace, your answer will differ.
You. Mr. Bezos? You're on mute.
Mr. Bezos, I believe you're on mute.
I'm sorry. I have heard many reports of that, and I haven't seen it personally, but I've heard many reports of it.
So of all the different products that Amazon carries, you haven't seen that in any of the companies that sell products on Amazon or your company yourself?
Oh, well, certainly there are knockoff products. If that.
Jeff Bezos talking about knockoff products is so funny because his entire business model relies on stealing other people's IP. and then utilizing the horizontally and vertically integrated supply chain model that he has to drive costs down so much and make the infinitely cheaper alternative. Like Jeff Bezos literally does the thing that the American government says China is doing. The difference, of course, is that a small business has no way of competing against Jeff Bezos' prices, whereas America has a way to compete against Chinese subsidies. We could just also fucking have a command economy. But we will never do that because that would be anti-capitalist, and therefore we can't do that.
That's what you mean. And there are counterfeit products and all of that. But the Chinese, if the answer is the Chinese government stealing technology, that's the thing I've read reports of, but don't have personal experience with.
Before I call on the next witness, I want to recognize Mr. Pichai, who I think wants to make a correction for the hearing.
The only correction, thanks, Mr. Chairman. There was a question earlier about information with respect to China. I just wanted to acknowledge on record that I recalled in 2009, we had a well-publicized cyber attack originating there, which did exfiltrate some code from there. I just wanted to correct that on record.
Thank you, Mr. Pichai. The record will so reflect. I recognize the gentlelady from Pennsylvania for 5 minutes.
I'll watch when he goes live. I know he's meeting with Khalil. What is Kaya up to? Mackie. Apple doesn't experience IP theft because they literally give them permission to use various parts of their tech. That is the point. Everyone that manufactures in China is giving them permission to use their fucking technology. Everybody understands that that is the reality, but then people still will turn around and yell and cry and piss and shit in their fucking diapers. Here's a very easy solution to the Chinese IP theft argument, which the American government knows, as a matter of fact. It's called don't manufacture there. Make it illegal to manufacture there. There's plenty of fucking products like microchips and microchip machines, like the machines that make microchips, like the technology in and of itself is directly stopped by the American government to move to China.
Flashing red warning light. The International Monetary Fund threw out its global economic predictions from before President Trump launched his global trade war. The new forecast, a slowing global economy and worldwide trouble with inflation, all because of the president's tariffs. And investors are obviously spooked. The bond market is down and the dollar is doing worse than it has in years. Look at this Wall Street Journal headline. It put the stock market's recent drop in context. The Dow headed for worst April since 1932 as investors send no confidence signal. My smart reporters are back. Leanne?
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to, yes, it's very good news that the stock market is back up, but one day does not a recovery make, and all of these other warning signs are very serious.
Yeah, and part of the challenge and maybe the problem is that I'm hearing from sources is all of this was self-inflicted as well. And that is what is so frustrating to members of Congress, to people, to Wall Street, that this didn't have to happen this way. You know, Trump ran on the economy. He's barely talking about the economy now because it's obviously a weakness for him. He's talking instead about deportation and immigration and suing or taking colleges' funding away. And so it's a distraction to take away what is really happening to people's pocketbooks and people's expenses.
But President Biden learned very well before that you can talk about other things, you can focus on other things, but if people feel the way they feel, that is a reality that can't be changed. You and your colleagues at the National Review wrote something that I want to read to our viewers, an editorial this morning. And what you write is, it's called Trump's War on the Fed, which is very much related to the trade war. Maybe you think Trump's trade policy has merit, or the Federal Reserve needs to be brought more firmly under the president's control. That's a separate question from how real investors with real money in the real world are really reacting to Trump's decisions. Their verdict is clear. They don't like it.
That's right. I don't think that investors really around the world are looking at the conduct of U.S. trade policy and how chaotic and volatile it's been and saying we need more of that for U.S. monetary policy too. But obviously Trump wants to bring everything within his orbit, and he wants to be able to control everything with his whim. Markets don't like that. Markets want predictability, they want certainty, and that's the one thing that he is least eager to provide.
Yeah, and of course, what you reference here with the Federal Reserve is the idea that a big part of why there was such a big market sell-off yesterday is because the president woke up and sent off a social media post that was really, really scathing against the Federal Reserve chair, who is supposed to be independent.
Part of me wanted to see how much harder he could molest the money. Like, I really thought that he had it in him. I wanted to see it. Don't act like you didn't either. Like, part of you, you're like, this isn't to like belittle the economic downsides, obviously.
Independent.
Right. It's supposed to be an.
It's not like he's done yet, but I'm saying he is like. He has greatly diminished his molestation capabilities. I mean, he straight up went from total molestation to like maybe a little bit of light diddling of the money. Virtually over the course of like a week. Not to say that he's not like going to continue. He will. I just wanted to see how far he could take it.
Independent institution, but it seems like with the economic frustration that is forecast at this point, that the president is sort of setting the groundwork to blame the Fed, you know, as people are frustrated if consumer prices go up. And we've seen that in the past as well, him saying, well, look, can you bring interest? This would be a good time to bring interest rates down. Well, we also know that that's a factor in rising inflation as well. So that interest rates are a tool to keep inflation down as well. So this is part of the playbook of the president when facing criticism on a specific issue, including something as crucial to his electoral win, as you noted, like the economy, finding someone to blame.
Yeah.
It seems like we know who that person is going to be here.
Except that Jerome Powell wasn't elected.
Sure.
He was appointed, by the way, by Donald Trump in the first term. And President Trump now says, well, I think it was really immigration that got me elected. If you look at every exit poll, it was the economy that drove it. And look where he is right now, Leanne. This is a question from a CNBC poll that came out a couple of days ago. On the economy, his disapproval is 55%. He's pretty underwater there. Inflation, very underwater, 60% disapproval. And then federal government spending is a little bit more even, but he still has a majority of people not happy. I will say that he's above water on the issue of immigration, which is probably why he continues to talk about that, which is exactly the point you were making.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is, I mean, the fact that he's so...
The irony is that if the Democrats keep hitting him on immigration, his immigration numbers are getting lower and lower too. Yeah, there it is. Oh my God. Right on. Right as I said this. Look, thank you, chatter. Thank you. B-Ball Hoops 365. I also like B-Ball Hooping 365. New Reuters poll finds Trump is no longer in positive territory, even on immigration. Wow. Dude, I'm going to be honest. I'm not a particularly smart guy, okay? I'm not. You don't have to be. You don't have to be a fucking brilliant guy to be able to predict the future. I'm saying super basic shit. I'm saying super basic fucking shit, dude. If Democrats make a big fuss over the depravity of the Trump administration's cruel and unusual white nativist immigration agenda, then the media will cover it more. And when the media will cover it more, people will be more fucking aware of what's going on. And they'll go, oh my God. Yeah, I thought he was like deporting rapists. Why is he deporting random fucking gay hairstylists whose name is Andre because he had a mom and dad tattoo? People are stupid. They're fucking malleable. They are easy to persuade. They are easy to dupe. And it turns out when the Democrats actually launch even the beginning phases of a counter-messaging campaign on the issue of immigration, oh my God, lo and behold, the fucking polls change. How could this have happened? Burgles, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. See, I can't pre-watch. I didn't know that Burgles was going to gift 100 gifted subs. I didn't know anyone was going to gift any subs, as a matter of fact. I can't see the future. You're maybe not a STEM genius, but your political instincts are on point. It's not even political instincts. I'm telling you right now, it is super fucking basic shit. It's super basic shit. It's just having a decent understanding of history and having a decent understanding of what, like, you know, the common American voter looks like and thinks like. Thank you, Dino Respesh, for the 5 gifted subs. I don't even think it's my poli-sci degree that's working here. There are plenty of people who have not only gotten an undergrad like myself, but beyond that have gotten masters. As a matter of fact, they've maybe studied a little too much. And that's precisely why I don't fucking understand it. My point is, all of this stuff happens because, like, I think in dialectical ways, okay? It is dialectical thinking. I understand that if there's always a push and pull, for example, if there's only push in one direction when it comes to immigration and no pull whatsoever, then yeah, of course people are going to reflect this broader cultural shift. They're going to look at this and go, okay, well, I guess, yeah, immigrants are rapists, bloodthirsty murderers, and parasitic, or whatever the fuck, because no one else is saying the opposite on the other side. You would be a great actuary. It's like basically predicting the future, but with math. I would not, because I haven't done any math in years, and I hated it, even though I was decent at it in comparison to the average American. Anyway, my point is, you can be a common sense thinker and be able to comprehend what has happened thus far and potentially talk about what will happen in the future. Okay, they failed in this live stream, it seems. This is why people like Senator Markey need me on their side. If I knew that Ed Markey was going to the detention facility, I would have gone with him and I would have live streamed the whole thing. And that is for all the staffers that are in this chat. And I know a lot of you motherfuckers are in here right now. Let your senators know. I will go with them. If anyone wants to go to Louisiana, I will fly out on my own, obviously. I will fucking stream your senator. I will talk to your senator. I will do it all, okay? I've said it, or I tweeted about this earlier today. I will give all full-blown support. I am not a man who is capable of... I am not a man who is capable of, creating super PACs and funding people's campaigns like that. But I do have one thing. I have a community of like-minded thinkers who are very progressive, who will go out and will door knock, who will go out and will show support to Democratic Party politicians. I also have a decent understanding of what makes the news. So I will use that to your advantage. I will use that to your advantage if you do the right thing. Okay? I will fucking fly out to Louisiana. If you want me to fucking stream it, I will do it. Senator Ed Markey, I would have done that. Okay? Yeah, I said, I will defend and extend a platform to any politician who speaks out against the unjustifiable detainment of pro-Palestinian student activists, as will many Americans. My point was, if someone can go to fucking El Salvador and make waves like this, then they can absolutely go to Louisiana. That's it. I'm down to do it.
Officials with U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement have rejected the request of a former Columbia University graduate student for a temporary release from detention. Mahmoud Khalil missed the birth of his first child yesterday in New York. NPR's Adrian Florido reports President Trump is seeking to deport Khalil over his pro-Palestinian activism.
Since ICE agents arrested him in New York last month, they've held Khalil at a remote detention center in Louisiana. His lawyers have been trying to free him while his federal lawsuit challenging his arrest as unconstitutional moves forward. On Sunday, his wife went into labor. Khalil's lawyers asked the director of ICE's Louisiana office to temporarily release him so he could attend the birth. The request was quickly denied. Mark Vanderhoot is one of Khalil's lawyers.
He had certainly hoped and expected that the government would show some humanity, but they did not.
His baby was born the next day. Khalil listened on the phone.
Anti-Semitic.
Okay, this is awesome. Okay, very excited. I want to hear what Dana Fash and Jonathan Greenblatt have to say about anti-Semitic incidents at its highest level and where that anti-Semitism is coming from. And I'm sure that the Apartheid Defense League is going to have a very reasonable position on all of this, right? Now, a couple of things that I want to mention here. Is anti-Semitism, like real anti-Semitism, not like fucking anti-Israel shit, on the rise in the United States of America? Abso-fucking-lutely. If you say that that is not the case, you are delusional, okay? You have out and about David Duke style neo-Nazis running their fucking mouths on a daily basis. You got 14-year-olds who are hearing from Dan Bilzerian about the Talmud and how it showcases the real nature of the Jew, the international Jewry, and its mechanisms of control. Like, all of that shit is now becoming more and more normalized. That's terrifying. That's absolutely fucking anti-Semitic. Okay? Part of the reason why that's blowing up is because of the likes of Dana Fash, as a matter of fact, because of the likes of CNN, because the reality of the matter is all of these institutions have constantly made the false conflation that Israel is for the Jews and Jews are for Israel. And if you ever criticize Israel, then you're anti-Semitic. And all of that violence is in direct display for an audience that gets most of their news from TikTok. So they see the fucking violence and they don't see the contextualizations that these fucking dipshits try to offer. But they do hear the constant deflections and the constant ways in defending Israel by conflating it with Judaism. Okay? So they go, I don't like what this is. This is baby murder. Don't have the social conditioning that a 55-year-old man has in terms of Israel being the most moral nation on the planet. All those lies that people have told in perpetuity about Israel, you didn't hear if you were younger, if you're under the age of 35, and you saw babies being murdered, live streamed Holocaust, you're going to go, I don't like the people doing that Holocaust. And if the media doesn't recognize that that is an untenable situation and consistently says, shut the fuck up. If you say you don't like the live stream Holocaust, then you're anti-Semitic. Then people are going to go, yeah, I'm anti-Semitic then. That is where we're at. That is what's going on. So institutions like the Apartheid Defense League, with that fucking conflation, have played a formative role in anti-Semitism skyrocketing in this fucking country. And I don't mean literally, I mean literally and also figuratively, as in they quite literally cooked the books personally to make this argument that anti-Semitism is skyrocketing, even though it is skyrocketing. Real anti-Semitism is skyrocketing. But the ADL numbers are fucked. Why are the ADL numbers fucked? When are you going to talk to E instead of reacting to every time he talks about it? You keep saying you want to talk to him, but never reach out. That's so fucking stupid. Shut your stupid fucking mouth. I have reached out. He is the one who is too pussy to fucking have me on the show or talk to me. God damn it. I'm talking about some real ass shit here, and you're over here talking about me. My favorite content creator is on an extended crash out. Why won't you talk to him? I can't talk to him. He's too fucking scared. He's a pussy. That's why, okay? Yeah, anti-Semitism skyrocketed because I didn't watch the fucking context puke. That's why. Anti-Semitism skyrocketed. Why? Because of me. Me. I did it. Anyway. Yeah, we're talking about real anti-Semitism, and this fucking dumbass chatter's like, well, what about this drama? So, as I was saying, these are people that are also responsible for why anti-Semitism is skyrocketing in this country. But ADL has also cooked the books by accelerating the ridiculous conflation of Judaism and Israel by saying pro-Palestinian demonstrations are automatically anti-Semitic incidents. This is ridiculous. Okay? This is fucking ridiculous. It was crazy. So yeah, of course it looks like, oh, well, anti-Semitic incidents are actually, they've grown by 7 million%, as a matter of fact. Because I've decided that when a college freshman says, like, I'm wearing a keffiyeh, and I said, free Palestine, that's actually an anti-Semitic incident. Oh, I saw a sign that said free parking, but I thought it said free Palestine, and I thought that was anti-Semitic. The Jews are tired. That's E. Fartlow, for those of you who don't know. That's an anti-Semitic incident. If you do that, then yeah, you're not a serious institution. You're not taking the issue seriously. And it's ironic because you're supposed to take this issue seriously. This is your job. Your job is to care about anti-Semitism. But you're so fucking horny to defend Israel that you just are promoting anti-Semitism. You're making more anti-Semitism. When someone says, fuck Israel and free Palestine, and you got like famous people coming out and being like, their visa should be revoked, they should be in prison, like our boys over at fucking Kneecap, why would anyone take any claim you ever say seriously on this issue ever again? If you say, oh, you made a tier list where you says Sabra hummus is the worst tier hummus, a tier list that's about like how Arab coded you are, a Habibi tier list, that's actually the Holocaust. No one's going to take you seriously ever again. The fuck are you doing? And it's especially mind-boggling because real fucking anti-Semitism is spiked at this point. What the fuck?
Incidents in the United States are at the highest level since at least 1979. That is the chilling finding from the Anti-Defamation League's annual audit of anti-Semitic incidents published this morning. The report finds incidents increased significantly over the past year.
Yeah, that is because they fucking added anti-Israel protests to the anti-Semitic incident metric. That is part of it. I feel like if someone were to make an accurate assessment of the anti-Semitic incidents, that the ADL has logged in 2023 and 2024, if they just looked at pure anti-Semitism, drawing a fucking swastika on a Hillel or something, you know what I mean? Or I don't know, saying the K word at a bunch of like Orthodox Jews that are walking down the fucking street or some shit like that. If that was what they were presenting, or Sig Heiling or whatever the fuck, unless you're nice to Israel, then it's okay. That it's not an anti-Semitic incident, because I don't think they fucking added Elon Musk Sig Heiling at the inauguration as one of the anti-Semitic incidents that happened in the year 2024 or 2025. That is why this list is fucking busted. Anyway, my point is, if you looked at the actual numbers, they would probably still show a major spike, because a lot of people associate Israel with Judaism. And when they see fucking baby murder, they go, oh, well, what the fuck? Jews are loving baby murder, it seems. And they go and do anti-Semitic shit. Part of the problem oh, they admitted 58% were anti-Israel incidents? That makes it even funnier. Oh my God. So 58% of anti-Semitic incidents are fake. Incidentally, the ADL's campus update email list is legit one of the most batshit things you can subscribe to. Here's just the last couple of weeks. A nonstop torrent of bad faith, tabloid, fear-mongering, racism, and libel. The ADL 100% supports what Trump is doing. Oh, yeah, I'm going to talk about that in a second. Yeah, audit of anti-Semitic incidents, executive summary. By the way, I do not trust the ADL, okay? Call me an anti-Semite for that take if you want to. I do not trust an institution that gets backing from the Israeli Knesset, okay? I do not trust an institution that goes to Israel and talks about how important it is to do a propaganda war in the Western world. These are things that Jonathan Greenblatt has done. I do not trust an institution that has spied on American Jews over and over again. And I'm not even talking about recently, because they do that they do that right now as well, but they did it in the past too, at the behest of another apartheid, the South African apartheid. That's right. In the 90s, the Apartheid Defense League, also known as the Anti-Defamation League, was caught spying on American Jews, union leaders, and black activists that were protesting against the South African apartheid. Do you understand? The ADL has engaged in acts of espionage on American soil at the behest of not only Israel, but also fucking apartheid South Africa. This is a real thing that they did in the fucking 90s. So I don't even trust any fucking information that they put out there, because I know what their position is. It's ridiculous. ADL tracks incidents of anti-Semitic harassment, vandalism, and assault in the United States since 1979. We have published this information on an annual audit of anti-Semitic incidents. In 2024, ADL tabulated 9,354 anti-Semitic incidents across the United States. That represents a 5% increase from the 8,873 incidents recorded in 2023, a 344% increase over the past 5 years, and an 893% increase over the past 10 years. It is the highest number on record since ADL began tracking anti-Semitic incidents 46 years ago. Incidents of vandalism and assault increased significantly in 2024. Assaults increased by 21% to 196 incidents. For the first time in the history of the audit, a majority of all incidents contain elements related to Israel or Zionism. Oh, so the majority of the incidents that you logged were not even fucking valid. You see what the problem is when you fucking present yourself as an institution that is supposed to fucking defend Jews in America against anti-Semitism, and then you so very openly fucking defend the apartheid state that is doing a genocide instead, and in that process, you literally make this information impossible to use. I can't use this information. I can't use this information at all. And I need information like this because this is what I do. My job is to combat anti-Semitism as well. So ironically enough, when an institution that is supposed to be tasked with combating anti-Semitism is so openly, so nakedly, at a time when they are needed the most, as a matter of fact, so nakedly increasing anti-Semitism, literally and figuratively, by fucking massaging the numbers and adding anti-Israel statements onto their anti-Semitic incident report, they fucking fail spectacularly. Oh, a large portion of Israel-related anti-Semitic incidents occurred at the vicinity of anti-Israel protests. Out of over 5,000 anti-Israel rallies tracked by ADL in 2024, 2,596 involved anti-Semitic messaging in the form of signs, chants, or speeches. Fuck you. Suck my fucking cock, okay? Suck it from the back. Oh my God, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. That's an anti-Semitic incident. I'm not even lying about this. This is literally what they actively say. Oh. What the fuck? What is this? Like, what happens to the mind of an Israel dick rider? What happens to your mind when you want to defend Israel so hard that you become a fucking psychopath who is hallucinating on a regular fucking basis, and simultaneously as you are defending the oppressive settler colonial state that is doing a genocide, you somehow constantly find yourself as the victim. How the fuck is this possible? How? I used to be one. I can kind of explain maybe. Anti-Semitism has also increased, but it's almost definitely more from the hogs than it is for the pro-Palestinian protesters. No, I already mentioned that anti-Semitism has increased, which is why I think it's fucking bullshit that the ADL, which is supposed to be a reputable institution that that logs anti-Semitic incidents, are fucking dropping the ball when people need a reputable institution to be like, hey, we are not in the business of defending Israel. We're in the business just at looking at anti-Semitic incidents. Oh. And it's fucking ironic because you know where anti-Semitism has blown up? You know how Israel accuses Palestinians of being taught from a young age to hate Jews? No, I know. I know that is the underlying basis of Zionism is racism against Arabs and racism against those who are believers in Islam. I know. It's projection. Everything Israel does is projection, including they teach their children to hate Israel and Jews from birth. This is why they are terror babies. Like, that's all bullshit. It's all fucking projection. Those babies in fucking Gaza don't need to go to school to learn to hate Israel. And Israel also presents itself as the Jewish state there, by the way. Okay? They learned that lesson when the school explodes. And a bomb is dropped from a fucking F-15 that has the Star of David on the side of it. They learned that lesson when the Star of David is carved onto the heads of their uncles or their cousins. They learned that lesson of hating Israel when their lives are ruined, when their family members are killed. It's fucking projection when Israel says, oh, they have to teach their children to hate Israel and the Jews. I wonder why people hate the Star of David or manifestations of Judaism and Jewish symbols in places like Gaza or in places like the West Bank. Perhaps it's because if a Jewish house is spray painted with a Star of David in a place like France, for example, that means that maybe there's going to be an anti-Semitic attack towards the people living in that house, the Jews living in that house. But when you spray paint the Star of David on the side of a home in the West Bank, that means a bunch of rabid, sociopathic, inbred settlers are going to come to your fucking house and they're going to firebomb it. And then a bunch of Israeli occupying force terrorists are going to come and defend those rabid settlers. It basically works like a fucking swastika on that side of the world. So of course people see this association and surprisingly still don't hate Jews, which is shocking, okay? For Palestinians to not literally go, no, any depiction of Israel or Judaism reminds me of the bombs that are falling on my head. Like, the fact that they still don't hate Jews is shocking, okay? It's shocking. It's essentially the same as Republican strategy of saying everyone is out to get you. They say everyone in the Middle East hates Israel because they hate Jews and Israel has to keep us safe. Exactly. Huh. For a Palestinian to hate manifestations of Judaism in the way that they've experienced it, like, for example, when they fucking propped up the menorah in the middle of the fucking Gaza Strip in the midst of their ongoing genocide, is like saying, why did Jews in the immediate aftermath of World War II hate the fucking Germans? What do you mean? Oh, I'm sorry. I guess the Jews didn't appreciate fucking strudels anymore. Like, no, it's because the fucking Germans annihilated them. What are you talking about? It's so fucking stupid. Many American Jews and Israel supporters remain blissfully unaware of the role of Jewish supremacy / fascism in Israel. My mom hadn't even heard of Kahanism until I told her like a week ago. Ironic, because Kahan is an American invention too. That's another thing. Just like Jewish supremacy paired up with American exceptionalism created this fucking insane ideology that literally was designated as a terrorist ideology by the fucking state of Israel until not that long ago. Israel was like, we are a violent, fascist, ideology-backed Jewish supremacist ethno-state, but this is a bridge too far for us. That's what they used to say. Star of David is not a Jewish symbol, it's a Zionist symbol. Symbol of Judaism is the menorah. Dude, or lady, they use the fucking menorah as well. That's what I'm saying. They propped up. They fucking, first of all, Star of David is a Jewish symbol. So that's also ridiculous. But they use all of the symbols of Judaism as a shield of defense in the Western world and as a way to reassert Jewish supremacist thought in the region. Anyway. Last thing Palestinians see before their families, last thing the world sees before dead babies in FYP. Yeah. Anyway. So I talk about this all the fucking time. I talk about this all the time. Over and over and over again. Okay. Israel and the way that Israel supporters conflate Judaism with the state, with the apartheid state that is currently conducting a fucking ethnic cleansing campaign, is akin to Muslims living in the Western world and Muslims all around the world saying ISIS is the true version of Islam. Okay? It's literally like saying, no, ISIS is awesome actually, and you're fucking Islamophobic if you don't like what ISIS is doing. Like, it makes no damn sense. And to make matters even more annoying and unsustainable, okay, the defenders of Israel, especially in the Western world, take the most arrogant and the most entitled fucking stance you have ever seen, where the expectation is, of course you're going to fucking give me another $12 billion of weapons that I will immediately deploy on mostly children under the age of 18. I'm going to kill more children. And if you say that that's bad, you should be fired from your fucking job. This is the basic premise that we're talking about. Why the fuck would Americans look at that and go, yeah, no, this is great, actually? It's basically gotten to a point in the United States of America that the only people who have this kind of, the only people that look at what the Zionist arrogance and entitlement and still say, no, they're the chosen sons and daughters of God and we got to send all the Jews to the desert so the fucking rapture can happen, is psychopathic, also inbred evangelical Christians that go to mega churches and have anti-Semitic televangelists like fucking John Hagee constantly tell them that, like, we have to keep giving money by way of kufi to Israel so that they can keep fighting the Muslim scourge. And then one day, Jesus Christ will come back to earth and fight the devil's forces in Megiddo. This is literally real. It sounds like a fucking anime. That is unironically a thing that tens of millions of Americans believe. Okay? Oh. So yeah, when I explain all this shit to you, perhaps it makes it easier to understand why fucking anti-Semitism is exploding in this goddamn country. Yeah, John Hagee also famously said God sent Hitler so that 6 million Jews could be fucking ethnically cleansed so that they could kickstart the process of creating the state of Israel. That is crazy. That is an insane thing to say. You know who invited him to DC to speak? Israel did. That's right. And all of those fucking assholes like Van Jones or Chuck Schumer that wrote an entire book about the growing anti-Semitism concerns in America, they sat next to Pastor John Hagee, who famously said that thing about Adolf Hitler. Okay. He also said Adolf Hitler was Jewish himself and also half Jewish, half Jew, half Antichrist. That's what he said. Okay. They sat next to him. They stood up on a fucking podium that he spoke at the pro-Israel, we need to kill more babies rally in Washington, D.C., and they spoke right after him. So when those guys tell me about anti-Semitism skyrocketing, I laugh. Bitch, what do you mean? You're there with the fucking arch anti-Semite. What are you talking about? Oh, yeah. My brother in Christ, you made the sandwich, you know? Oh. Anyway, the report contradicts itself farther down from where you are. Reading, they say ADL does not consider criticism of Israel or general anti-Israel activism to be anti-Semitic and does not count such incidents in the audit. Yeah, that's a lie, okay? Because the ADL considers the Jewish Voice for Peace organization to be an anti-Semitic organization. They consider Students for Justice of Palestine an anti-Semitic organization. They consider From the River to the Sea, Palestine will be free to be an anti-Semitic chant. So when you add all of those things as anti-Semitic incidents, but then still fucking maintain this position that you don't actually care about anti-Israel activism, it's just within the neat little confines that we have designed for you, in the same way that Ethan Klein fucking constantly talks about how he is the guy who gets to dictate how you get to criticize Israel because he's Jewish and he's the Pope of the Jews, like Ben Shapiro, as Sam Cedar famously says, you know, that everything and anything that you declare anti-Semitic is anti-Semitic. Elon Musk throwing up a fucking Sig Heil, both the ADL and Ethan, at least in the way that he keeps fucking throwing it up himself, doesn't brandish as the most anti-Semitic incident, it seems. Sabra Hummus, anti-Semitic incident. And yes, for the chatter asking, does the ADL not see that most of America is moving towards not supporting Israel? Do they not understand grouping together lack of support for Israel and anti-Semitism is super harmful to them? Yeah, they do see that, and they're fucking terrified of it, which is why they secretly and sometimes publicly love the deportation initiatives that the Trump administration is engaging in, because they think that they can silence this kind of fucking speech and this kind of protest, and it will all go away. All they are participating in that process is creating more resentment towards Jews. Yeah. And lo and behold, What is really fucking insane, and Megaphonics is absolutely correct for this, Twitter happily accepted money without a second glance in exchange for promoting this anti-Semitic screed, by the way. Twitter is the primary place where anti-Semitism has exploded. Twitter is owned by Elon Musk, and after Elon Musk took over Twitter, he actively allowed neo-Nazis to be on the platform. He opened up the algorithmic faucet for neo-Nazi takes to run wild on this platform. I saw a dude writing a long-ass rant about how the Klan was actually a self-protection measure against the unruly blacks the other day. Do you know how many likes that thread had? 20,000 when I looked at it. 20,000 likes. Every other day, there's another fucking post of like Adolf Hitler, and people are just like, oh, this was the most misunderstood figure in history. 100,000 likes. Where is the anti-Semitism coming from? According to the ADL, certainly not Elon Musk, certainly not Twitter, certainly not the Trump administration. It's coming from English majors who are Jewish themselves who say, don't do this genocide in our name. Those are the anti-Semites, not Twitter, not Elon Musk. At a certain point, you have to recognize that they don't give a shit about anti-Semitism. I'm sorry. Jonathan Greenblatt does not give a fuck about anti-Semitism. Why even bother talking about anti-Semitism in the context of Israel-Palestine? It feels like constantly talking about the dangers of anti-white racism. Aren't they a part of the in-group? To a certain degree, yes, at least for the time being. But things are changing quite rapidly. Historically, no. There was a brief moment where, yes, Jews were white and got the white status. Not always, and certainly not in in certain circles that still have a lot of institutional power and control. But having said that, that time is passing very quickly, partially because of this shit, as a matter of fact. Anti-Semitism is a real bigotry. Anti-white racism is not. Anti-Semitism is a real bigotry that is actually a dirty fucking Arab. That's what this guy said. Yeah. Yeah, we should put that in the anti-Arab hatred database, you know? No, let's hear what other kind of awesome takes this dumb fuck has to have. Yeah, Adam Friedland's what are they going to do? Take white from us bit? Yeah. The difference is like he is worried about that. There's a difference between visible prejudices versus invisible prejudices. I'm not visibly Jewish when I walk on the street. I'm just white, so I don't really have to worry about that. I'm also worried about posting online that I'm Jewish and seeing Nazis in my replies. Yeah. Anyway, it's also, no, there's also a more significant factor here as well beyond visible and invisible privileges or prejudices, and that is institutional prejudices. There is no institutional permissibility for anti-Semitism, but there is certainly a lot of institutional allowance for Islamophobia. Okay? This is very important. But ironically enough, the Trump administration recognizes that reality, which is why they're using Israel as an entry point to erode First Amendment freedoms, because Israel has eroded First Amendment freedoms in this country. Israel is the only country, and its lobbying group is the only lobbying group that has been able to successfully, with the exception of the agribusiness industry, Israel and the agriculture business is the only two lobbying groups that have been able to successfully undermine First Amendment protections in this country, and they did it quietly for decades. You have the ag gag on the one side, where you know, it's illegal to fucking film processing facilities and shit like that. And you have Israel on the other side. Okay? AIPAC has been able to write legislation in 30 plus states in this country where if you ever protest against the state of Israel, if you ever actually attempt to boycott the state of Israel, if you ever actually demand divestment from Israel or Israeli products, or if you ever advocate to apply sanctions to the state of Israel, then you can be fired from your fucking job. That's real. The two senators at the time that constantly fucking railed against this, by the way, was Bernie Sanders and, rest in peace, Dianne fucking Feinstein, ironically enough. Now, the Trump administration knows this, which is precisely the reason why they're using the institutional muscle that a lot of these pro-Israeli groups that masquerade as pro-Jewish groups, that masquerade as groups that are combating anti-Semitism, and the institutional muscle they have within liberal circles, within NGOs, within progressive movements to their advantage. That is precisely the reason why when they go to Harvard and say, hey, we're going to come after you if you don't fix this anti-Semitism that's running rampant on your campus, and Harvard says, yes, sir, of course we will do that. They quietly concede on that note. And then the Trump administration comes back and says, actually, we want more. We want you to fucking hire all of our conservative fail sons. We want you to admit all of our conservative fail sons. We want you to do affirmative action for dumb fucking hogs. And Harvard says, no, enough is enough. What is the lesson to learn from this? It is that a lot of these liberal institutions still very much can be manipulated, very much will concede on points as long as you say, oh, this is anti-Semitism. And that's precisely the reason why, precisely the fucking reason why the Trump administration, knowing this, is not eroding the First Amendment off of, I don't know, anti-Christian thought first, because if they were to do that, everyone would be like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's precisely why the point of entry into eroding the First Amendment is through combating, in air quotes, anti-Semitism. Do you understand? Because all of these fucking groups have designed a perfect opportunity for a fascist administration to take over and follow their desires to its logical conclusion. That's it. I know they're not going to do the anti-Christian bias yet, though. Don't worry. That's coming too. Of course it's coming. It's never going to stop. Fascism is a suicide death cult for this reason. It's just, we're talking right now about how they are going to start the conversation, how they have started this attempt. They've started this attempt by opening up the floodgates and creating a new precedent around the First Amendment, if the Supreme Court allows it to, by prosecuting falsely the likes of Rumeysa Öztürk, the likes of Mosen, the likes of Mahmoud Khalil. Okay? And they will move on from the prosecution of anti-Israel sentiment to anti-Christian bias and numerous other biases. And they're simultaneously trying to revoke citizenship. Eventually, they'll denaturalize. They will try to tackle birthright. These are all things that they're trying to do right now. It's a multifaceted battle. Okay? Institutions like this are playing a formative role in this.
And that those happening on college campuses rose more steeply than in any other location. Joining me now to talk more about these findings is CEO and National Director of the ADL, Jonathan Greenblatt, who this week in the Time 100 issue is named one of the 100 most influential people in the world. I'll just throw that out there, Jonathan.
Yeah, Adolf Hitler was too, so.
But let's focus on this finding, because we have talked for the past several years as you've released this report, and it's been an increase. Last year, it was a huge spike. They continue to trend higher. The explosion, I mean, you can see on the screen, we're putting up a graphic that really illustrates the data that you are putting out here over the past 2 years is stunning.
Yeah, I mean, look, Deanna, I feel like I say this every year, but we've never seen a moment like this. But the reality is, over the last decade, anti-Semitic incidents in America are up nearly 900%. And to think that after breaking the record last year, we did it yet again. But this is the 5th time in 6 years that we've shattered another ceiling. And we're talking about nearly 9,400 incidents in 2024, almost 200 acts of assault, more than 2,600 cases of vandalism, and more than 6,500.
When they say that, by the way, they're talking about like a bakery, okay, that's doing a fundraiser for the IDF or some shit. And then someone goes and spray paints that bakery. And then they go, oh my God, this is an act of anti-Semitism. You're attacking a Jewish business. It's like, no, dumbass. I'll give you an example of a real instance of anti-Semitic vandalism that you might have considered not to be a real instance of anti-Semitic vandalism versus a fake instance of anti-Semitic vandalism that is being marked as a real one. There is a Yiddish language learning center in Brooklyn. And in the immediate aftermath of October 7, the Yiddish language learning center in Brooklyn was tagged with graffiti saying like, fuck Israel or whatever. Okay? That is a instance, this is a lighter version of this, but it's still an instance of anti-Semitic vandalism. Why? Because what the fuck does the Yiddish Language Center have to do with Israel? If anything, its very existence is antithetical to the Zionist project. But most people don't know that. So they think, oh, Jewish institution, they probably love Israel, so let's go fucking tag it. That is a real instance. That is an unfortunate byproduct of Israel packaging itself as the nation state for all Jews and packaging its actions as doing this for Jews in general. Okay? But it's still a real instance of anti-Semitic vandalism. The example I will use next is an instance of anti-Semitic vandalism that Jonathan Greenblatt will add on to the anti-Semitic incident report that is not actually anti-Semitic, it is anti-Zionist. Tagging a bookstore that is owned by a Jewish Israeli person that is using their bookstore to fundraise for the IDF. That is not an anti-Semitic instance of vandalism. That is an anti-Zionist instance of vandalism. Do you understand? Do you understand the difference? One has nothing to do with Israel. The other one has everything to do with Israel. One is simply a Jewish Yiddish language learning center that unfortunately got caught in the fucking crosshairs, okay, by someone who is responding to that conflation and going, fuck you. The other is people engaging in an act of protest against an institution that is using a storefront to literally fund and facilitate more terror. That's it. You're informing us, but you can't expect the ADL to make these considerations? No, the reason why the ADL doesn't make these considerations is because their entire purpose is not to actually log anti-Semitic incidents. The only reason why they log real anti-Semitic incidents is so that they can conflate it with fake anti-Semitic incidents, incidents of anti-Zionism. And if they didn't do that, if they only cared, if this institution came out and was like, we are the Apartheid Defense League, we only care about the apartheid, whether it's South Africa doing it, whether it's Israel doing it, we don't care. We are lovers of apartheid, okay? And we only care about anti-Zionism. Everyone would go, what the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? Everyone would be like, okay, well, you're an unserious institution. Fuck you. That's the reason why they make this conflation. The only reason why they actually log anti-Semitic hate, real anti-Semitic hate, is so they can make that conflation.
Cases of harassment. And these are Jewish people being assaulted or molested or otherwise, intimidated in public spaces, on college campuses, in political environments, not because of something they've done.
Yeah, another common, in air quotes, anti-Semitic incident is where protesters show up to like a Chabad or some like Jewish community center, and you're like, whoa, wait a minute, protesters are showing up to a Jewish community center? This seems like Nazi Germany to me. And then you fucking find out that that Jewish community center is selling stolen homes in the fucking West Bank. Well, what do you mean? What are people supposed to do? Go, nah, that's fine, actually. You are illegally selling foreign real estate that you do not fucking own. That is psychotic. Of course people are going to fucking protest that. New York City real estate expert promoting the sale of stolen land in Palestine descends into violence. And a lot of people at first believe that shit. And I explained it away over and over and over again on this broadcast. Hopefully some people understood what I was talking about, but many people did not. Yeah, here it is. Look, what were they protesting? There's 100+ synagogues in LA. Why were the protests at this one? Biden condemns protests outside a Los Angeles synagogue as anti-Semitic. President Joe Biden appalled by violence during the pro-Palestinian protests at the Los Angeles synagogue. President Joe Biden appalled by violence during the pro-Palestinian protests at Los Angeles synagogue. Why were the pro-Palestinian protesters outside of this Los Angeles synagogue? Why were they there? Is it because they fucking hate Jews? Is that why? Were they like, I hate Jews and Jewish expression? I hate when Jews go to the synagogue? Is that what it was? Is that what was going on here? Why, oh, why did they do that? Oh, that's right. It's because the event at the synagogue was organized by My Israel Home, a firm that markets real estate in Israel and West Bank settlements, and was advertising on social media. Oh, so they weren't protesting Jews going to the fucking synagogue. They were protesting an event organized by a fucking terrorist cell that was promoting the sale of homes that do not belong to them, that they are going to violently remove the indigenous Palestinians from and then sell to American Jews at a place of fucking worship. That is depraved. This is what I mean. So many Jewish institutions of faith, so many Jewish advocacy groups, okay, that claim that they care about improving the lives of Jews have absolutely sold American Jews and Western Jews and all Jews around the world to the idea that Zionism trumps your well-being here, okay? That's why my Jewish friends who are anti-Zionists are far more radical than I ever could be, because they recognize this reality. It is fucking insane. It's no different than ISIS. It's what people claimed CARE and all of these like Muslim advocacy groups were doing. But Israel gets to do it in broad fucking daylight, and there's no expectation of pushback. There's no expectation that people will learn the wrong lessons from this conflation that is not only incorrect, but very fucking dangerous. Says the Muslims who complain about anyone come and need their mosques where they store weapons and plot against the Jews. Stay away from synagogues. Hypocrites. Yes, dude. You go to a mosque in Dearborn, Michigan, and they just have all of their weapons there to kill every non-Muslim with eventually. Oh. Says the Muslim. Yeah, they keep the nukes in the Dearborn tunnels. In any case, all of this plays a major role in Americans looking at the situation and going, okay, well, I guess all Jews do love this shit. What the fuck are they supposed to learn? Americans are too stupid and too self-interested to learn anything. So if you keep hammering this lesson to their brains, their malleable, prepubescent minds over and over again, yeah, they're going to respond with, okay, well, I guess I am an anti-Semite. You know what I mean? So it's extra ironic if you are Jewish, a liberal Zionist who also is Jewish, and you fucking put the crosshairs on people like myself, or people like Morgan, or people like DEMS, or people like Michael from PA. These people who abhor anti-Semitism, who combat anti-Semitism, but are also anti-Israel. Okay? If that's where your battles are going to be fought, people like Sean the Black, if your battles are going to be fought when anti-Semitism is exploding and has gotten more popularity than ever before since, like, I guess maybe the American Bund movement, okay? And you're hyper-focusing on a handful of leftist content creators, progressive content creators who abhor anti-Semitism, who combat anti-Semitism, and are anti-Zionist, you're a fucking moron. That's it. This is not a message to any particular person.
But just because of who they are, what they believe in, it's fundamentally un-American.
And you talk in this about something that we just see with our own eyes, which is that the anti-Semitic incidents on college and university campuses, that is what has spiked more than any other location. Mm-hmm. I want to talk about that, and especially as it relates to what we're hearing from the Trump administration, Jonathan, because they are cracking down on top universities.
Yeah, let's hear what fucking Jonathan has to say. Jonathan, who is so busy combating anti-Semitism that, you know what he did? Alongside Ethan fucking Klein, by the way, demanded that Twitch ban some of those content creators that I just mentioned, myself included. Twitch banned some of those content creators. And also made Zionist a protected category. The ideology of Zionism is a fascist ideology. It is an exterminationist ideology built around ethno-religious supremacy. Okay? And now it is a protected category. Think about that. That's what he's busy with. This dumb fuck. He thinks people like myself, people like Morgan, are actually saying Jew when they mean Zionist. That is the argument here. If I hated Jews, I would just fucking say it. Okay? Look at fucking Candace Owens. Look at Dan Bilzerian. Look at all of the people who are getting so much clout all over Twitter. But of course, Jonathan Greenblatt can't combat Twitter, can't combat anti-Semitism on Twitter because Elon Musk is Donald Trump's butt buddy. Elon Musk and Donald Trump are very pro-Israel. So they can say and do whatever the fuck they want. They can even throw up Sig Heils, and Jonathan Greenblatt will defend them because he only cares about Israel. He does not care about anti-Semitism.
On what they say is all about anti-Semitism on campuses. They froze more than $2.2 billion in federal funding for Harvard. And that prompted you to say, quote, resolving the very real crisis facing Jews on campus should not jeopardize the American system of higher education. Do you think the Trump administration is using anti-Semitism, which you point out is very real, especially on college campuses, but using that to crack down on elite universities that it just doesn't like?
Okay, so there are a few things to kind of unpack here, Deanna. So number one, let's just underscore, anti-Semitism is a crisis, it's a catastrophe that has not gotten nearly enough attention from the very institutions where it's happening.
Yeah. Yeah, no, totally. You're so right, man. Yeah, this is college institutes of higher learning, specifically Ivy League colleges and Hollywood. This is where anti-Semitism is exploding. What's next, dude? Are we going to talk about fucking law firms? Is that what? What are we doing? What the fuck? It's like a meme. It's like a joke. The capital of anti-Semitism is not the fucking Klan meet, okay? It's not the David Dukes of the world. It's actually Coachella, where Kneecap said, fuck Israel. The capital of anti-Semitism isn't actual anti-Semitic neo-Nazis that are firmly inside of the Trump administration, the Trump White House. It's actually Harvard. To also turn around and to say the media, there's not enough attention being presented towards anti-Semitism is like the most hysterical thing you can ever say. It's like when in the aftermath of October 7, you had like these Upper East Side New York Jews who were very fucking wealthy themselves and totally fine going to fucking parties and shit. And in between those parties, they were posting about like how scared they were to leave their houses and talking about, will you save me? Will you protect me? Will you hide me? You're going to get canary mission for this? Brother, you think I haven't gotten canary missioned already? Or what the fuck are you talking about? Will you hide me? Yeah, you know who we have to hide? People who have fucking spoken out against Israel. That's what we have to actually fucking hide. Because the federal government is coming after them and deporting them and blackbagging them, which is the question that Dana is actually presenting to Jonathan Greenblatt here. And Jonathan Greenblatt's first response to this is, you know, no one has actually cared about anti-Semitism at these fucking institutions. No one's talking about it. That's all people talk about. I've talked about it so fucking much. Oh.
Again, at ADO, we issue an annual report card.
Like, look at the exploding anti-Semitism they're showcasing here. You know what this was? This was Cambridge, Massachusetts. I think it was in Harvard. Okay, those are protest field marshals trying to stop I assume the student was Jewish, counter-protester, a Zionist counter-protester, from filming the faces of this die-in protest that they engaged in on the campus yard. Okay? This was a die-in. It's like a sit-in, but they're just like showing, they're just doing a protest. Okay? Zionist counter-protest comes in with a phone, camera ready to go, specifically to dox every fucking student that participated in it. Every single student that participated in it. And remember, this is like a couple months at this point. No, not a couple months, sorry. This is 10 days after October 8th. So this is after the campuses have gotten these fucking insane vans that are plastering the names and faces of prominent anti-Zionist students on campus. Remember when they did that shit? Remember how fucking insane that was? This is when Bill A. Pac-Man is talking about blacklisting students for daring to criticize the state of Israel. So close to October 7. How dare they? Remember all that shit? I remember. I couldn't fucking believe how rabid and bloodthirsty the Zionist movement had gotten in the United States of America, where they thought that they could fucking get away with that shit. And to a certain degree, they did get away with that shit. Most people don't even fucking remember those vans. Think about that. Here, for those of you who didn't see it, I want to show you. Does anyone have a link to the fucking vans that were all around college campuses? This happened because the Canary Mission has a robust docs list. And they immediately floated that docs list to whatever organization that was insane enough to go out and rent these fucking massive billboard vans that would plaster the faces of all students who had written an article about Israel's depravity. Now those lists are being used for deportation lists, by the way, which is so fucking crazy. Doxing truck is back at Columbia University campus now, but with names on all sides because students attempted to cover it up. Driver's window is now tinted. Many students targeted didn't even sign the statement. They're just Arab, Muslim, and Palestinian. Remember how fucking nutty this shit was? This is November 1st, 2023. Think about that. Think about how fucking unacceptable this shit was. Think about how insane this shit was. Bro, I'm telling you right now, it would be valid if you did this towards like unmasking people who are fucking white supremacists, right? And even then, there would be significantly more backlash towards this. Okay? Let alone the fact that you are saying these people are anti-Semitic because they're anti-Israel. If you did this for white supremacists, you would get destroyed by Fox News. Fox News would be like, you're ruining the lives of these brave, bold students for the crime of what? Speaking their minds? If you did this for those who work within the Canary Mission, if you did this for students on campuses that are prominent in the counter-protest movement, Zionist students on campuses, can you imagine if I, with the money that I have, okay, went and rented out a truck to go all over fucking college campuses and I plastered the faces and names, and some of them even had addresses, mind you, of all of the Jewish, Israeli, pro-Zionist students. I would get fucking assassinated. Can you imagine what that would look? I'd go to CCOP before I even finish the fucking trip around the block. Think about that. But this shit is appropriate, right? But that doesn't even work because you'd be putting your name on it, where these groups that funded this remain nameless, so no accountability. That's not true. That's not true. They're not nameless. We know The Lobby was an Al Jazeera documentary that uncovered a lot of the fucking major funders of this shit. There are also big donors that are public, like Seinfeld did this shit in fucking UCLA campus. Jerry Seinfeld is a public figure. Accuracy and media digital billboard trucks return to campus displaying image of Shafiq. Trucks first appeared in campus. This is August 16, 2024. Do not make the same mistake. ColumbiaHateJews.com. Dude, the other thing that I find really funny about like how insane this is, like this is literally, this operation is conducted by a schizophrenic person. Like no disrespect to schizos out there. I'm not trying to tarnish your reputation by saying that you're all Zionists, but like, I think mental illness paired up with Zionism, which is a different form of mental illness as well, creates this like very specific way of doing advocacy. Okay? It creates this very specific way of doing advocacy. And we know in this community what that kind of advocacy looks like because I have a schizo Zionist 60-year-old stalker paired up with the sex pestiny community that has been doing exactly this. The URL is given the same energy as HamasPiker.com or numerous other websites that they've made, IP grabbers that they've made, like, what's it fucking called? The crazy fucking websites that they've made, like, the HamasPiker.com is one of them. TwitchHatesJews.com is another one, which is ironic. It's like literally the same naming convention here. ColumbiaHatesJews.com. Or was it Dan Clancy HatesJews.com or something? Games at DanClancySucks.com. Twitcher Terrorist, the game that they made. Advertise on Twitch.com is another one. Yeah. It's really interesting where, like, you kind of manic post in the same exact way where you think like you're fighting a just cause and you just come across like a fucking unhinged sociopathic asshole.
Braiding colleges and universities, and they for too long failed to deal with this issue in a strategic, systematic way. So let's acknowledge that, number one. Number two, let's also acknowledge that the federal government, which is pumping billions of dollars into higher education, has the right to expect some degree of accountability from them. We've seen, the U.S. government demand it with law enforcement agencies, with other institutions. They're pressing here, and that is long overdue. Now, at the same
so you like it?
Time, let's also admit that I think there are ways you can tackle anti-Semitism. You can go at this cancer without killing the victim, if you will. So, for example, our system of higher ed, it's the envy of the world. It fuels innovation. It enables economic prowess. It is so important to our scientific leadership on the planet. I don't want to obliterate the whole thing. So I think there's a way with...
Why? Why do you get to obliterate anything? Who the fuck are you? You're just some fucking asshole that works with the Israeli government. Like, why the fuck should I have to listen to you? Okay? Do I have to listen to you as an American citizen? You're just another random American citizen. Who gives a fuck? The fuck do you mean? Like, oh, I don't want to obliterate the entirety of the institutes of higher learning here. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Who are you? Who the fuck are you?
Specific strategic measures that you can get to the root causes of anti-Semitism, and the federal government has a role to play, but I worry about the overreach that, again, could kill the golden goose, if you will.
Yeah. He's just worried about what it looks like for Jews in America to a degree where it's like, okay, well, maybe don't say Shalom, Mahmoud, when you're doing the deportation. Israel has him thinking he has the right to obliterate things. That's what I mean. Zionism is such a specific type of brain rot where you literally think that everything is Israel, and everyone that you want to tackle, you can tackle in the same way that Israel tackles Hamas. The mind of a Zionist is fascinating. Every Zionist treats everything that's going on like they are the fucking great state of Israel, and all their enemies are Palestinian children to be obliterated. Well, I don't want to obliterate all the Palestinian kids, just some of them, the ones that are holding up copies of Adolf Hitler's Mein Kampf. This guy spoke at the pro-Israel rally right next to UCLA encampment that led directly to the attack. He couldn't care less about student safety or the sanctity of higher education. Yeah, no, of course. He's a fucking fascist mouthpiece, and so is Dana. Okay? You defend the live-streamed Holocaust, you are a fucking Nazi. Okay? If we lived in a just world where justice was served, you would be tried at Nuremberg in a similar structure for all of the work you put in so that the Holocaust could continue. That's it. Go ahead, cry about how fucking anti-Semitic I am. How dare you compare a person that is combating anti-Semitism to a Nazi, to the worst atrocities perpetrated against the Jewish people. Okay? That's what you're doing. Never again doesn't mean never again just the Jews. Okay? There is a reason why there is an entire field of study dedicated to the fucking Holocaust. There is a reason for it. Ridiculous. Never again means never again for anyone.
And the Trump administration is also arresting international students, revoking some of their visas. You have been really clear that due process is essential. You have said that it's not even remotely clear that this has been the standard. What is the ADL doing to pressure the White House to give students who are being arrested due process?
Well, look, at the ADL, it's our job to protect the Jewish people. We're not sort of public defenders for some of the Hamasniks on these college campuses, and I don't want to be. And I think
depraved asshole, dude. This is a civil rights organization, okay? Just understand what this fucking bald douchebag is saying. As the figurehead of a civil rights organization, I'm not here to protect the Hamasniks.
Look, at the ADL, it's our job to protect the Jewish people. We're not sort of public defenders for some of the Hamasniks on these college campuses, and I don't want to be. And I think I really need to say that. If you take Mahmoud Khalil, who was one of the ringleaders at Columbia, based on his conduct, we thought he was a very problematic individual. I don't know if he lied on his visa application or anything like that, but on his conduct, not his speech. The challenge becomes when the administration doesn't substantiate or clarify this.
Yeah. The real problem is that oh God, his fucking IDF dog tag is shining in my eyes too. Ugh. That is a swastika, by the way. That is no different than the fucking totem cough, okay? Straight up. Straight the fuck up. That is you wearing an Israeli occupying force dog tag as you're on CNN. That is a symbol of significantly more evil than the fucking Al-Qassam Brigade's headband. Okay? Straight up. You can't argue with facts. If you do not recognize the Israeli occupying force as a far greater evil than the Al-Qassam Brigades that committed October 7, okay, not just Al-Qassam Brigades, the entire Palestinian resistance played a role in October 7. The entirety of the Palestinian militancy, led by the Al-Qassam Brigades, certainly. And what Israel has done since then, as a belligerent occupier, is far, far greater. It is not even remotely comparable. Okay? It is not even remotely comparable. It's like wearing the ISIS banner, basically. Straight up. It's like if a Muslim dude that is working with CARE or something, or like some kind of like Islamic charity, got up on Dana Bash and was wearing the fucking ISIS banner. And talking about, like, we're here to defend Muslims. We don't care if Jews get deported.
Specifics of the charges. So that's where this due process thing comes into the works. Now, again, it's not my job at ADL to provide due process for some of these young people.
No, but you have a very big megaphone.
We do, and so we want the individuals who are behind groups that support foreign terror organizations dealt with. We think there should be accountability when people commit violative behavior and conduct. But
yeah, he's saying, do it the right way. We want you to deport people for the crime of protesting against Israel. You just got to give us some facts so we can make it defensible, Mr. President. That's what this conversation is.
You're going to tackle someone on speech or their ideas, you better clarify, you better substantiate so everyone...
Yeah, he's not even upset about tackling the concept of speech, by the way. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Suck my fucking dick, dude. If you don't like it, leave. Okay? You don't like it, leave. You go to Israel all the time. Stay there. You go and speak in front of the Knesset talking about the importance of doing a full-scale information war in the Western world. Stay there. They don't have free speech there. If that's what you want, stay there. Ridiculous. Fucking ridiculous. Oh, I don't want to implode our golden goose of higher institutions, but you know, it is fine to deport pro-Palestinian student activists as long as you show what kind of speech is not permissible. The fuck are you saying, dude?
Everyone understands. And I think if the administration does that, they'll have all people of good faith on their side.
John.
Ugh.
This morning,
I fucking hate this scumbag so much. Yeah. The ADL is trying and failing to tiptoe the line between fueling Trump's crackdown on free speech / criticism of Israel, while also half-heartedly attempting to distance itself from the blowback that's causing more and more Americans to associate Israel with authoritarianism. Don't fall for Jonathan Greenblatt's bullshit. The ostensibly liberal ADL is one of the main drivers of Trump's crackdown on our constitutional rights. They are the ones to blame. No matter how much they try to deflect, they are celebrating it all behind the scenes. Oh. Fucking Dana Fash, dude. Classic. Apartheid Defense League. Yes, we're going to do Isaac Chodener's piece on this as well. Don't worry, I'm coming to that right now. No wonder. Keep up the good work. The reason why we're going to talk about Isaac Chodener's coverage on this, also here, I said, Apartheid Defense League talking about how there's a good way to deport students for anti-Israel speech. Insane. No wonder everyone hates Israel. Keep up the good work. Hamasniks on college campuses. This chatter keeps saying BRICS Plus is the only solution to Zionism. Okay, dude. Anyway, where was I?
Funny.
Oh, here. This is fun. This is Kai Pritzker, as you guys know from Breakthrough News. Israel's oldest newspaper tried to run a hit piece against us. Luckily, we recorded the whole thing. Here, this Haaretz journalist asked gotcha questions to Kai Pritzker to try to frame the encampments film as anti-Semitic. Breakthrough, as you guys know, made the encampments movie. It's great.
The Israeli newspaper Haaretz tried to run a hit piece against us, decided they didn't like my answers mid-interview, and hung up on me. Luckily, I recorded the whole thing. Chuck Yoked, a New Jersey-based writer for Haaretz, emailed me last week asking if he could interview me about our film, The Encampments, which is about the student movement in solidarity with Gaza. I agreed, and we set up a Zoom call. But as soon as the interview started, his first question was, why didn't you include anything about the Jewish students at Columbia who were spit on and assaulted? And I said pretty plainly back, who are these students?
Never heard it mentioned enough. Not defending Israel, just FYI, Gaza was a place where gay people got death penalty. That's not even fucking true, dumbass. No. Like, first of all, Gaza is a place that is destroyed in its entirety. So, number one. And the entity responsible for the maximum amount of gay Palestinians that have been killed is Israel, number two. And last but not least, the only instances that you might be referencing are most likely when Israel uses Grindr and other like gay lifestyle applications to identify Palestinian victims and take sexually compromising footage of said gay Palestinian victims in an effort to force them to become collaborators for the Israeli state. When the militancy finds out about these sorts of things, they sometimes will execute these people. It is completely fucked up. I agree. It's completely fucked up. Having said that, what do you think America does to spies, especially during wartime? What are we talking about? There is a death penalty. There's capital punishment already in the United States of America, and there's certainly capital punishment for fucking treason, especially during wartime. What's the lore over Twitter trying to take down Joe Rogan? What did he say this time? He just had a convo with Jordan Peterson, which I was supposed to cover today.
And there was dead silence. And he tries asking this again, same thing. And at this point, I noticed he wasn't actually running a recording on the Zoom call, but was instead typing down what I was saying. So out of an abundance of caution, I started running a voice memo on my end. And this is where it starts.
I mean, what happened? I mean, tell me about. I mean, I'm curious. I don't know about who was spit on. Which Jewish students were spit on?
What happened? Did one of the pro-Palestinian students think it was occupied Jerusalem all of a sudden? Did they think that they were a Jewish settler in occupied Jerusalem standing against a Christian that is visiting the Holy Land? Is that what happened? The number one mechanism of self-defense for a Jewish settler in occupied Jerusalem is to spit on Christians.
Okay.
After I asked him more to tell me about this alleged anti-Semitic spitting incident, he tells me to read Columbia's report about it.
But for example, there was a report by Columbia University after that the way they handled
Columbia antisemitism,
and they admitted they failed in the way they handled that.
At this point, it should probably already be clear that this guy hasn't read the report himself, because if he had read the report, he would know that in the 91 pages, there are 2 quotes from students who claim they were spit on, and there's no actual evidence it happened. There are no photos, no videos, no verifiable testimony. Mind you,
well, don't let that get in the way of doing agitprop for Israel, okay? Oh, what does that remind you of? Yeah, you can have some of the most live streamed harrowing events of all time, and even then, it's just like, even if it's not on camera, even if it didn't happen, Israel will still find a way to be like, no, it definitely happened. And if you actually question that, you're a fucking anti-Semite.
During those 2 weeks, Columbia's campus was probably the most photographed and videographed square mile on the planet. The politicians and the media have been trying to portray the Columbia campus as this den of violence and anti-Semitism. But if this was the case, how is there not a single video of Jewish students being attacked? Furthermore, according to the citations in the report, these 2 quotes were taken from listening sessions facilitated by Hillel, a pro-Israel Jewish organization on campus. In our film, we interview a university whistleblower who suggests a lot of these incidents were concocted or inflated by pro-Israel students on campus. That's corroborated by the large number of Jewish students in our footage who participated in the encampment.
Yeah, but those are the bad kind of Jews. You know what I'm saying? Those are also the Hamasnik Jews themselves, like Grant Minor, who was also prominently featured in this Breakthrough News production, but also it was subsequently fired from his job at the university, all in the name of defending Israel. I mean, sorry, I meant combating anti-Semitism. That's why we fired the Jewish guy. Thank God. You know, sometimes you got to fire some Jews, okay? Sometimes you got to put some Jews on a list for the greater good, for the rest of the Jews. You know? That's how it works, I guess.
So ironic about his obsession with the mythical spitting incident is that there are loads of videos of people who support Israel attacking the pro-Palestine students, telling them they should be raped, that they should
always projection, baby. This little dipshit is now a part of the IOF, by the way.
Should be killed, beating them bloody, and attempting to murder them, like they did at UCLA. As they say, every accusation is a confession.
You know what you're doing. I mean, you obviously know what tactic you're using. You're trying to equate anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, but I haven't. What actual anti-Semitism took place? Can you tell me?
Okay. The stories that you can find online.
Name one then. Name one story. Give me one story.
Okay. Okay.
Then he goes further into his own speculation, saying, you'd be naive to think that the students there believe that Israel has a right to exist alongside a Palestinian state.
And I think...
Oh, buddy. Oh, boy. Works-cited racism. Works-cited crack cocaine. It's just like, sorry, you're being anti-Semitic. Why? Oh, because you think that a Palestinian state has a right to exist? Oh, but if it did, that would mean genociding all the Jews there. Why do you say that? I don't know. I just fantasized about Arabs being barbaric, rapist, bloodthirsty monsters. So now you're going to have to deal with that, actually, because that's the norm. That's how I feel. That's how a lot of Americans feel. So you have to fucking deal with that every day of the week.
You're being naive if you pretend that if you ask most of the protesters there, you think Israel should exist alongside Palestinian state, most of them would say no, Israel has no right to exist. To pretend otherwise is to,
Okay. Let's say a lot of the student protesters there want a single state. What's the problem?
So there's one thing to say, end the war and have two-state solution, rather from the river to the sea.
This rhetoric about Israel's right to exist is a cover for saying that an apartheid system has a right to exist, to keep excluding the occupied Palestinian people from returning to their native land. This is why we all understand that apartheid South Africa or monarchical France didn't have the right to exist because their forms of government were rejected as oppressive. The most ironic...
I will have you know, Vichy France has a right to exist. Otherwise, you are terrorist. Nazi Germany has a right to exist. Otherwise, you are terrorist. Why do you hate Germany?
Part of this argument is that people who support Israel always say that Palestinians want to wipe Israel off the face of the earth, when it's Israel that's actually wiping Gaza off the face of the earth. It's the Palestinian state that's been denied, and it's the Palestinians who are fighting for their right to exist. Again, every accusation is a confession. Next, he asked me about the claim that Colombia is invested in weapons manufacturers and asked me if I believe this to be the case, as if it's a matter of opinion.
The claim that the university is invested in weapon manufactured, right? Is that something that you personally believe is the case? Is something that you investigate, or does you just bring it from the
He's like, how did you find out?
So you believe there was merit to that?
No, I mean, it's not an opinion. Colombia is invested in companies directly and indirectly through their holdings in index funds. So they have stocks in companies that are complicit in war crimes. That's a fact.
This isn't an opinion, and it's something the students have documented quite thoroughly over the course of several years they've been fighting this campaign to get Colombia to divest from companies complicit in genocide. He tries to trip me up on the details of how these companies are complicit, but he clearly doesn't know that I helped write the divestment resolution at my school when I was in college.
I believe they're also...
I fucking love this dude, by the way. My mom does too.
Invested in Caterpillar, which builds...
Some chatters asked, his last name is Pritzker, is he Jewish? Which is ironic because my mom also asked. I don't know, but he's dope. I suspect he is. He's a fucking Chad.
It's the D9 bulldozers. In Caterpillar. And General Electric.
How are they involved? What document the war?
General Electric? General Electric makes the engine for the AH-64 Apache helicopter, which is the attack helicopter that Israel used. AH-64 Apache helicopter, yes.
The interview goes on pretty normally for the next few minutes until he asks me why I think Colombia decided to arrest their students on April 18th, which sparked the global encampment movement. I told him Colombia arrested their students because they're beholden to their donors who support Israel. His follow-up question is crazy.
I mean, that's Colombia's agenda, is to... They are beholden to their donors.
Oh my God. This is the article that he wrote. An extremely vile racist article in the liberal Zionist high-rights outlet claims for blacks in New York, Jewish money is the source of their problems and justification for actions against Jews. The article begins by admitting it relies on absolutely zero data about the events in Monsey and Jersey City, just anecdotal evidence, nevertheless is full of anti-black racist tropes. The author, Zach Yoked, this guy that is talking to Breakthrough News right now, claims that an animosity towards Jews by black people has replaced the solidarity during the civil rights era. He goes on to claim that black people blame Jews for all their social and economical problems. No actual data is presented. He continues claiming that an entire community of young black people from Jersey City to Brooklyn to Harlem to Queens are sitting on a poisonous explosive, i.e. are all anti-Semites, and there is no need for any data from current data from the ADL to understand its dangers. The author then goes on to provide several anecdotes from a measly 1.5 stroll he took on Harlem's 125th Street, after which he felt justified in making a sweeping generalization about the so-called rampant anti-Semitism in the black community and demeaning local inhabitants. Yeah, maybe they were staring at your fucking bald head, big guy. I could go on. The author's ignorant racism does not acknowledge the fact that Harlem is an extremely diverse part of New York, including people from tens of countries of all colors, languages, and religions. Yeah. They thought Dr. Yakub had come back. But this time as a white guy. Yeah, you see, you don't understand. They thought Dr. Yakub had finally controlled technology to make himself white after inventing white people, and they were angry and resentful.
So when their donors say something like, "We don't want pro-Palestine protests on our campus,"
dog, is this why some black accounts are going online saying Palestinians are racist? Black accounts. Yeah. Yeah, that's why some black accounts online signing off from Langley, Virginia, are posting about how Palestinians are so racist.
they listen.
What about the money from the donors support Israel? But there are many reports about money coming from the Gulf countries, from Saudi Arabia.
This is one of my favorite. This is one of my favorite fucking TikTok accounts, by the way. A group of black Americans went to Palestine to facilitate food distribution and get them medical supplies, right? The entire time they were there getting called racial slurs, so they decided to speak out. 35,000 likes. The organizer of the trip is not mad at them for speaking out about their experiences. She feels a real ally wouldn't have gotten mad about being called racial slurs, and she accused the blacks of turning this into oppression Olympics. The blacks. No, we are not confusing them for Ukraine. She said Palestine 100 times in the video. We have the right country. Wish everyone the best. Yeah, I'm not even touching that with a fucking 10-foot pole, okay? Suck me. Wealth Turtle is back. This time with a new post.
Dubai, Abu Dhabi, all this, Qatar. How does that play a role in the way the university is reacting?
The thing about this comment that's so revealing is that the Gulf countries, specifically the two countries he mentions, the UAE and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, have normalized relations with Israel. They've basically abandoned the Palestinian people in their time of greatest need. If anything, Gulf money going into Middle East studies departments and Islamic centers at American universities is undermining the Palestinian cause and defanging these departments. So he's actually making my point about pro-Israel money, but I don't even think he realized that.
Is it coming from private individuals? Is it coming from the state? Is it coming to Columbia University? Is it going to, are you saying it's going to the students? Because that's something that has been, people are saying, oh, the students were funded by like outside groups, all this. Is that what you're saying? I'm not sure what you're saying.
I'm saying about Google later, about reports about Arab countries donating $8 billion to Ivy League universities.
Okay.
That's it. You can check later if you want.
Okay. The Gulf countries also support Israel, so.
Yeah.
Hold on. You're talking about the Gulf countries, Saudi Arabia, UAE. They're trying to normalize with Israel, so I'm not really sure that.
How do you feel about the decision to deport Mahmoud Khalil?
The last question he asked was how I feel about the abduction of Mahmoud. Here was my answer, which made him completely lose it.
This is the logical extreme of the Israel lobby and Zionism in America. They know they've lost the argument. They know they've completely lost the younger generation, which is exactly what the encampment movement showed. So they're now trying to they're just trying to make it illegal to support Palestine. They're trying to ban free speech because they know they've lost the argument. There was a poll that came out, a week or two ago that said that now the majority of Americans, both Republican and Democrat, have negative views of Israel. I mean, Israel's...
Listen, okay.
Yes.
I'll be honest with you. I don't think my editors will publish it. I can talk to them and maybe email you back if I see that they're... I don't think they're going to publish this manifest. I just don't want to waste your time and my time. I don't feel comfortable sharing an opinion of someone who says that no Jewish students was attacked, part of the students.
You're putting words in my mouth. I asked you to tell me about the incidents you're referring
I'm not
to.
aware of any. If you were there for months and months and you're not aware of any students who was attacked, then there's no point of this interview.
It's just, sorry. I never said no.
None of them was attacked. Listen, talk to my editor. I don't want to waste my time.
Tell me who it was.
Check later. Check later the reports, and I'll talk to you later.
You're the one.
Right now, I feel like it's a waste of both of our times. I'll be honest with you.
No.
Take your time.
No, this is it's obvious.
I love that he went no politic here. He went no politic here. No politic here. No politic here. No politic. Israel number one. No politic. That's amazing. Yeah, this is a real account. For sure. Do you stand for the Kurdish people the way you stand for the Palestinians? Yes. As a matter of fact, I do. It pushes inflation up when people are saving their money because their price is falling. Isn't really a good thing in and of itself either. Bro, I actually lost so much of my stocks at this point. I just want to see how bad it will get to. Thank you, Hasan. Kurdish stonk lurker, new guy. Who isn't a stock lurker at this point? The shots of IDF soldiers falling downstairs and tripping backwards are illustrative of Israel's whole military strategy. Terrified of actual combat, they can stay inside tanks while airstrikes destroy everything. Urban combat can be avoided if the urban area is no longer in existence.
It's a waste of your
These stairs are Hamas.
time because you're not getting the answers you want. That's pathetic. That's pathetic. I mean, if you want to spin a certain narrative, he just closed the interview. He closed the interview. That's amazing.
Haaretz presents itself as the liberal, open-minded newspaper in Israeli society, and this guy made a point of saying that several times on our call. And yet here they are, hanging up on their own interview because they didn't like my answers, going as far as to subtly encourage me.
Breakthrough is PSL, right? He has the same style and vibes of like a wiry, straight up ML PSL guy. He reminds me of fucking what's his face? Abby Martin's husband, Mike Pritzker. Or not Pritzker, Mike Prisner.
To change my answers to get this interview published. But the whole
Are you doing Marxist org phrenology? No, there is a lot of this is the PSL phenotype, dude. I'm telling you. This guy 100% thinks I'm nowhere near as radical as I should be.
point of our work at Breakthrough and this film is to stop catering to what the mainstream media considers.
The white guys in PSL do look like that. Oh, 100%.
Respectable. So yeah, not gonna happen. Israel's PR strategy has always been to make itself out to be the victim, which is exactly what you're seeing on this call. This journalist took an interview about a film about a genocide and the destruction of all of Gaza's universities and somehow still makes himself—
That's not what people think. You were welcomed by the organizer for the rally. No, I'm kidding. I'm memeing.
—out to be the victim. The idea that it's the students camping out on lawns who are violent and hateful, and not the nuclear-armed superpower stomping off against a largely defenseless population, is just the latest insane narrative that Israel's trying to spin in its fraudulent victimhood narrative. It should come as no surprise that the people who've been defending Israel's barbarity for the—
What is PSL? What's PSL? All Google using is Pakistan Super League? What the fuck? Party for Socialism and Liberation, chatters. Jesus Christ.
The last 18 months are now facing isolation, alienation, and social consequences. But no.
That's crazy. Pakistan Super League.
No.
That's what it is. Anyway, this guy's I love this dude. Yeah. Haaretz does do shit like that all the time. I mean, they will have like very good liberal Zionist articles and articles that are even anti-Zionist, but then sometimes they, you know, as I've said before, for every good article that Haaretz writes, there's like 3 articles that they have to write like this, where it's like, here is why the encampment is Hamas. Matt Lieb on Coachella and anti-Semitism at Coachella.
Has a Hamas problem. The videos coming out of the Coachella Music and Arts Festival has been absolutely horrific. A band of drunken Irish hooligans projected this statement: Israel is committing a genocide against the Palestinian people.
What's your critique of PSL? Genuinely curious? No critique.
Israel, free Palestine. Can you imagine? Got a bunch of kids to chant free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine! Which of course they happily did, because these kids don't watch the news. They watch is TikTok, which has a lot of primary sources of Gazan people being bombed by Israel. Also, one of the Irish rappers said Tiach Fide H Arla, which is Irish for I am anti-Semitic. Headliner Green Day changed the lyrics to one of their songs to say this: running away from pain like the kids from Palestine. And it didn't stop there. No, in fact, I have been given a bunch of leaked footage from Coachella in which they do this to other songs.
Do you have the time to free Palestine? We all support Hamas. Wake me up when Israel ends.
Oh my God!
Didn't stop at Green Day.
That would be so sick.
Even Lady Gaga herself did this.
Love Yas and war, see to the river, Gaza to Ramallah, want to be Hamas.
This is so stupid. Oh, geez.
Artist after artist let it be known exactly where they stand when it comes to Israel. Even Post Malone.
There will be no more Israel. My famous pops are Post Malone. Zionism needs to go.
Missy Elliott did the same thing. She put her thing down, flipped it, and reversed it. And it turns out that in reverse, it was a subliminal message straight from the Ayatollah of Iran.
Work it. I put my thing down, flip it and reverse it.
We must bring down the Zionist entity. We must bring down the Zionist entity.
If you got a big, let me.
What happened to music being non-political? You know, there was a time when music was just about holding hands, figuring out who keeps letting dogs out, and about like Vietnam. I, for one, am ashamed that I ever went to Coachella. Got my first hand job.
Oh, that's amazing.
Looks like Coachella.
One of the funniest things is like when Matt Lieb started doing this at first, people didn't know who he was, so they thought he was being serious. Like, even in my community, people didn't know who Matt was at first. So they'd be like, dude, did you see this? Dude, did you see this? Do you see this guy? Can you believe it? Oh my God. Wait, really? Even Daniel Monte thought he was serious before he met Matt? That's hilarious. Oh God. Okay.
Growing fight between Harvard and the White House as the Ivy League hits back with a lawsuit over the funding freeze, calling the cuts unconstitutional. So these are grants. They're unconstitutional. Meanwhile, the White House is reportedly considering pulling another $1 billion in funding, accusing it of failing to address anti-Semitism on campus and ending its DEI programs. Fox News legal analyst Greg Jarrett joins us now. Greg, what about the tactic of not only saying no, but suing back?
Sure, that's a possibility. I mean, look.
That's so funny. They're like, how everything that the Trump administration does is so belligerent and so stupid. And every time Fox News has to defend it by being like, I don't understand. Trump pointed a gun at this person's head, and then that person tried to fight back. They don't have the right to do that. Why are they doing that? Oh, imagine if they tried to countersue the Trump administration. This doesn't make any sense. Why? China did counter tariffs. Someone's got to put an end to that. I mean, what? Why did they put counter tariffs on us after we started a tariff war for no reason? Why would they do that? It's just, don't you know you're supposed to just let these things happen? The president is God. Trump is like God. What the fuck? Why are you resisting? Stop resisting.
Look, Harvard seems to be under the mistaken impression that it has a right to government grants. Well, the geniuses there at Harvard might want to check Webster's dictionary because a grant is a gift. It's discretionary. The government.
By the way, this is very cool. Speaking of Israel, breaking National Institute of Health banned research funding to any university that boycotts Israel or has DEI programs. This violates the First Amendment and perverts scientific independence. Schools must certify they do not support BDS or DEI or risk losing grants and funding seizure. This is why I constantly say, if you think that this Israel shit is just happening over there and it's not being used here, okay, you are fucking delusional. You are fucking delusional. Yeah. Is DEI, no more DEI. How about defend expanding Israel? That's what DEI stands for now, okay? Defend expansive Israel. Defend expanding Israel. That's what DEI stands for now. Only Israel, okay? That's it. The only DEI initiatives I care about is the expanding greater Israeli state. If you don't, when you start off every morning, you have to do 3 instead of no Hail Marys, no fucking Bismillahs or anything like that. Astaghfirullah, you can't do that. You have to say, Am Israel High before you walk into the institution. And when you're working on your publicly funded research, you have to think like, how will this expand the state of Israel, the glorious state of Israel? How can we make sure that Israel takes up all the way to maybe even Ankara, okay? Because like Lebanon, that's just more Israel, obviously. Syria, also more Israel, duh. You must do a loyalty pledge to the beautiful state of Israel and all of its territorial expansion initiatives. You must be thinking at all times about how you can contribute to the cause of Israeli expansion. Under new guidelines released by the National Institute of Health, any medical researcher will have all funds terminated if they support a boycott of Israel. They can support a boycott of any other country or even U.S. states, just not Israel. Yeah. You must do land acknowledgements that Gaza and the West Bank are in Israeli territory. You must do land acknowledgements like southern Lebanon, soon to be Israel. Wait, this interview with Elizabeth Warren is hysterical.
I'm saying that President Biden had a mental acuity. He had a sharpness to him. You said that up until July of last year.
I said what I believe to be true.
And you think he was as sharp as you?
I said I had not seen decline.
She should have said, I'm just, I'm smarter than most men in positions of power or something.
And I hadn't at that point.
You did not see any decline from 2024 Joe Biden to 2021 Joe Biden?
Not when I said that. The thing is, he was sharp. He was on his feet. I saw him. Live event. I had meetings with him a couple of times.
Senator, on his feet is not praise. He can speak.
Wait, why is she laughing? Yo, don't laugh. Are you crazy? Dude, no, that's fucking crazy. That is crazy. She's like, yeah, you got me. She's laughing. Oh my God. She's like, yeah, it was pretty crazy, huh?
In sentences is not praise.
All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. Look, the question is, what are we going to do now?
Okay.
That's crazy. She laughed. That's crazy. Why does it even matter? What's Biden going to do? He doesn't even know what date is. I know. That's the funniest part about this. Just be like, yeah, the fucking team hid it from us. You know what I mean? Just say something that at least like makes you look normal instead of whatever this was. What the fuck? Yeah, how hard is it to say he shouldn't have been the nominee and was being shielded to hide his decline, but was deeply insistent on running again? And as we can all see, the stakes of the election were enormous, and I regret his selfishness and what position that put us all in. I feel like Democrats got hit with this fucking laser beam where they have to appear insanely inconsistent and also insanely out of touch at all times. Left Reckoning, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Oh, yeah. Another friend of the show, Cooked. Why should American universities have to make... let me finish this, but then we'll talk about the I've Had It Here, ladies, cooking Rahm Emanuel. Why should American universities have to make loyalty oaths to foreign countries to receive funding that benefits Americans? They are not even required to make loyalty oaths to the American government. Beyond absurd. America's screwing itself for Israel. Insane stuff. What is this banger? The quote retweet. OJ Simpson says he avoids Los Angeles because he feels he may be sitting next to whoever did it. Oh, that's a banger one. Okay, fair. Me, they're going to call the Oblivion remaster woke, aren't they? Grums, I already did it 48 minutes ago. Why did they do this? There was zero need to change this in Oblivion Master. Bring back the original male, female. Yeah, why make the change, though? It was clearly proven to be unprofitable, no? Yeah, look at this failed Elden woke. This only exists in the English version, by the way. Oh, it only exists in the English version. Well, good thing that's the version that sold like tens of millions of copies. So I guess it doesn't fucking matter to most people. They just want to play a good game. No one fucking cares, dude. The remaster has 180,000 people playing on Steam right now. Yeah. Yeah, I'm so glad we have anti-woke games like Baldur's Gate 3 or Elden Woke. Does anyone can you guys send me a link of this but without the paywall so we can read the Isaac Chodener interview with the Holocaust historian Deborah Lipstadt, who is Biden's anti-Semitism envoy? Because the reason why I wanted to talk about this, is because like this shit doesn't end. What? The defeminization of the Spriggan? Oh God, these. Out of the 180,000, Hasan will not be playing because he hates gaming frogs. No, because I don't know if it's actually fucking BDS or not. I don't fully understand if the anti-Microsoft boycott extends to other products such as this one, but I'm not willing to fucking entertain the headache, okay? The Biden official who doesn't oppose Trump's student deportations. Why the Holocaust historian Deborah Lipstadt blames universities for opening the door to the Trump administration's professed campaign to tackle anti-Semitism. BDS explicitly mentions Bethesda by name. Yeah, there you go. Cancel your Xbox Game Pass subscription. Boycott Candy Crush, Minecraft, Call of Duty, flagship video games franchise owned by Microsoft. Boycott all Microsoft gaming products, including Xbox branded consoles. It became a priority BDS target on the 4th or on the 7th of April. You've been BDSG for so long, Buddy doesn't stream games. What about Microsoft PCs? I mean, obviously there's a fucking extent to what I can boycott. Like, I'm literally on Windows right now. That's my operational software. Not really much I can do about that. You know what I mean? If it's BDS, then boys, I'm Israel Chai Sag. Yeah, they're not even asking for a boycott of the operating software, from what I understand, because that would be impossible to commit to. What is this? Okay. Anyway, let's continue with Isaac Chodener. So Deborah Lipstadt is a Jewish history professor at Emory University, was until recently the State Department's special envoy to monitor and combat anti-Semitism under former President Joe Biden. Lipstadt became famous and was later portrayed on screen by Rachel Weisz for winning a judgment in a British court against the Holocaust denier David Irving, who had sued her for libel. Lately, Lipstadt offered surprising support for some of the Trump administration's actions, telling The Forward, "I'm not opposed to the administration rescinding the student visas of some of the people that they're rescinding the student visas of," she added. To depict some of these people as martyrs and heroes is ludicrous. This right here is Deborah Lipstadt, okay? She is a famous Holocaust scholar and was Biden's anti-Semitism envoy. Now, the reason why I think this is important to cover is because this also shows you that the Biden administration had very similar ambitions to the Trump administration. Okay? Isaac Chodener recently spoke by phone to Lipstadt. During our conversation, which has been edited for length and clarity, we discussed whether the Trump admin really cares about anti-Semitism, why she wanted to keep some of her comments off the record, and the problem with Trump derangement syndrome. Are you pleased that the Trump administration is talking so much about anti-Semitism? Right off the fucking jump. She says, I'm pleased that they're addressing it because that's what I did for the past 3 years, which was to really push the Biden admin to seriously address it. So I'm very, very pleased that it's on their agenda. Psycho. Okay? This is the Biden anti-Semitism envoy being like, yeah, Trump's agenda is to tackle anti-Semitism. I'm sorry. You're a fucking sociopath. Okay? You are a fucking sociopath. If you think that the Trump administration is in any way, shape, or form sincere about combating anti-Semitism when Sebastian fucking Gorka is their counterterrorism specialist in the admin, whose father was a part of the Vitezi Rend, who literally fucking kidnapped Jews for the Nazis, and that Sebastian Gorka himself still fucking wears the Vitezi Rend pin proudly. Okay, what kind of fucking Holocaust historian are you? What are you saying? That this admin cares about anti-Semitism is the most delusional. This is the most delusional crock of shit I've ever heard. Yeah, don't believe me? Here's the Times of Israel article. Nazi link group proud of Trump advisor for wearing medal. NBC News looks into anti-terror analyst Sebastian Gorka's alleged membership in Hungarian Vitezi Rend organization. Members of a Hungarian ultranationalist group with ties to World War II era Nazis have said they are proud that the Trump admin advisor wore the group's medal at the inauguration of U.S. President Donald Trump. Every inauguration, there's another one of these weird moments. This inauguration, you had Elon Musk throwing up the fucking Heil Hitler twice. Last inauguration, it was the Dragon of Budapest, Sebastian Gorka, loudly and proudly proclaiming his love for a paramilitary organization that collaborated with the fucking Nazis in doing what in Hungary, you might ask? Oh, that's right. Identifying, targeting, kidnapping, and shipping off to concentration camps Jews. That's what they did. Their organization name means Valiant Order. 3 people asserted that Gorka was a well-known member of the Vitezi Rend. But, of course, I forgot. You can be as anti-Semitic as you want if you support Israel. If you support the glorious state of Israel, the most moral state of Israel. You can sig heil all day, every day on the most prominent stage in front of millions, if not billions of people. You can prominently showcase your pin of an organization that literally fucking kidnapped Jews and sent them to concentration camps. you know, as long as you say Am Israel high, you say 3 Am Israel highs every morning and you're good. It cleanses you of the support that you have for anti-Semitic, historic and contemporary anti-Semitic institutions. Anyway. And what do you see the agenda as being? Well, I guess I've gone through a transition. Let me step back for a minute and say that from my first day in office, one of the things I called for was institutions such as governments, universities, media to take anti-Semitism seriously. I talk about anti-Semitism as a multi-tier threat. One is the threat to Jews and Jewish institutions, but it's also a threat to democracy. But also you support the biggest threat to democracy, Donald Trump, and undermining one of the pivotal hallmarks that is supposed to protect theoretical democracy, the First Amendment. And I know that's a very easy thing to throw around. People will say food insecurity is a threat to democracy, which is true, but there's a very direct link in terms of anti-Semitism. And that direct link is the fact that anti-Semitism is a conspiracy theory in contrast to any other form of discrimination. It is a distinctive characteristic is as a conspiracy theory. What do you think the Trump admin is doing to fight it? It's calling universities to account. And if you look at the first demands it made to Columbia, was striking about those things to end the encampments en masse. Those were things that Columbia students have been asking for a very long time. I fucking hate this person. You are such a fucking scumbag. Like, you love that the Trump administration is forcing free speech to happen on a fucking Columbia campus. You love that the Trump administration is stopping. You love that the Trump administration is stopping any sort of anti-war demonstrations taking place, anti-genocide demonstrations taking place. Would you have this exact same attitude historically towards groups that were demonstrating against Nazi Germany at the time? Now, of course, the Holocaust is not a comparative, is not an analog here. Part of the reason why it's not an analog is because it wasn't fucking live streamed like the Israeli Holocaust is being live streamed. So not a lot of people knew about the concentration camps. There were suspicions. Ridiculous. What do you mean, what? People didn't know about the concentration camps until, you know, the very end. You're a smart person. You used to be the Trump admin cares about anti-Semitism. I'm a little confused here. Isaac Chodener says, yeah, I don't know. They haven't spoken to me. They haven't consulted with me. So all I can judge is by, but Deborah, your entire career has been judging people for anti-Semitism. In some cases, very effectively. The president hosted white supremacists for dinner. Elon Musk made what appeared to be a Nazi salute. Surely you can look into their souls here. I have called that out. Okay, but more broadly, can you make some sort of judgment? I'm telling you right now, every single anti-Semitism expert, okay, every single one of these supposedly anti-Semitism combaters over here literally drop all sense of reason, all sense and all reason, the moment that it comes to defending Israel, okay? That's it. You can be as anti-Semitic as you want as long as you are pro-Israel. You are a Holocaust revisionist? Okay. Wait, what are you talking about? You're smoking drywall? Not true. What? What is this? I think you guys are fighting each other for no reason. I don't think this person is... Anyway. Here, let's hear what else she had to say. Yes, there's certainly been a disturbing tendency, whether it's whatever Elon Musk was doing with his arm. Okay. We know what he was... I wonder what Deborah would have to say about a prominent anti-Zionist such as myself doing whatever Elon was doing with his arm. I wonder if she would just still consider that to be whatever Hasan was doing with his arm. I mean, it seemingly doesn't take much. Turns out owning a fucking bleach sword is enough to finally unearth my crypto Nazi tendencies, according to my former podcast co-host. You know? Yeah, what did he do with his arm? Would you be comfortable if someone was doing the arm thing? You know, in front of you? Or when he appeared on video at a campaign event for the far right in Germany. There are lots of examples. They're disturbing and they're bothersome. I agree with you about the connection between anti-Semitism and democracy, but it also seems to me like picking up students off the street who write op-eds or demonstrate in favor of ending the war in Gaza is problematic for democracy too. Absolutely, absolutely. There's no question about that. Look, we pride ourselves in being a country that abides by the rule of law, the democratic rule of law. When I say I take anti-Semitism seriously, I mean we have a legal system that we can address. A judge made a ruling in August 2024 after the students filed suit because they'd been blocked access to certain pathways at UCLA because they were Zionist-free zones. The judge, Mark Scarsi, found that it was abhorrent that certain parts of campus had been physically blocked off from students who refused to denounce Israel and Zionism and ordered UCLA to ensure equal access. The lawsuit is still ongoing. But the Jewish students on campus who have no way to bring their grievances, or when they bring a grievance, find that the university doesn't take it seriously, which has been the case at a number of our most elite universities, or give up on the university. One of the calculations when applying for college now is, will I feel safe for a Jew? Dude, I'm sorry. I cannot fucking stand that so much of this conversation is literally entertaining the psychotic hallucinations of hysterical people. Okay? If you think that Jewish students are not safe in Ivy League institutions, you are smoking crack cocaine. Okay? It's like saying, I don't think Jews are safe in Hollywood. Okay? What the fuck? Oh my God. It's like saying, I don't think Jews are safe in West Hollywood or Beverly Hills. God damn. Like, what are you saying? This is a laughable fucking notion. It's so sickening when associated, when attached to such a fucking demonic anti-democracy movement that is straightforwardly fascist, okay? In a way to justify the Trump administration's undemocratic actions against free speech, to say, well, Jews are not safe in Brooklyn, you're on crack, dude. You're on fucking crack cocaine. It's like trying to reason with a paranoid schizophrenic. What are you talking about? I don't understand it. Like, I genuinely, why would anyone remotely entertain this? There is no contemporary institutional anti-Semitism at any of these institutions, okay? None whatsoever. It is pure fucking delusion. It's so delusional that they fired a bunch of Zionist Harvard and Columbia University presidents for not being sufficiently pro-Israel. It's fucking ridiculous, dude. Oh my God. There were some really terrible instances of anti-Semitism after the war in Gaza began, but now we are actually in a political environment where the American president is using anti-Semitism as an excuse to literally pick up people off the street for writing op-eds. Free speech is free speech. I'm a stalwart supporter of freedom of speech. In other countries where they've outlawed Holocaust denial, I've spoken out against that. Freedom of speech is freedom of speech. Incitement is something else. I'm not a lawyer, and I'm not going to get into what that is. The reason I ask all this is because forward interview you said, I don't oppose many of the things that are being done. I just wish they would be done more deftly. Yeah, deftly was the wrong word. That sounds almost conspiratorial. They should be done according to law. That's what Trump says too. Trump says, oh, well, we're going to deport American citizens to El Salvador, but according to the law. That's what he says. Is that fine? Is that okay? Let's just change the laws then. Adolf Hitler changed the laws. Nuremberg raised laws. It was done by the book. Was it appropriate? No, of course not. Oh my God. Here's the other thing. Universities are regulations. Universities are rules. You can't cheat. You can't plagiarize. You can't build in campus in certain places. Universities are rules. You can't cheat. You can't plagiarize. And if you plagiarize, we will fucking black bag you and then ship you to El Salvador. Yeah, no tents. Psychotic. You have to be able to identify yourself. People on campus have to be willing to identify themselves with the proper authority and can't go around with a mask unless it's, for medical purposes. How do you know it's not for medical purposes? You just undermine the argument that you presented by claiming that people need to be maskless on campus. The ADA protects you from having to explain why you're wearing a fucking mask. It can't be said enough that pro-Israel fascists aligned with neo-Nazis and tried to murder students, attack 19-year-old journalists just covering the events on their way back to their car at UCLA, and the safety of Palestinian students is never discussed. Nobody was charged. It's insane how they have reconstructed reality. I know. I fucking hate it. Do you understand why, in the current climate, people who are advocating for an end to the war in Gaza may not want to identify themselves as the proper authorities? I don't even know what Isaac's own personal framework on Israel is, but he just straightforwardly cooks a lot of these people. A lot of he's very cutting. You get a fucking phone call from Isaac Chodener, just don't pick it up, okay? Hang up the goddamn phone because he is going to dice you up. I mean, he does this so well and has done this so well, so consistently. It's pretty fucking crazy. Well, this current atmosphere is pretty difficult, but this has been going on for a long time. I was just trying to get the actual dynamics of who has power here. This refusal to identify yourself. Are we negotiating with students or are we negotiating with people off the street? When you said that the people being picked up are not heroes or martyrs, what did you mean by that? I mean, some of the people, and I'm not going to get into any specific cases, but some of the people who have been detained or cited are people who have obstructed entrances to universities, have taken over buildings, have broken the regulations of the university. I'm not talking about speech. I'm talking about action. None of that is deportable, you fucking freak. Remember, Biden's anti-Semitism envoy. So before people say, oh, it's different, the Biden admin would never do this, they set the stage for the Trump administration to do this. So suck my fucking dick. Without making direct analogies, you could point to any civil rights movement in the past, which people did not just engage in speech. They blocked entrances. Civil disobedience has a long history, but these protests were often directed at a particular group of students, like the UCLA example I gave you. But what I'm so afraid of, and having our kids' conversation is indicative of, is that some of these actions of the administration in the recent weeks are taking the focus off the very real problem of anti-Semitism. So selfish. Oh, it's taking... I like what the Trump administration is doing in terms of using border enforcement, immigration enforcement as a way to undermine the First Amendment at the behest of the glorious, beautiful state of Israel, okay? But the real problem is it's taking the conversation, the spotlight off of anti-Semitism. Are we making a mistake in thinking that the admin even cares about anti-Semitism at all? It is simply using anti-Semitism as an excuse to crack down on educational institutions. Yeah, it's a good question. It is, I think. I served in an administration in which people who worked for it did not march in lockstep. There were different views. I think there are people who seriously care. I spoke with my successor, the person who's been named as my successor. He called, and we had a nice conversation. It wasn't substantive, but he really cares. Who has been named as your successor? What's his name? Kaplan? Yehuda Kaplan, I think. And he seems to really care about this deeply and genuinely. I know other people in the admin who care about this deeply and genuinely. I worked in an admin with people who cared about this deeply and genuinely, and there were some who didn't. Administration was made up of thousands of people. It sounds like this guy's a friend of Trump. Yeah, he supported him and worked with the campaign. Kaplan is a right-wing Miami businessman. Shocking. Well, that right there makes me wonder. I'm just a little confused why people who care about anti-Semitism are friends with Donald Trump. It's confusing, but I can't. In speaking to him, my sense is, with the little I know about him, which is very little, he truly is concerned about fighting anti-Semitism. I also think there are many Jews, and some non-Jews too, but many Jews who are disappointed by how university behaved since October 7th. And they see to use Passover terminology, a strong hand being used. This kind of stuff infuriates me so much. Like a strong hand being used. You're not slapping the hand of your child for almost touching a hot stove, okay? You're talking about black bagging whole ass human beings with children, with lives, with dreams, green card recipients for the crime of saying the truth about Israel. The fucking arrogance and the fucking entitlement from a Holocaust historian that cannot see the straightforward parallels that are so ever present that it's basically smacking her in the fucking face. You are a Holocaust historian. How do you not see what is going on over there, which is a live streamed version of the Holocaust, and what is going on over here, which is a Weimar Germany instance where the Nazis have taken power and they have started the process of undermining what remains of liberal protections against authoritarianism. What the fuck? It's like, if you claim to be a Holocaust historian and not recognize that Trump is doing Hitler shit right now in real time, in broad fucking daylight, I wipe my ass with your fucking PhD, okay? What are you doing? Crack cocaine. There's one line in here that makes me go absolutely nutty mode. I'm going to try to fucking contain my anger here. Now, whether that hand is being used properly or not raises certain questions to what's happening. To answer your question, a lot of people were relieved to see this forceful approach. I think in many respects, it's going too far. You said some nice things about the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. As a senator, he had a very strong record on fighting anti-Semitism. This lady is so fucking... Oh, my God. She is so insane. She's just one note, dude. Everything is combating anti-Semitism. Brain dead. I know there are many people, including Democrats in Florida, who appreciated his stance. What's happening now is, I think, I can't judge, but let me put it this way. I would hope that he would continue to maintain the strong stance he took while he was a senator. You can judge him about, say, tweeting happily about people being sent to a horrific prison in El Salvador, right? Look, there's no reason. Look, when you take someone off the street who's not supposed to be taken off the street, dude, I'm sorry. This is so, you're Jewish. You're Jewish. You're a Holocaust historian. You're a Jewish Holocaust historian. Oh my God. You are a Jewish Holocaust historian, and you are literally talking about the closest America has been to engaging in that, okay? Your life's work happening here, and you're celebrating it because the other country that you also happen to love is doing the live streamed accelerated version of the Holocaust. What the fuck? At a certain point, you have to recognize that, you literally did all of that to just be like, yeah, never again means just for Jews, okay? That doesn't mean for you. What do you mean? I learned about the Holocaust to stress the importance of the Holocaust so that we could, justify the fucking state of Israel only? That's it? Oh, I come from a tradition and a personal belief that if you make a mistake, say, I made a mistake, we're going to fix it. That's disturbing. They may not care that they made a mistake. Off the record and not for quotation. That's the issue. Is there a reason you don't want to say that on the record? Yeah, I don't, because I'm still, I don't want to give people the chance. There's some people I know, including good friends of mine, who suffer from what the Republicans would call, Trump derangement syndrome. Anything he does is bad. Look, he moved the embassy to Jerusalem, so I give him credit for that. I mean, dude, what is this? This is just this reads like an anti-Semitic screed, okay? This right here is a Jewish Holocaust historian, Biden's anti-Semitism envoy, literally saying, I don't give a fuck if Americans are getting black bagged. I don't give a fuck if immigrants are being rounded up in dragnets and being sent to a slave labor colony in El Salvador, because I care about Israel. I only care about Israel. That is the only thing I care about. I care about defending Israel's interests. You are an American. What the fuck are you saying? What do you mean it was so good that Trump moved the American embassy to Jerusalem, and I'm giving him credit for that? Why? That's not even a good thing for Israel, let alone for anyone else. October 7, you could drive a direct fucking line from the Trump administration's action with the Abraham Accords, the destruction of the denuclearization agreement with Iran, and moving the embassy to Jerusalem, and the recognition of the permanent annexation of the Golan Heights, which is Syrian territory. All of those things combined played a major role in October 7 happening. You are short-sighted and horny for the great state, the most moral state of Israel. So much so that you are fine with undermining American institutions. So much so that you are fine with an American fascist doing Weimar Germany shit in America because you're so fucking stupid and so fucking short-sighted that this Zionist project will not inevitably lead to so much anti-Semitism that one day you'll be in the fucking concentration camps with me. You're so stupid. These guys unironically drank the fucking Kool-Aid where they think like, well, since post 9/11, we say America is founded on Judeo-Christian values. No, the fuck it wasn't. And there are plenty of people within this movement right now that are gaining prominence that keep saying, no, it's Christian nationalism as a matter of fact. The fuck do you mean Judeo-Christian values? I said this already. If I go to a fucking concentration camp for my anti-Israel statement and then they start rounding off the Jews and putting them there as well, and I have to be there with Michael Rappaport, I will kill myself. I will kill myself before that happens. I will never. No shot. Imagine the fresh hell. Not only are you in a fucking El Salvadorian concentration camp, you have to fucking sew socks together, but then you have to sit there next to fucking Michael Rappaport. Yeah, here's Deborah Lipstadt. This was when she was in the Biden administration, I believe.
October 7th, there was a feeling around the world that Israel is weaker. And in the...
You want a beeper?
I can give you a few.
You are so funny, Deborah Lipstadt.
This feeling held up to this week, maybe, but that brought many people around the world to feel that you can attack Jewish people and Jews as well. And if there is one thing that is within the basis of this organization is to strengthen Israel and to strengthen the bonding between the US and Israel and to make sure that we're safe on both sides of the Atlantic.
Both sides of the Atlantic, and as Elon said, both sides of the aisle.
After
I wasn't asking you to just say that because it was the Trump administration that it was bad. I was just pointing out that they're sending people without any sort of due process to a horrible prison in El Salvador. You know, that's something I find disturbing. And I would hope that, you know, that they would recognize that, because that's not what this country is about. What this country is about is only sending pro-Palestinian students to El Salvador. You know? So we have all these horrific things with immigration, with Doge dismantling federal bureaucracy, with Trump basically destroying the Atlantic Alliance. But we also have, on the other side of the ledger, moving the embassy to Jerusalem in the first term. It shouldn't be all black and white. No, it's not all black and white. Thank God Trump moved the American embassy to Jerusalem, recognizing Israel's, illegal occupation of East Jerusalem. Wasn't that wonderful? I loved it personally. I'm an American, by the way. I'm supposed to care about America. But it seems like I also care about what's going on in Israel and the recognition of Israel's illegal occupation and the normalization of Israel's illegal occupation. I think this is very important. I don't think she caught Isaac's sarcasm here, just a hunch. No, she didn't, because she's so fucking horned up on Am Israel Chai bullshit. She's so fucking horned up on thinking about Donald Trump's incredible gifts to the glorious state of Israel that she can't fucking understand anything that's going on. Like the fact that we are experiencing Weimar Germany levels of fucking oppression, and she's a goddamn Holocaust scholar. It's like, there is no, it's over. There's just like, what do you mean? Biden's anti-Semitism envoy, folks. Remember. I want to go back to your comment about these studies being picked up about not being heroes and martyrs. You have no specifics there, but it seems like maybe you are more willing to criticize them than the Trump administration. No, I'm an equal opportunity critic. I did think about your praise of Rubio, and I saw you praise Mike Pompeo too on this issue. I'm not praising them on everything, only on Israel. If people are close to anti-Semites or part of a party that is awash in anti-Semitism or working for a man who dines with white supremacists and says really gross things about Jews, it makes me think that if they're pro-Israel, you give them slack, that you wouldn't if people were doing the same thing but were not pro-Israel. That's exactly the point here, by the way. I did skip the paragraph. It's too long. I don't give a shit. We're a nation of laws. It wasn't tolerance that allows the Jews to thrive here. Jews have flourished in this country because it was a nation of laws. When students feel they have no place to bring their grievances or what they like, it's just like blah, 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 blah. What about the students? What about the pro-Israel students? Not even the Jewish students, because the Jewish students are being undermined here too, as long as they're fucking anti-Zionist. No. Look, the universities failed to address it seriously. And by failing to address it seriously, it's like, no, the question here is simple, okay? If someone who has said that Palestinians have a right to exist, that participated in a campus protest, right? Participating in a campus protest, but then that person was like caught next to a white supremacist, dining with a white supremacist, or was doing the just arm gesture that you simply claimed was a confusing arm gesture. Okay? If a person that was pro-Palestinian was doing that, what the fuck do you think Deborah Lipstadt would want that to happen to that person? I know we don't have to speculate, because there are people who didn't do any of those things and simply said Israel is a fucking apartheid state doing a genocide, and Deborah wants them to get fucking deported. So obviously, it kind of feels like you only care about Israel and not even care about the United States of fucking America. And this is not me saying like dual loyalty tropes or whatever. This is just like, there is no other way to read her fucking output, okay? It's fucking insane. Is she even Jewish? Yes, chatter. Deborah Lipstadt, who is a Holocaust scholar, famous Holocaust scholar. Yes, no, Deborah Lipstadt is Jewish. Jesus. They dismissed their grievances. They created an inhospitable atmosphere. We're now seeing the fruits of that failure. What disturbs me so much is that the debate will now become over whether anti-Semitism is being used as a weapon against people we don't like. Anti-Semitism should not be a cudgel. But you seemingly like people fake bringing up anti-Semitism against people who are not anti-Semitic. And you seemingly defend that. So, because they're anti-Israel. If you aren't worried about that and you want to say very clearly that you think the Trump administration is doing that, and you even want to put on the record the very brief comments you gave to me, you're welcome to do that. I think there are certainly trends right now. For instance, some of the latest demands made to Harvard have been disturbing in part because if you're calling for an external audit of courses and things like that, then what happens when you don't get a progressive administration? When you get a progressive administration, do they then turn around and audit? The fight should be against anti-Semitism and not against the institutions. The institutions open the door. Most universities fail miserably to address this, and we're seeing the consequences of that now. Dude, this is like reminding me, I so foolishly thought Americans will not be like England. Okay? And boy, was I fucking wrong. Because in the UK, the anti-Corbyn, Corbyn is Hamas, Corbyn is Hezbollah, Corbyn is actually anti-Semitic narratives, were so captivating that I remember Graeber, rest in power, to the good man, David Graeber. I remember a Double Down News piece that he did back then, talking about how the hysterics surrounding Jeremy Corbyn and the false smears were so prominently a part of the media cycle that Jews were talking about fucking leaving the UK if Corbyn was to win. Like, they literally, genuinely hallucinated an alternative reality where they thought that Corbyn was going to set up concentration camps for Jews in the UK. And I remember at the time, I was like, well, you know, there's just no fucking shot. There's no shot that Americans would become this fucking hysterical and whip themselves up. American Jews specifically. I did not think, given my experience with all of the American Jews that I know, that I am surrounded by, I thought to myself, he was not anti-Semitic. No, of course Corbyn was not fucking anti-Semitic, dude. Of course he wasn't. I'm saying that this lie was so prominently recycled over and over again that you had a shit ton of British Jews that thought, oh my God, he literally is the Ayatollah. He is going to kill me. There were studies conducted at the time where British Jews were saying they would leave the country. Like, a big number of British Jews were saying they would leave the fucking country if Corbyn became president. Now, or prime minister. So I found that I found that to be a moment of mass hysteria born out of misinformation. But I thought that American Jews would be like, yeah, okay, dude, calm down, right? It turns out there are at least a decent number of people who have whipped themselves up in a similar fucking frenzy where they unironically think that there were pogroms happening on fucking American institutes of higher learning. Like, how do you delude yourself into believing, especially as like well-read people, especially as people who are like alumni of these campuses, of these institutions, how the fuck do you delude yourself into such a ridiculous position? It's fucking insane. And not a single person turned around and was like, dude, what are you doing? Not a single person was like, hey guys, maybe we're being a little hysterical here. Like claiming that a Jew is unsafe in the Upper East Side is like the most insane thing I've ever heard. It's perhaps historically and in contemporary society, the safest place for any Jewish person, okay? Like, straight up, significantly safer than Israel, okay? Significantly. Not even a fucking question. So what the fuck are we talking about? You are the most delusional freak if you think that as a Jewish person, you are not safe in fucking New York City, dude. What the fuck? Saying that Jews are not safe in the Upper East Side of Manhattan is like saying white gay men are not safe in West Hollywood, okay? Yeah, not safe from getting your dick sucked, maybe, okay? What the fuck do you mean? A Japanese woman who participated in the peaceful Free Palestine demonstration in Kobe says she was assaulted by an English-speaking man wearing a Trump hat. Participants recorded the incident and filed a report with local police, who are treating her as the victim. Look at that. Cool. Cool. In the past, there were a couple of viral videos of Israeli people arguing with free Palestine protests in Japan. This man is wearing a U.S.-Israeli flag shirt, a MAGA hat, necklaces bearing both Jewish and Christian symbols, as well as a lot of skulls. This dude is... This is the most confused person on the planet. I don't know what the fuck's going on here. Wait, is that a skull inside of a fucking Star of David? What? Wait. He's like, this is my totem cough inside of the Star of David. I'm a big Havara agreement enjoyer, okay? I've placed myself in a very weird position here politically. I'm just an enjoyer of history. Oh, wow. Bro, have you never met a proper Jewish American hog? It's wild. They're a rare Pokemon, but it always makes me laugh. No, of course I've met proper American Jews that are hogs, dude. I live in LA. What do you mean? I was going to make a joke and say they're Persian, but... but yes. It's fascinating. People can care so much about something while knowing next to nothing about it. It's just vibes. A skull placed within a Star of David is a controversial symbol, often perceived as provocative and potentially offensive representation. It has been interpreted as a symbol of the Punisher mentality, suggesting an eye for an eye attitude, and has been criticized as a form of violence or aggression. I've never seen that before. I've never seen a skull inside of a Star of David. It's like putting a fucking swastika inside of a Star of David, and not to make like a criticism of Israel or whatever, but instead to do it being like, no, I support this. Like, it's like some shit Beitar supporters would do. I feel like, you know what I mean? Yeah, Kanye West did that. Exactly my point. That is precisely my fucking point. Ooh, questions about Gaza sparked tensions that represented Byron Donalds.
I wanted to be heard. I'm tired of listening to lies. I've been apolitical all my life.
Do you think your voice was heard tonight?
No. Maybe somebody will listen to this.
Chaos breaks out at a town hall meeting with Congressman Byron Donalds. Good evening, and thank you for counting on Gulf Coast News. I'm Christy Soto. The meeting got so heated, people were being escorted out by deputies. Gulf Coast News reporter Madison Adams shows us the intense moments. Madison?
It was quite a rowdy town hall meeting. Byron Donalds answered questions from constituents, but things got heated pretty fast. The meeting ended with shouting matches and a few people escorted out of the room by deputies.
You are not the only person who has a point of view.
I'm worried about you. Sharon Osbourne called you out. She wants your visa revoked. What? I don't think she was talking about me. I think she was talking about Kneecap. Ozzy Osbourne's wife, Sharon Osbourne, was fucking freaking out about Kneecap's performance, being like, they need to take away their visa.
You are not the only person who has a point of view in this room. Hamas would either bludgeon her or worse.
Hundreds of Southwest Florida residents packed the auditorium at Estero High School to hear from Congressman Byron Donalds. Some in support, others in opposition. Byron's running for governor. What do you think about that?
Oh, hell no.
That ain't happening.
But he's really exceeded expectations, and we're glad to see he's moving up. He's kind of a rising star, and we look forward to seeing him as governor.
Donalds took questions on a wide range of national topics, more about Washington than Florida. Issues like Elon Musk and Doge, DEI policies, gun rights, tariffs, and Social Security.
Okay, I can't even watch fucking Florida protesters against Byron Donalds. Bizarre rambling post by Ozzy Osbourne's wife here calling for Kneecap to be deported from the U.S., where she also makes the claim about October 7th that not one IDF soldier was killed that day, just 1,400 innocent civilians. Not even Israel claims that. What the fuck is this post? Yo. Oh, this really shows. To me, when I see a wall of text like this on Twitter, I think to myself, well, that's a person that is mentally sound. Like, that's a sane guy. That's a sane person behaving in a very sane manner, you know? That's sanity. This is awesome. Golden Voice's claim of being blindsided by Kneecap's performance seems implausible given the circumstances. You know, it's so funny. It's like, you can't say anything without some fucking Israel supporter being like, you need to be fired immediately. There's honestly no person in the world right now that I would want to fudge up more than Hasan. Come see me in San Jose, California. Want to see what the streets be like. I would hurt every leftist in this room. Oh, no. Okay, tough guy. Bro, don't you dare step foot inside of San Jose, bro. I will... What? Do what, dude? The streets of San Jose. What are you going to do? Tickle me? Amazing. Bro, you can't make a threat or try to... I can't even call this a threat. And you say fudge up in the process. This ain't Veggie Tales, man. The fuck? If you come to the streets of San Jose, California, I will show you. I will Hecarino fudge you up. Soy right, baby. Soy right. Bring it, dick. Yeah, I know that's your goal here. You want me to bring my penis to the mean streets of San Jose, California so you can suck it, it seems. Bro is dignitized. Oh my God. Definitely a fail-ennial. Oh, for sure. I mean, look at that fucking, the fail line. Ooh, I will frick you so bad if I catch you. If I catch you at the Cheesecake Factory in San Jose, California in the mean streets, I will give you the suck job of your life, dude. Only reason you pointed out, because you know. What, that you want to suck my penis? I've been at this game for long enough to realize that most of my fucking haters have this sexual pathology associated with why they resent me so much. At first, I didn't really understand it. Why so many of my haters constantly fucking talk about my looks. On Sharon's tweet from friend of the show, Mike Isaac. At a time when the world is experiencing significant unrest, music should serve as an escape, not a stage for political discourse. Yeah, what's your height and weight, big dog? Post height and weight right now. Post height and rate. Wait, you already posted location. I kind of want to guest star him to see what kind of additional fun stuff he'll cook up. Bro, is that meme video where the dude is like, let's fight, and while we fight, let's kiss, and let's kiss and fight. Let's take each other's shirts off while we fight and kiss. Now other chatters want the smoke. Jumped in my 5.0. I'm in San Jose. Pull up. I do think it's funny that he was like, come to the mean streets of San Jose. Like... Oh, man. Amazing. If I send you death threats, can I be a live guest? Okay, you need to calm down. You can't call this a death threat, dude. Like, I think it's, as someone who is a recipient of thousands of them a day, oftentimes in this chat as well, you can't call this a death threat. This is laughable. Who wants to pull up? I'll meet you. Bro, so you can respond. Post your fucking, post physique, pussy, post physique right now. Post physique right now. Show us what you got, big boy. Come on. I'm gonna make my haters and defenders fight each other. I'm gonna do a fight club. A mild bruise threat. Yeah, from kissing me too hard. Post physique, pussy. Do it. Don't egg it on, dog. He wants to meet. I want to see. We're going to go meet for meet. Give me your Instagram. Give me your Instagram right now. Give me your Instagram, pussy. Show me your Instagram. Yeah, it's Arby's. I got the meat. Okay. So much reaction. Me and I prove the case. I think you're a little too dense to understand that we're making fun of you. Like collectively. Okay, chatters that are talking about give me a place, pussy. No, stop. You're not going to go fight this random dipshit. Okay, please. That's so stupid. Yeah, let's go meet for meat. Let's go meet for meat. Let's go meet for meat. Yeah, because you're scared. I'll take you all on, but you got to give me time to power up and transform at the start of the fight. Oak Ridge Cheesecake Factory can watch a movie after. Anyway, let's go girth for girth. This guy's a child, by the way. Oh God, that's so sad. Wait, how the fuck did you figure that out already? God damn, some of you are crazy. Wait, what the fuck? Did his account get... Aww. No fun. No fun. That wasn't... Twitch is crazy with that one. That wasn't even a death threat. He said he's fudge us up. Chat, stop reporting people for harassment if they're saying, I'm going to fudge you up. Oh, never mind. It's not. He's not banned. Oh, thank God. Bitches. Oh, thank God. I was worried. We lost Biggins. Biggins more like bitches. I kind of love him too, Chatter. You're not wrong. I was going to do the JRE stuff. Jordan Peterson has a question about the Douglas Murray conversation and shit like that. But I'm too tired for the night. Show him this. Yeah, you like what you see? Biggins. You want to find me in the mean streets of San Jose? Is that what you're going to do? If you look like my before pic, you can't be talking shit in the chat. You know what I mean? He likes biggins. I mean, you could talk shit. You just can't be like, I'm going to fuck you up. Like, you can't. Okay. All right. Anyway. That's all I got for today, folks. I'm tired. I'm going to hang out with my family. 7-hour broadcast. Maya and I are collabing this weekend, and we'll have some other special guests as well. San Jose chatters rise up. Another half day, dude. Half day in the books. Quiet quitting. Love you all, and I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord, frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming System you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming.